Welcome to our Friday coverage here of the BullShooter 39th Annual World Tour here. We're in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and I'm Nick DeSharon.
I am Johnny Lee Jenkins.
That's right, and we are here ready to bring you guys some more great action. This is our third stop of the tour, and Johnny, I wasn't here last year at South Carolina. How's it feel to be back?
It feels amazing to be back. They remodeled the room, gave us a lot more space. It's absolutely phenomenal in here.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, right? I mean, the dartboards are set up. You got red and blue, and it feels like a dart player's paradise. The super dart set up back over there, and
It's huge.
It's like
Massive
Walmart.
setup. I went in. They got everything you need in there. Y'all should come here. If you're not here, you're losing.
That's right. And today we're talking about Friday events, right? We got the pro singles, non-pro singles, and the women's singles. This is like the day for a lot of players, especially on the pro side, right?
Yes, it is. And I'm telling you what, this new format and everything that's going on right now, everybody's loving it. Everybody's loving it.
Oh, I mean, we're playing on the 15-inch, folks. We know what that means for a lot of you guys back at home, and it's always exciting. And I don't really have any predictions. I'm starting to see some players trickle in the room. I know last year, I believe Ram was tearing up on the AM side.
Yeah.
I know, it's disgusting to
do
say.
that again.
No. We ain't letting that happen twice.
But Ram's been tearing it up on every side, though, lately. So you can't doubt him.
Yeah, I'm curious to see who shows up on the pro side here. I know we're going to have a pretty good turnout.
That's true. It'd be awesome if he did come down here, especially after what he did with the CNC,
New champion over there.
The TLC, all this. Whew, he's on a tear. So
well, stay tuned, folks. We're getting right into the action here, and we're going to be covering some great darts. Now sending it over to myself and Will Stewart.
And possibly Johnny.
And maybe Johnny. Who knows?
Maybe
I don't
Johnny.
know. He might show up.
I can squeeze from the charts and come over here and let y'all know officially what's going on. Just make one phone call.
Back to the match. Here we go. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the BullShooter 39th World Tour here. My name's Nick DeSharon, and I'm joined by a special guest commentator for the weekend here. Who are you?
I don't know. It's some Wildo fella, I guess. That's what I'm hearing these days. Hello, everybody. William Stewart here.
Wildo's
Thanks for
here.
having me, Nick.
Oh, it's an absolute pleasure to have you. Hey, get that 13-inch away here, Brian. We got rid of that already. Back to the 15-inch side. Yeah, no, I'm excited to have you on for some great coverage here at the South Carolina Regional in Myrtle Beach. If you guys want to follow along with the brackets, make sure to go to your Tournament King app, and you'll be able to follow along there. And we'll also drop the links in chat for you as well. But this should be a great time indeed here looking at our brackets. We got almost a full amateur bracket, a pretty solid-looking pro bracket, and then a very tough-looking women's bracket as well.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, some good names in our field here in the pro side. Brian Langley, one of those guys that is a sneaky good shot, and there's a big 180 at it. So, yeah, one of those individuals that I believe was in the first ESPN shoot for us here at BullShooter, and had some good runs at regionals in the past. So maybe one to watch out for. Mike, I do not know much about, though.
Yeah, both these players I'm looking forward to seeing their performance, because you and I, let's be honest here, Will. I think the pro bracket, I mean, you mentioned one name that you're keeping your eye on, but for the most part, it's kind of wide open on who can really get the title and to get their invitation to the BullShooter Invitational Shootout.
Well, you have a couple names here that I mentioned. I mean, you got Ian Hansen, pretty good shot there. Ted Joyle, I know what he's been able to do. He's the tripping darts, of course. You've got Joe Gio. He's always a good shot as well. But, yeah, the Austin Braswell, Tyler Holmes, a couple good ones there. But the one that I have circled is Stephen Phillips, just because I know him from the steel tip side of things. And when you're playing a double in, double out, 501 style bracket, I favor Mr. Steven here.
Well, I mean, it looks like Douglas D. McKelly agrees with you in chat, saying wins hands down. So there you go. And Douglas is here. He's in our amateur bracket where he belongs. I'm just kidding. And then we also have Sean Green, Ricky Bobby, and everyone else tuning in. How's it going, everybody? Great to see you guys all tuning in. And I'm happy to be back after a month and some change hiatus from the BullShooter 39th Tour.
It's good to be back. It's good to be here for the first time for me. But yeah, I've been keeping an eye on things and been going well for this regional. Brian for the win.
Doesn't
Just
go
inside. Yeah. Hey, how about another good one? And this is going to be tough because Steven's got him on his side of the bracket as well if he gets through on this next round. Rich Sturbans. Didn't mention him.
Yeah, Rich Durbin's, of course, the king, making an appearance. Great to see him out there. As the Florida contingent's pretty strong. This is about 8 hours away from Central Florida. As Mike does go ahead and take advantage of the 110 out opportunity after the missed doubles from Brian. Big steal.
Yeah, what a big checkout that was. And you can see Brian back there just, how did I let that happen to me? Well, sir, you miss just outside, go inside, you're going to have that happen to you.
That's it. That's how it works. And I see someone calling out, where's Barry Bear? Barry Bear's in the bracket. Actually just lost to Rich Durbin's, I do believe. 3-0. Barry Bear, one of the guys that a lot of the locals told me to look out for. I will say one of the more question marks of a little bit of a sleeper, if you will. Brian McConnell just had a 3-0 win in the first round. He goes by B-Mac. I know he's playing here, but next weekend he's playing at the New York Regional as well with Doug Bain as his pro doubles partner.
Good old Dougie. Good old Dougie Fresh. Love seeing him in action in the BullShooter events.
Oh, absolutely. And he loves it too, because it's such a different world for him to an extent where I remember last year he came up to me after one of his cricket finals with Mike Porterfield, which was a heck of a final, by the way. And he comes up to me and he's like, man, you and Gordon, you guys had some good points. I'm going to have to write down some of your strategy notes. And I was like, that means a lot from someone throwing as well as you are. So really cool to see.
There's a good 6 from Mike. I'm digging the attire from him this this go around. I can't tell if that's a NASCAR jersey or if that's just a dart jersey in unique form.
Whatever it is, he's definitely pulling it off, and that's what matters the most.
Well, if he's got a sponsorship from Hooters, that is impressive. I just have to say it.
It has to be a NASCAR jersey. Look at all those, I think there's Vaseline in there and a few other things. Yeah, no.
You got Valvoline, you got Chevy on the back.
Not Vaseline. That's a totally different sponsorship.
That's why I just brushed over that one for you. Yeah, it's got Chase Elliott on the back. It's definitely a NASCAR jersey.
Oh, that's phenomenal. On the other hand here, Brian Langley rocking the Super Darts jersey. Super Darts is here set up as well, so make sure if you're in the area to go over and support the Super Darts people for having this wonderful booth. And if you're at the tournament, you already know where the Super Darts booth is because it's right in front of the bar. You have to walk through the dart shop to get to the bar.
That was a big 7 there from Brian.
Yeah, a little bit of an interesting dichotomy. Oh, someone turned off the lights in the room there for a second. Hello. When you look at a combo bracket, it's easy to kind of slow down on the rhythm that you would otherwise have if you're playing back-to-back games of cricket or 0-1, whatever have you, because it's just a little bit of a change of mentality each leg.
Oh, you're right. You're right on that one. Hey, we might have to go back to that lights off trend. That thing was looking pretty pumping for a party. Oh, look at that. Like speaking into existence.
Yeah. Well, can you wish for $1 million next? Will? Yeah, hold on. Incredible. Oh man, that is so funny. No, that's very reminiscent of Chicago, where we had the lights out scenario of the Leonard Gates Mike Maloney match. It was actually one of the most aesthetically pleasing matches ever, and with those two, that's normally not the case.
I love it. Good 5 from Brian. Just pushes him out in front here, looking square for a 1-1. Oh, but until this from Mike.
I'm glad that it was only 7, and I'm only saying that because I just wanted to let you know we're kind of like 50-50 on the booms here at the BullShooter. So I know you're the boom guy. Oh no, sorry, that's Sean in chat. He's the boom guy.
Yeah, don't be putting me as the boom guy here. I'm the broom guy. Broom goes the janitor.
You're the broom guy, and then Troy Leroy says I'm the little boom guy. So I don't know. There's no winning around here.
Mike trying to stomp his foot in the ground here and make his presence known. That's a great start. I think you need to kind of attack a wedge there myself, but
yeah, here
went for another.
There's the two schools of thought, right? You can either go for the white horse, try to just close all 3 and have advantage, but have bigger cost if you miss. But at the same time, he's tripped the first 15. I wish he would have taken a look on the second dart there and tried to grab 2 numbers. Because Brian's just going to punish this.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Attack on the second there, you hit the first. You've got the 94-point advantage, but now it's swayed the other way with a good 7 from Brian. But coulda, shoulda, woulda. You put yourself in this position. Now you got to get yourself out. Some more 15s it is.
And one trip will make a big difference here. Does not find it with just a single on the last. So now you expect the 15s to go away. And now what you said is correct, with Brian probably going to make this 1-1. Cody asking, is Spellman there? I know we actually just posted a bunch of our Spellman clips that we had in stock as Brian. All right, I'll stop talking, Brian. How about double, double, double?
Yeah, big 6 mark there to take the leg. Hello.
So it looks like, yeah, it's actually 0-1 cricket 0-1. Interesting.
Very interesting. As you gave me a totally different format, Nick. Just want to go ahead and openly admit that. Nick gave me 2 different formats before we started this.
None of them have been correct. It's incredible. Hi, guys. It's me, year-long employee of Arachnid.
It must be a race to 17 now, because he probably lied to me on that as well.
No, that part is true. We do got race to 3.
So Ted Joyle did get the win 3-0 against Kirby Helton.
Pretty good matchup there, and there's just a couple of other names. Speaking of the names, to go back to what Cody is saying, is Spellman there. Spellman did win the pro singles in Florida, getting his invitational spot already locked in at the first stop of the tour. So I would expect to probably not see him at another regional until Chicago, if I had to guess. It's usually with a lot of the big dogs like that. That's kind of what they're looking for and waiting for, is once they, because the 3 qualifying events here, you have the women's singles, you have the pro singles, and you have the pro doubles 01 as your qualifying event. So that's what players are playing for. And if you end up qualifying, that's usually like, all right, perfect. Now on to the next qualification I'm working for here if you're one of the pros.
I'm just going to go ahead and ask, because I'm trying to. This is the first kind of couple times I've dealt with Tournament King. Great system. I'm really enjoying this. How many women do we have involved in today's singles combo? Do you know?
It is. I can pull that up here. It is 52 women.
Okay. Yeah, I see that right there. Okay, I just found it. That's pretty impressive in its own. 52 women showing up today.
And they have a very strong women's field. That's like, when I say it's wide open, I say in the sense that there's so many different top tier female talents. I saw Val Bragg out there, someone who was qualified for the invitational shootout. Unfortunately, she ended up actually breaking her arm right before the invitational shootout, which is why we didn't see her out there. Stacey Tolick is out there. Rebecca Sturbins. There's so many top tier females in this bracket here.
Yeah, definitely so. Just kind of looking at bracket over, and then we also have the non-pro bracket as well. Pretty full bracket on that front. So do want to mention that. What do we have? 117 players involved on the non-pro bracket.
Yeah, almost overflow, because it's a 128 cap. So after you hit 128, then it's hey, you want to play pro, or you want to go hang out at the beach, which is not a bad trade-off, admittedly.
Not at all. Not at all. Be at the beach. Just from my understanding, because unfortunately some of us are stuck in Kansas, you are right off the coast there, aren't you?
Yeah, literally direct access to the beach from our hotel. It is gorgeous. It's truly a little bit of a vacation destination here for this setup. And honestly, New York next week is kind of like that as well, right next to the falls. So I really love when they plan the spots in like very nice areas to be able to make it a family trip, as Brian's approaching with a 103 for a break of throw.
This would be huge here. I like the start there downstairs and then go up. Granted, it didn't go his way, but I really enjoyed that start, because if you hit the 3, you leave 100. You hit the 7, you're okay.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of bailout. It's not always about planning for your hits. It's about planning for your fallouts as well. As Mike should get a dart the bull here. And said it's double 5. Doesn't go. Brian here with an opportunity. Break a throw. Double 8. Does go.
Yeah, that's a good break there to force the 2-1. Yeah, and I want to go back to what you were saying. Yeah, it looks like the BullShooter's chosen some pretty impressive venues for this year's regional tournaments. The Rockford Regional, that was impressive with the big casino, Hard Rock Casino. And then, of course, this one being right off the water. And then you mentioned Niagara Falls being right off the falls there. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and even the Florida one was walking distance to SeaWorld. So yeah, there's literally so many different benefits to going across and enjoying us on the tour. One of the negatives, of course, is having to see me every time.
Yeah, that's a big negative. I don't think you guys want to go through that.
So if you're Brian right now, you're probably thrown with a little extra fire in the sense that like you're thinking, man, I really should have won this 3 straight because he missed it out. The Mike checked out the 110 in the previous 01 game, the very first one, excuse me. I'm curious to see if that his fiery nature is going to help him here because he seems like he's locked in.
Yeah, he certainly is. It looks like it. He's just got that demeanor at the line as well. You can kind of see that stone face look. Kind of real similar to Mr. Lowe.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. As Carrington Thompson in chat says, Mike is my dad. Good luck. Well, there you go. Go Mike in chat.
If I was not mistaken, I thought Mike was Nick's dad.
Very similar. Very similar.
Very similar.
My dad doesn't watch racing, though. He likes to watch the Buckeyes struggle. Oh, Brian really wanted that second one to connect there. He needed a 7 to try to get to the point lead back. So far, Sterling in pretty stern control here.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, 200 plays 184. You've got that higher ground on the 20s. Yeah, go ahead and attack a new wedge, then go down, maybe back up. Exactly what I was thinking there. Just kind of try for a little bit more points on the back end. But
yeah,
two of the higher wedges now.
No, I do like grabbing the 18s there, but the problem is that he left an opportunity for a 9 mark to be hit and hurt, right? And this is a big moment. This is what I'm saying. Oh my God, I'm so smart.
Wow. He's spoken into existence. Now, granted, you can't bank on a single, or you can't bank on a treble, I should say. But if he would have hit the triple 20, different story. But yeah, what a 9 mark. What a time to do it. Did you want to go ahead and say it for him or no?
Boom goes the dynamite. Like that?
I'm disappointed that I let you in on that.
You absolutely set me up for that one. Is Brian's pretty much swiftly running through the rest of this leg now. Complete momentum shifter.
We were squared for 2-2 until he hit that massive 9. It looks like he's going to get away with a 3-1 here.
Yeah, no, this is absolutely some impressive performance here from Langley in the second half and kind of showing, hey, guys, there's other people playing the bracket. And assuming he gets through this match, which is not quite done yet. Let's not count our eggs before the chickens hatch. But also playing Rich Sturbins in the next round is no prize by any means.
No, it certainly is not. What was first, the chicken or the egg?
Right now, I'm going to say the chicken, but I think science says the egg.
Okay. Just wanted to ask since you went there.
Thanks. I'm glad that we got this very serious topical dart discussion out of the way early.
Well, we do have a good potential matchup next. You got Stephen Phillips, Austin Braswell, who are waiting. Both have not lost a leg yet in 2 matches.
Yeah, and you can see giving some love to each other here, but Brian does go ahead and get that one done, and you called it, my friend. We're going to be getting Stephen Phillips, Austin Braswell next on our stream board. Should be a good matchup there. So we should be getting underway in just a moment's time. Those guys are not going to take too long to get to that dartboard. And then looking over at our women's bracket, I do believe we should have a match here that should be just about ready. I don't know if those girls are quite ready for it yet, but let's take a look here. Yeah, they should be setting up right now for what should be a great second round matchup. Rhonda Farmer, Renee Ramine.
Nick, good luck, buddy.
Come on, Kansas, help me out here, man.
I'm gonna have to. I'm trying to find the spelling of it right now.
I believe it's Ramine. If not, remind me later to correct. Anyways, that was a bad pun. Thank you. But so yeah, no, we're having a good time already to start things off here. Well, I have to ask you, man. I mean, does it feel a little different? Kind of sitting at home, doing some remote commentary. It's not something you do it with the CSC and stuff, but so I guess you do it fairly often, but it feels a little different, I would imagine, for something like this, right?
Yeah, you double thought there for a second, didn't you? You were like, oh, wait a
he's
second.
Definitely
Used to it.
Yeah, I forgot about it immediately.
It'll be different from the fact that you're here for a full weekend rather than at an event, but, I've done a few of these before. So, yeah, I'm happy to be a part of things, whether it be virtually or not, because, I know the family's upstairs and I can spend some time with them this weekend as well. So looking forward to that, but also looking forward to some great matchups because there's going to be quite a few of them this weekend.
Yeah, no, there's going to be so many great matchups. And my favorite is always the singles, and I also love when we get to the pro doubles. I think it's such a fun format to watch, just because double out on the 15-inch board can lead to some very interesting scenarios. We got one 9-darter last year. Well, technically two, but one was like on the overhead camera. We don't really count that. So we got one 9-darter on the stream from Derek Hinkle, and I'm really curious to see, because it's so rare to see a double in, double out 9-darter.
Yeah, it's fairly difficult, but you never know. It could be this weekend that we get one, as I believe that's Austin Braswell, who just made his way on over to the streaming area.
Oh, well, then we definitely need to make sure he's out of camera view. No one wants to see any of that.
Yeah, this could be so many different ways. Roman. Yeah, I think Roman.
Yeah, let's go with Roman. We're going to just lock it in here. For a women's format, what happened?
How we just go with Rhonda and Renee?
You know what? Deal. Rhonda and Renee coming up to our board here. Round 2 matchup that we're looking at here. Best of 3 is going to be the format switch, and it's 501 open Fat Bull here for game number 1. And just heads up, we will be probably switching over to the Stephen Phillips Austin Braswell match once it is up and going, because it is just a later bracket match, and we honestly have double the women than we do in the pro side, so we're actually going to get more women than anything later on in our coverage. And of course, the amateurs, I will cover them after the completion of these events, barring maybe the seat match.
That's some pretty good numbers all around, though, I'd say. Yeah, that 52 number for the ladies is pretty good. I think across the board, tournament to tournament that I go to, we're seeing more women involved in the game. So if you fancy, if you're a male, if you're a female, get your friends involved. Why not?
Yeah, I honestly, the female side of the game, we talk about the Luke Littler effect for getting a lot of the next generation and getting some people outside of darts into darts. But you also look at Bo Greaves and Fallon Shurik and how much they've contribute to growing the women's game just by kind of being those upfront icons. I feel like there's always a couple people you think of for like European males or pro females or whatever it may be. And so having ladies like that continue to accomplish what they have been is great for the ladies game and watching it grow.
Agreed.
So far, the right now Renee's very frustrated with her form. The standard you would expect is about 1.5 bulls per round, 2 bulls a round if you want to feel very comfortable in a format like this. 1.5 meaning you go 1 bull, 2 bull, 1 bull. That's going to be your target lines.
Yeah, I agree with you there. That's kind of your what you're shooting for here in this matchup, but you never know. Too for the ladies, or the men. I mean, anytime you get thrown up on a streaming board, maybe you're not used to it. Maybe this is the first time. Maybe they've been up here multiple times. But anytime you get thrown in front of the camera like that, it can be a shock for at least a leg.
Yeah, and I will say the one nice thing about the switch to this tour to having the two streaming boards back is the fact that you're not 100% certain if they're streaming you or not once both matches are going, which kind of maybe can help ease some tension there. Because I definitely know for a fact some players like, oh wait, I didn't realize that was also a streaming board, right? Like not really thinking about it too much. So there's a hidden benefits. I remember last tour we had those rubber mats on the floor like for the one board, and I was like, see, that psychs me out. I walk in that rubber mat, I'm feeling bouncy. I don't want to feel bouncy while I'm throwing.
Right. No, I love that they've added a second streaming board, and we're just able to capitalize and cover more darts, and we're seeing more from the ladies, we're seeing more from the non-pro and the pro side, just more darts in general, and that's why you tune into the streams is to see these darts and not have the lulls with all the ads and the music and stuff. Granted, there's going to be times that happens, but significantly less with two boards.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that.
Renee's got to attack here. She's got to find two.
And easily to finish the challenge, Rhonda here, get herself into position as Alex Velman, the Jackal, does join us in the chat here. Alex, I just want you to know, I've been having really a lot of fun of making different reels for the BullShooter page involving you or us talking about you. So if anything I've said in those reels, just know it's taken severely out of context.
I'll also take a moment and wish you some luck. He does play in the finals tomorrow of the Modus Super Series, so good luck to you, Alex. Go take this title, brother.
As Modus put it, the highlight reel out with the best caption. It was a Spellman masterclass that we saw out of him, and I'm excited to see what else you provide for us onto the board. Good luck, buddy. Renee with opportunity for 106. Still has an opportunity to course correct here. Taking an extra moment to decide how she wants to approach this.
Yeah, I got to go 54 there to leave yourself the bowl.
And does not collect on the last, so Rondo will get opportunity 34. It is open out, so 2 singles is all that's needed, or 1 double. Want to go inside, though. Oh, and you can't go on to the 3. Will not have a look now. So Renee, another opportunity for a leg saver.
What's funny is I did say tomorrow. It's actually like 2 o'clock his time right now, so
I think that's
kind of funny. 2 a.m.
What are you doing up? Get some rest.
Oh, that's part of it, man. That's part of it going over there.
Oh,
little boom man on comms. I love it.
No, can we stop with this little boom man propaganda?
Keep it going, Troy. Nick, little boom man DeShera.
You know what? I've been called a lot of things in my life. Little boom man just seems like it's somehow the worst. It actually stings. No, I love it. Great to see you tuning in from New Zealand, my friend. Only there? 1 a.m. there. It's daylight savings. Duh.
Yeah, that's why.
It looks like they were having a little bit of a discussion of what happened with the board there. Looks like I believe that's Jesse Faulkner. They did do the correct thing. They needed to back up the single 1 there and move it on over. So should be the case. They're going to time out on the turn here. Don't know what the confusion is. They're going to take a moment to figure this out. So we're going to actually take a moment to go ahead and jump on over, as it looks like things are just now getting underway here for Austin Braswell going up against Stephen Phillips over here.
This will be a fantastic match, folks. Share this around. Let your friends know we're live, because this is going to be a good one. Both 6-0 here, and both their matches, they won 3-0, 3-0. So I expect a little fireworks here. Maybe I'll go ahead and say I think it could be 3-1. We may find ourselves in the 3-2 occasion, but I don't know. We'll find out.
Yeah, I'm excited.
I got Steven as just the favorite in this bracket, just personally, but I shouldn't say that out loud, but I did.
Well, you know what? I'm curious to see if that's the case. This will be my first time getting a close look at Stephen Phillips. Of course, I'm going to be a little biased. My league partner, Austin Braswell, I'm actually playing with him in a tournament about a month from now, the Buckeye Open, which is run by Gordon Dixon from our BullShooter crew, and Joe Hedrick as well. So since he's my partner out there, I want him to be in good form, because let's be honest, I'm not.
Best of luck. Best of luck.
And you can see the jerseys rocking newly acquired Booyah Darts player for Austin Braswell.
Oh, yeah. Congratulations to him. I do recognize that fancy jersey there.
You're about to call it ugly, and then you realize you wanted to compliment it.
Nah. Just a quick mention, Amanda McConnell will face the winner of Ronda or Renee on that other board. So just a quick mention as we go back. Yeah, Steven setting himself up on 128. Both identical averages so far in this one.
Yeah, and they just finished game number 1 going Ronda's favor over there. So we're going to go ahead and stay over here with the just again later bracket matchup for the fellas.
Yeah, I think this one will go pretty quick too. Both are fairly quick players.
Well,
They don't
Phillips
mess around.
Phillips with an opportunity. 1-2-8 can go here. Still has an opportunity over to the 20s. Does not get the shot here, so Austin Braswell has a chance for an early break of throw.
Needs to capitalize here and take this.
He certainly wants to. Only gets 1 dart now.
16 for tops. Oh, and that's a big miss. You can't miss that fat wedge.
Yeah, one of those darts that even he'll call pretty inexcusable there. But it only matters as much as Steven punishes it. And Steven, no matter what, should get a double. Let's see if he gets 2 darts at a double or not, depending on the first one going in the treble. Same mistake is not made. Double top. Does go there, is punished by Stephen Phillips, who does hold a throw. And it, honestly, I will, and I'll just go out and say it, because it alternates between Owen and cricket, holds and breaks don't have the same level as importance as I think it otherwise would.
Not necessarily. I mean, yeah, it's Boston's gonna get the start here, but you still got to capitalize and hit your wedges, and he's only going to be able to capitalize on a 4 mark minimum here, or maximum. Sorry, and he knows he's kind of in a spot early. That first dart is kind of a blocker.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I'm surprised he fit in there. That's a well thrown dart, because I honestly would consider bailing out with how much those fights were crossed.
That was a difficult one, and granted, our angle's a little top heavy, so maybe a little bit more room than we thought, but still impressive dart to capitalize there and grab it. But Steven answers right back with a 5 mark.
Yeah, let's see what Austin's able to do here. He's going to try to defend the higher territory here, try to go on the attack. Looking a little shaky on his 20s. I don't know. He looks a little frustrated with how that first dart's been leaving his hand.
That was a great round, though. Just forces Steven to stay right there on the wedge.
And now, Austin, here's what you're thinking is, okay, give me a 4 mark before I consider the move. If you take it on the first trip, you're going to be putting yourself in a little bit of a riskier position. If he gets a 4, he can move. And he might have to just because he's covered now.
Yeah, you see him look down. He grabs it. Great transition. Capitalize. 5-0 apiece here. Steven's going to have to transfer to the 18s or 17s.
Almost expected him to find the second one in the trip, just because that perfect placement on the first start. You see the third one stacks right up on top of it there. Great response from Phillips. And yeah, he definitely looks to be a lethal competitor. As we look right now, we know that Rich Durbin's Brian Langley playing on board 4. Looking at the top end, Ian Hansen, Ted Joyle, and Dan Naylor, Brian McConnell are your remaining on the winners side of your pro bracket here. So really, I mean, I'm going to say it. I think the winner of this match is the winner of the bracket, or at least the winner of the seats.
Ooh, I don't know. Ian
That's too spicy?
Ted Joyle, they can catch fire here. Granted, Ian coming up top of the Silver Fox 3-2. So we'll find out. Still a lot to play for here. But yeah, I mean, I could fancy that. Nick.
I don't know. We'll see. Of course, that could be a little bit of bias for me because that means that's a 50% chance of a Florida man winning by my logic. So who knows?
All right, Steven in great position here. I think he finds a new wedge before he closes the door. Yep. No, he goes ahead and closes it. I think if we went back to, I don't know. It's tough to say there. If he went back-to-back triples, maybe he takes a look at a new wedge. I just felt like, wow, he's going to get away with it. I felt like the pressure wasn't added there enough for Austin to take it away.
Yeah, because you're challenging Austin to hit a 7 mark, which you normally wouldn't want to bet against, right? I mean, 2 trip 17s and a single 18 is more than doable, but instead it doesn't happen. And Phillips now does find the trip. He was almost in a dangerous position.
Yeah, you can tell he's unhappy with it. He wanted more. You always want more, but a 4 mark will have to do. 16s it is for Austin. 6 of them.
Super 8 on YouTube says, was just showing my coworker a picture of Kenny Doyle, and he said, I could beat that guy. You can't even beat him in foosball. No chance. That's the Sunshine State Santa.
No, that's actually Santa.
That's actually just
beat
Santa.
him. You get coal for Christmas. What a transition here from Steven. Good 7 mark.
Yeah, and this is kind of flipped on its head here a little bit for Austin. He's going to have to take advantage of the throw in the next leg, get that big 0-1 win, because if anything, you have to at least win the 0-1 legs when you're down 2-0. That's a very dumb thing to say now I think about it for more than 2 seconds. But in the sense that like it's more impactful to get the start in 0-1 than it is in cricket, just by definition alone.
Still impressive numbers here from Steven. It just held true on this 5+ average throughout this leg, and it's a 5.35 to win it.
Yeah, it does get it there in pretty steady fashion for the most part. Austin Braswell was there in the 0-1 leg and just had that missed start into the 8s and got punished by Steven collecting on the double. Will Austin be able to recover in this leg here?
Oh, no.
I'll say it every time. I think that there's just so much benefit to going to one of the side doubles rather than going for the potential vertical miss on the double 20.
You give up that potential option for a 9, but I mean, I caught myself going the 16-19 transition more than the tops look, just because that's where I was hitting. You know, you got to go with where you're hitting and have the confidence, and he is well off here.
Yeah,
there you go.
Does correct, but you have to wonder. I mean, the advantage that you just gave up is massive. Now, Austin basically has to play near perfect if Steven just throws consistent, right? If Steven gets a ton of turn, which is something well within his wheelhouse, Austin then needs to respond with a ton of 40 a turn to try to make up the distance. James asking, Nick, next weekend, will you be playing next weekend at FAST? That's the Florida State Dart Tournament there. No, I will be in New York for the other BullShooter stop. Unfortunately, just the last 2 years here has been booked on conflicting weekends for me. So as much as I enjoy playing and, of course, losing Division I to Kenny Doyle, Austin Braswell, and Nick Slepik, I will be busy losing in commentary instead.
Good low ton from Austin. Somehow has managed to work his way back into this after that first round miss.
And Spellman dropping a little bit of wisdom in chat there. See, he said, on my throw, I probably go double 16. Against the throw, I'll go for double 20 for the 9 opportunity. I think that's a great way to think about it.
That is a good way to think about it.
You know, I think Alex might know a thing or two.
There's probably a reason why he's such a good player. He uses his brain a little bit.
Austin needed that last one to go in to leave a finish here, so Phillips should be the first one at a finish. Needs to collect on one meaningful treble here to make that the case. A potential 3-0 for him is not what you predicted the 3-1. I would say that's probably a fair score line here. I don't think I would have predicted 3-0 in any version of this.
I'm telling you, Steven Phillips is impressive. He's impressive on the steel tip side, and he barely dabbles in soft tip if I recall. So to me, if you're a steel tip guy, that's the way to do it. Just dabble in soft tip. People that fully commit like Leonard Gates, I don't know how they get away with it, but big low ton from Austin Braswell to keep him in the mix. So if Steven misses here, chances are it will go from Austin.
Will he get a dart? Wanted the 16 to leave double top. Does not happen, so Braswell will not get an opportunity. Trip 10 for double 16.
I do love that look, though, for the 104. 416s for tops.
Definitely smart. Needs to work in on that dart. It doesn't go. So now 3 clear for Steven Phillips.
Yeah, he can't even believe it either. He's shaking it off, knowing that he should not be coming up to this board right now as he gets away with a 3-0.
You can see I like the sportsmanship there of immediately going and shaking your opponent's hand there, as we're actually going to go ahead and jump right back on over to our ladies.
Do you know? Do you know? You don't know Steven at all before this?
I really am unfamiliar.
Do you know his brother at all?
Robbie Phillips?
Yes.
I do know Robbie Phillips, good friend of one of my practice partners all the time, and they hang out quite often.
Okay, so yeah, Robbie is a great shooter as well, so has been in numerous WDF World Cup teams.
Yeah, no, I know because like Robbie and all them, they're in the North Carolina area, I believe, like around the Raleigh area.
Yep. Lots of quality shots there in that neck of the woods. PJ Stewart, not too far away.
He lives in Florida with me now, actually.
Exactly. Well, he was at one point, not too far away until he took up the pilot's license. Yeah,
imagine me getting a phone call saying, "Hey, have you come out to the Sunday Kiwis draw in a while?" I was like, "The Sunday Kiwis draw? What? I haven't been out to Sunday Kiwis draw in like 3 months." "Oh, you should. There's this guy here, and he's dominating every week." And I was like, "All right, let me see." And then all of a sudden, it's PJ Stewart. I was like, "Yep, that makes sense." Yeah, okay, I see that.
Yep, that would be why.
And then, so he told me he was going to the draw. I didn't actually chance to see in person. Then I was like, all right, you know what? I'm going to go out there. He's like, I go out there every week, man. I go out there the next week to go to this draw. He didn't show up. And I ended up winning the draw. And then he moved away to Daytona Beach. And I was like, all right, you know what? I'm going to take this personally, PJ.
Wow. Probably had to take up his next license. So this is 1-0 in favor of Rhonda.
Yeah, and they're getting close to that 25-round limit here. Rhonda was down like 3 or 4 numbers in this leg and has fought all the way back.
Look at her stance too. Not quite 2 toes at the line, but she offsets that offhand foot just off to the side. Wow, what a double to get it done.
Yeah, so now we are going to be 1 apiece in this one. This will be interesting. Let's see who gets it here.
What a dart. What a dart.
Can it get bested?
Just 1 hole outside?
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, so there we go. Let's see how this one plays out in this deciding leg here for our ladies matchup. And you weren't kidding, though. Those guys played pretty quick. I do believe going up next on our stream board for the pro side of things that we'll cover out this is Bobby Freeman versus Joey Johnroe will be the next matchup over there. And then afterwards we'll get into like the top 4s on the winners, but they can wait for a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, you got some back-end matches that need to happen first, and Bobby Freeman and Joey is definitely one that we can go ahead and cue in for you folks. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Brian Langley 2, Rich Sturbins 1 right now. The winner will play Steven Phillips in that next round.
Yeah, I'm glad that you told me the Robbie Phillips connection, because I as soon as you said like he has a brother, and I was like, oh well, I only know like one other last name Phillips that I could think of. Yeah, Robbie's a top tier talent, man. He actually, I play with Austin Braswell, but one of my longtime tournament partners, his name's Justin McCurry, used to live in the Raleigh area and then moved over to Florida a couple years ago, and we started going to tournaments all the time together. And he always said, like, yeah, I have this buddy Robbie that'll come over and play at the house, and next time he's over, you should like go over and play, and maybe you can make a video. And I was like, make a video? Who is it? And I had to look up. I was like, oh, yeah, I should probably make a video about Robbie Phillips. So very well accomplished player, and so makes more sense now. The Stephen Phillips hype that you were talking about. I'm following along.
Well, just something to kind of think of too. You look at the two shooters. We just saw Stephen, pretty rhythmic shooter. Robbie, opposite, very mechanical shooter. So it's just kind of, even though they're blood brothers or whatever, it doesn't mean that they have similar throws or anything like that. They're both two different players, two great throwers at that. But yeah, they kind of have pushed each other to where they've grown as individuals and now are two dominant forces in the game.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where I don't think that I think that there's certain parts of genetics that might make people better or not at dart players, in the sense, like, obviously if you're a little bit taller, a little bit longer arms, darts is just a little bit I would argue a little bit easier. But for the most part, the difference of why they're both good is because you just have a good practice partner that's pushing you week in, week out. That's why you also see these couples where you have a dominant male and dominant female together. It's because they get to practice against each other every day, right? Stuff like that makes a huge difference in the long run.
You got a question from Keith. It says, why are they throwing it to bull instead of the 20? So the reason for that is this is a different format than our pro side. The pro side is double in, double out split bull, where the bull is split in 25 and 50. This one is an open in, open out fat bull is what we call this. So the whole bull segment is worth 50. And as you can see, that bull wedge is bigger than the trip 20 wedge. So there's reasons to go at the bull there. It's just a better target, bigger target for you to aim at and get more points in the long run from.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I don't know where the where it truly originated from as far as the fat bull format, but it's something that's completely common in soft tip. And in fact, the split bull format, double in, double out, is a lot rarer of a format that we're seeing on the pro side, but not rare in our tour, of course.
For sure. I mean, in the it's been pretty prominent in the game, the fat bull side, and in different regions for quite some time, especially here in the U.S. So it's pretty common at this point. But we just see different formats for each of our events here, so kind of makes it unique and fun.
I like variety. Of course, I'm always going to be partial. I love split bull format, split bull double. Basically, I love what Troy would call traditional darts the most. Yeah. But of course, I like the variance. I am a big fan. Actually, one of my other favorite formats that we don't see as often is I love master out formats. I think those are also pretty fun.
They're a fun little caveat because it sets you up different than a normal double out format. So I got to remember that myself, being more of a steel tip guy than a soft tip player. That master out mentality is something different. So yeah, I do enjoy all the different formats being thrown at you, especially like kind of the frozen rule as well. It can be fun. How about tops?
Trip 13, she still has a shot. Oh, it doesn't go. So Renee with a potential boomstick of a shot here. 1-4-3 would be a big find.
It really would be boomstick of a shot. That's one for you.
That one's clearly made up on the spot. Bull for a triple. I still go bull first on this one. Does not go though, so she's going to just have to focus on setting up here. 1, 2, 3, no checkout with 2 darts. And does get it down to 56 here, so Rhonda under a little bit of pressure, but it's open out, so just some big singles makes a big difference. Over to the 11s.
Yeah, just make that transfer over to the other side and gets it.
Yeah, and you can see pretty quick to give the fist bumps there is we do have coming up next here for our bracket. I do believe we're going to be getting the Joey Johnroe Freeman match. I think they're actually logging in right now. So yeah, it looks like they're just about ready there. Yeah, and it looks like, yeah, I do apologize. I don't know what happened to our little audio there, but it definitely did make a screeching noise when the winning dart was hit. So, if anything, the board was really excited. I want to let you guys know.
Well, just to give you an update, Brian Langley did get on top of Rich Sturbins there, 3-1. So he moves on. We'll play Stephen Phillips in the top 4 on the winner's side. Dan Naylor coming out on top of Brian McConnell, 3-1 as well. He is awaiting Ian Hansen and Ted Joyle. Ian Hansen just going up on top of Ted 1-0 in his matchup. So that's what we got for you on the winner's side of this pro singles bracket.
Yeah, and it's going to be blinkety miss it, especially for the pro side of this affair here. On our non-pro side, it's actually making pretty good progress. It's cruising along. They're kind of getting into round 3 now on the winner side, it looks like. So that is just going to be best of 3s on both sides for that one. So should be a little bit of a faster format here, as it looks like they're getting into the diddle.
Yeah, I think that this pro singles bracket's going to be done within an hour and a half or 2 here, which is going to be fairly dang quick of a bracket to run like that, especially with we had 24 in this bracket, so not bad at all. Just looking at overall numbers once again, yeah, 117 are non-pro, pretty impressive there. But yeah, that one's going to be trucking along pretty good as they find more boards to throw those on. How many boards do we got this weekend?
I do believe we have 50 boards at the stop here. I would have to double check.
Wow.
I can check real quick. I actually can just find out the answer.
That's great, though, if we have 50.
Let's see. Sometimes I know what I'm talking about. Sometimes I don't. Actually, I believe is it 40 or 50 boards? I have to double check there. I normally am ready for questions like that off the top of my head, but I actually just forgot to look. I think it's actually 40 boards, though. I might have been a little overzealous.
I kind of assumed around the 35 to 40 range would be ideal. So yeah, I mean, hopefully we'll see. This is Bobby Freeman.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with Freeman. I do know Joey Johnner quite well. I've known him since I was like 18, 19 years old playing in Florida. So he's one of those total sleeper shots. We saw him last year at the Tennessee BullShooter make a stream appearance. But he's one of those guys that, I mean, his base mechanics on his form, when it's stroking, it looks great.
Yeah, Bobby, if I'm not mistaken, from the New York area, from that neck of the woods. So made the trek down for this tournament.
There's a surprisingly large contingent here at this tournament of players that are going to be at this tournament this weekend and then the New York Regional the following. So I think it's fascinating. I think that a bunch of people from up north actually just said, you know what, let's go on a South Carolina vacation, come back up and finish it by playing in New York.
Just taking a glance here. Longer drive than I thought. I was like, I wonder how long of a drive it is. It's actually 10 hours from New York to Myrtle Beach. So now, granted, I think he's New Jersey now or somewhere in that neck of the woods. So it could be 8 hours, 9 hours, but still, that's a pretty good trek.
Oh yeah, that's why I did my drive from Florida. It was only 8 hours. I was cruising.
Yeah, a couple hour airline flight if you want to go that route, so not too bad.
Let's see how John Rose sets us up here. It's going to be a pretty important setup shot, knowing that Bobby will leave a finish as well. Might bail in the 20s. Oh, he does stay, and he does find it, and they're kicking it between the uprights.
Yeah, what a shot there to leave 81, forces some pressure on Bobby.
Matt Welch referring to the Renee matchup earlier there when they had the confusion on the board. Whenever there is confusion like that, it's always on. The correct answer is it's always on the onus of the player throwing to make sure the board state's correct before throwing. That's true with steel tip, soft tip, any form of darts. Is Joey outside? Gonna need to get the double 12. does sneak it in there. That's a very hard dart to find with getting underneath the flight. But to go back to that question there, handling it correct is just to pause the game, ask a referee if you don't know for sure. But what they did was the correct solution of backing up the dart that was accidentally put in and making sure the game state was correct before going on. With it but being a live stream board there, it's also a little bit easier knowing that you can just double check the live feed if something happened.
I want you to check this out from Joey here. Very smooth action, I will say that, but kind of unique pullback, I should say, as he throws back to that.
Yeah, that tip's pointing pretty high up there. He does bring it quite low, but it's such a smooth form.
Exactly. Well, he's also left eye dominant, it looks like. Because he pulls it back to his left eye.
Yeah, he's always been one of those players that, you see him at a BullShooter stop every now and again, but he doesn't really play in like any major leagues or circuits or anything. He'll show up to a regional tournament here or there and just be a total sleeper and go ruin your day at a local blind draw if you're playing against them.
He's trying to ruin Bobby's day here. He's got the advantage on the 20s. Does he go attack this 19 fairly quickly?
Well, you might not want to now after going haywire on the second dart there. Does collect the trip and last. With the X on the 20, you expect him to not move off it until he finds at least a trip anyways.
And that was kind of my mindset. And maybe he hits second dart there and takes a look down for the third, but wasn't able to convert. And Bobby does close the door on the 20s, but Joey attacked the 18s first or the 19s.
Yeah, I would just go. You can attack right at the 19s here. You're putting pressure on Bobby to hit an eye mark if he closes with just a 3. If you hit the open on the number, you're still leaving the same shot of a 9 mark. So either way is correct. I personally think I would have preferred the 19 though.
See, I'm the opposite. I prefer trying to open the wedge, but still it doesn't do it there. So no true gain at all there.
A massive let off. I mean, Bobby, even if the editing dart he's scoring right now in the 19s, even though it's just a 2 mark, is points that he probably would not have gone without having to hit a significantly harder shot if the 19s were close. So huge let off here, but it's up to Joey to make sure he course corrects on this turn.
There he goes. Right, finds it right with the first dart, then makes that transfer down.
Yeah, I like the switch back. He didn't like the way the dart was hanging over the 19 there. Scuba Steve Diker saying, I never realized I was left eye dominant until you guys streamed me. Look, we're imparting knowledge to the next generation of top tier dart players.
Yeah, if we notice some things, we'll try to point them out, just kind of talking points here and there that maybe, folks at home don't even realize until we bring it up, or maybe the players themselves obviously don't notice it until we bring it up. So
well, it's also why I will always tell people the best thing you can do for your practice is record yourself throwing. And I don't mean turn on a camera, throw 3 darts, turn off the camera, because you're not actually throwing. You're thinking about the camera. You go up there, record yourself playing a whole best of 3 against a Dart Connect bot or against Honest Ernie or whatever board you're playing on, the Arachnid home board. Record a whole game or 2 and then just go into a random part of that and just actually look at your form and see what you're doing, because you don't realize it until you take a look at it.
Agreed. Do it from the board view looking at you. Do it from the side angle as well. You can kind of point some things out from those views.
Yeah,
and just send them to Nick. Send them to Nick. Send all those videos to Nick. He'll tell you what you're doing wrong.
Yeah, no, you should send it to me, because if you looked at the Will's fall through, it's non-existent, and he actually is always around cameras and dartboards. So don't listen to him. Look at my follow through. It's beautiful.
Wow. Set up atrocious, follow through decent.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's probably true.
Joey in tune for a 2-0 win here.
Yeah, looking pretty comfortable in this one so far.
2-1 score line for Ian Hansen over Ted Joyle.
Yeah, one bowl away from getting the win here. So now Bobby, last stand over on the Bulls here is not going to go, and that's going to be all she wrote for this one. 4-4-3 from Joey John Rowe. Oh, maybe. Joey's still got to hit the bull. Joey, the middle. Does get it there.
Able to capitalize for the 2-0 victory as he will advance on to play Richard Sturbins in the next round. Wow, is that quick? Right as it happened, it transferred on over on TK. Looks like we got another ladies matchup on our board next to us here. Let me see what we've got in store for us. This looks like Robin Rogers taking on Kate Helton in this one.
I do apologize about that as I was in the middle of switching it over. Got a gentleman come back here saying, so what beer do you drink? I'm like, not now. And then they're like, oh, come on, you can drink a little bit. I was like, no, get away from me. I would never. I would.
Not now, Satan.
Not now. I just went in front of a microphone, guys. You think I'm unhinged now?
It is hard because there's a lot. We get that a lot, and we appreciate it, folks. We really do. But when we're working, we're working. That's how we look at it as. So we don't want to, put our jobs on the line per se and mess up. So
yeah, I would rather blame my Florida public education than I would the alcohol.
So Robin up at the line here, as you can see via our scoreboard. This winner will take on either Valerie Bragg or Amber Couch in the next round.
Yeah, Val Bragg, probably my pick for the ladies bracket. Stacey Tulloch was also on the lookout, but she did just get knocked down to the loser side from Allison Plombo. So I would have to say Val Bragg is probably going to be my go-to. I don't know if it was I think it was from New York last year is where she got her invitation to the invitational shootout. She's just one of those very competitive females that kind of locks in and seems like even though she broke her arm recently, healed up well and it's not bothering her now.
Look at her go here. What a shot.
And
up the 160.
The one might be disappointing, but I mean, nothing wrong with it there. Beautiful setup. I do believe after this match, we will have our first of the pro singles semifinals on the winner's side, which should be Stephen Phillips, Brian Langley there. And so we'll start going through the winner's side there as it continues to progress along. So just a heads up for anybody watching at home wondering what's coming up next. If you guys are curious and you want to follow along as well, we'll put the link in chat for the brackets. But you can also do it on your smartphone. Just go download the BullShooter app. It is free. Once you load up in there, just go over to the Tournament King section, select all events, and then from there you'll be able to see all the brackets, be able to follow along directly on your smart device.
Go back to Robin for the 115 look here. And what a look it's going to be. 15. Or bull for 15. That works too. I forgot.
Oh, no.
Oh,
you can't.
Stinks.
That's why you got to do the 15 in the middle.
Oh, no.
No immediate harm with Kate not on a finish, but if Kate leaves a finish now, then it becomes a little scary, but does not leave a finish there. Robin going to have to just laugh that one off.
Kate can't believe it either that she was unable to leave a finish there, so she's going to get another look and attack the same route. Okay.
Yeah, bold move, Con. I don't know. Insanity is doing the same thing again. But that being said, Kate 181, no real harm here. But in case the 54 doesn't go, needs to stay focused on trying to leave a finish here. She's frustrated right now. She needs to change up that song on the headphones.
Yeah, I got to change it to some Britney Spears. That always gets me growing.
Gets you what? Bullseye for Robin here.
What a good 50. That'll work. 1-0.
Yeah, pretty solid. I think Robin said, hey, can you give me a hand?
Now, hit me, baby, one more time with another leg.
Oh, all right. He's feeling it, folks. I was going more towards like toxic, but that's fine. I like it. Like where your head's at there. Our room, by the way, I mean, you know, we see a little bit from our one point of view here, but this room is packed with dart players right now, man. There's a lot of people eager to play some great matches out here. I do love seeing the turnout from the local community because, I mean, they just had Ghost on the Coast, I believe, last week or the week before, so just had another big tournament out there. So it's cool to see all the people still coming out and supporting darts just in general.
Well, that's tournaments these days is every weekend you're going to have numerous events that you can go to. It's just where we're at right now, and I love it. It's great.
You know, I'm trying to take a little bit of a peek. You can kind of see there a couple of people playing the boards, but look behind. You can just see all the other people playing on the other side of those boards over there. This room is massive and just filled with a bunch of different people playing darts and having fun out there.
Yeah, tons of action going on here at the South Carolina Regional for BullShooter.
Looks like we have a pretty meaningful set of matchups going up in the Pro Singles Losers bracket. Barry Bear taking on Austin Braswell, and the winner of that will get either Joey John Rowe or Rich Sturban. So pretty lethal section of the one-loss side of the bracket there. Robin does find the 19s of these. Going to try to go ahead and pile on a little bit. No, she's just going to go ahead and run around the board. Almost getting a white horse in there. Good shot from Rogers.
Yeah, impressive stuff from Robin as she is able to just transition right to the 18s, capitalize there, go down and get you a single on the 17s as well. The old, as you would say, gentleman's like game. But in this one, it's a ladies' game of cricket.
You know, that was beautiful, Will. I'm glad that the Impression School is paying off for you.
Thank you very much. Not no lady like anymore.
Well, Robin,
she pounds the points.
Yeah, she's throwing pretty well right now. I mean, she's up 3 numbers. Kate, I'm going to be honest. I think we just haven't seen truly what she's capable of in this matchup here. You can see the deep sigh, the big breaths. I would have to imagine it's a little bit of the nerves of the bullpen kind of getting in the head a little bit.
That's got to be it. You know, I mentioned that earlier. You know, you could be playing on the floor and all of a sudden out of nowhere you get called to the stream and you're like, oh, what just happened? Let me grab an extra beverage or two, Pepsi, you know, and then get right to it.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. She said, let me get another Pepsi, not Coke. She doesn't want Coke. She wants to get the second choice of colas and Pepsi. Yeah, Kate was actually undefeated going into this. She won 4 straight legs, 2-0 against Amber Bear and a 2-0 against Alice Circle. So yeah, I would have to imagine just some nerves of the moment.
You calm down with that second choice nonsense.
Who goes Pepsi first? What are you talking about?
Pepsi is the top tier soda. Let's hear it in the chat, folks. Pepsi or Coke? Let us know what you fancy. Drop it in there. This is very important. If you don't let us know, we're kicking you out. Yeah, everybody drop it in the chat.
As Gordon Stewart does tune in here, my favorite of the Gordons. Don't tell Gordon Dixon I said that.
I was about to say you should have said the better of the Stewarts.
I was going to say better the Stewarts, but Bryson exists. I thought that man helicopters.
We got one Pepsi, one Coke.
Pepsi, but Coke tastes better with pizza. All right. That's a take. Wow, a lot of Pepsi people. What is going on? What is happening?
I told you, you done messed up, son.
Chat, you guys are insane right now. This is incredible.
Hey, we didn't say no Sprite. We didn't say Dr. Pepper. We said Pepsi or Coke.
And to the one person that said Bud Light, you're the most wrong. Congrats.
And we're saying Coca-Cola, folks. Coca-Cola.
Oh boy, Robin 3 pulls away from taking this one 2-0 here. I can't believe I am astonished right now.
It's pretty 50-50 when you really go for it. So
yeah, but just that initial Pepsi wave was very overwhelming.
Yeah, buddy. Oh yeah.
And we'll be honest, it doesn't matter Coke or Pepsi. Dr. Pepper exists.
Dr. Pepper is what, 7-Up?
What?
Dr. Pepper 7-Up, I believe.
What, like who owns it?
Yeah, I think it's part of the 7-Up Corporation. No, I think I'm off on there. I think it's Coke.
I think Dr. Pepper is actually individually owned.
Yeah, because I think 7-Up's A&W and Sunkist and that stuff.
Back to the match. Robin, 3 pulls for the win.
Fun facts. Let's go back to match.
Oh man, yeah, Robin, absolutely a dominant display in this leg here. And Kate, shake it off. You got plenty of tournament life left in you. It's day number 1, and also there's a whole second side of this bracket here. Winner of this match will go on to play Val Bragg or Amber Couch in the next one. And then we do have confirmation. Stephen Phillips, Brian Langley will be our first semi-match. And then after that, we will get Ian Hansen and Dan Naylor.
There you go.
Yeah.
Winner. Robin Rogers. We'll move on.
Yeah, impressive display from her there. I mean, just after the initial battle on the 20s to go trip 19, trip 18, single 17, so much momentum. So much momentum from one way or another there. Is the chat is going crazy still about sodas. Did you say Dr. Pepper is a top-tier pop? Go on, lad. Go home. You had too many pints. Hey, be nice to little boom man. Show some respect.
I'm going to do some final counting on these numbers here because I've got a string.
You're going to count it out. Well, guys, Will's going to count our soda count real quick. We're going to take a quick moment here to get that next match up as Stephen Phillips, Brian Langley on their way over to the board. So don't go far, folks. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Will Stewart, bringing you coverage of the South Carolina BullShooter. Going to put on some tunage here, and we'll be back in... Oh, you got the stats already?
19 Pepsi, 12 Coke.
Wow, you guys are ridiculous. I'm putting on the music, turn off our mics. I'm going home. See you guys in just a moment for our first pro semi-match. Alrighty, guys, we're back with another great matchup here, as this should be a phenomenal one. Brian Langley taking on Stephen Phillips here for this matchup. As I am looking forward to seeing this one to see who gets their first opportunity to go into the seat matches. Brian, just don't break the dartboard, please. As we need it for the rest of our day here. This should be a good one. We have another lights off moment in the dart hall. So wherever that light switch is, we need to get that sorted out over there. It's the third time it's happened where someone's hit that light switch.
We got a party.
Are they keeping it? Are we just going to keep it? Do it.
Oh, dude, that looks great. We should keep it.
But it's only on that one side. Like, you can see the other side. It's so funny how that's... something just went out. I don't know. I guess they're playing through it there.
That is great. I think it's fantastic little cool view we got going on, but there we go. Brian Langley and Stephen Phillips. Stephen just stepping off the line there.
Yeah, it's hard to give a immediate edge. I'm going to give one to Stephen just because of how impressive his performance was. But honestly, Brian, after his first leg, it was also very impressive. I think he shot a 6-0 in the cricket leg. So in either case, this is going to be a tough matchup for both these guys here. They really want to get that win because you want to get that seat position, right? If you win the pro singles event, you get to go to the invitational shootout at the end of the tour. That's what everybody wants to do, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what's on the line here. But for me, Steven not losing a single leg yet, 9-0. That speaks volumes.
It certainly does. But let's see what he's able to do with the situation, right? I mean, if Steven's able to keep up the same stride, he's going to be an absolute threat, as this could be a big shot here. Brian does hit the 180 to leave the 161. A beautiful swing and a big shot there. Steven did not leave himself a finish on his previous visit. Trying to apply pressure here.
Needs another. Gets another.
Beautiful.
Sorry, Nick leaves him that 6-10 wire when he returns. If he returns.
161. He said, I'm going to get the one out of the way. I don't know if I like the strategy there. He does tee up 40. Beautiful shot from Langley. I think that was an excellent setup maneuver from Steven. You call it the 6-10 wire. The reason you say that, 6 double top, 10 for double 18. Right at the wire. You see, he aimed it. Nails it.
Yeah, okay with both outcomes there, whether it's 40 or double 18. So, yeah, right at the wire. Ends up on the 10 side, so goes double 18 and nails it. Second dart. 1-0 in his favor. 10 legs without a loss.
Quite the impressive streak. Something that I believe he's the only one that has not dropped a leg left in the bracket. Of Ian Hansen and Naylor did both drop legs in their matches there. Dan dropping, I believe, 3 total legs on the day, and Ian the same, 3 total legs. So do you think Steven's coming into this thinking he's a favorite in the bracket, or do you think he's having more of a nonchalant approach?
He's a nonchalant kind of attitude guy. He's just going to take it match to match. That's just Steven in a nutshell for you.
I mean, good mentality to have. I had a discussion with this about with Porky, right? And talking about, I was like, honestly, I feel like you're the underdog coming into your match against Nick East. This was prior to Wednesday. And he's like, I would rather be the underdog. There's no expectation there. If you do great, then that's great. If you lose, there was no expectation the other way around from the masses. So kind of a nice glass half full thought process there.
Decides to take the move to the 20s and close the door. Steven a subtle advantage of 5 points. Let's see what he does. I'm thinking new wedge. Yep. He likes those 18s. Why not first dart for him?
Yeah, and here's the only thing though I will say about that shot selection there from Steven. You start new wedge, you might as well stay there for one more. He found the first dart trip. If you stay for one more and then take one dart, you're only ever going to take one dart at the 19 in that shot if you are going to swing it. In this case, it does not really matter too much, although Brian does hit the 2 mark for the points and then is able to get the close.
Yeah, so you can see Steven not too thrilled with that. Knows he's got work to do now. But work to do. And he converts on a 5. Not enough to close the door on those 19s.
Yeah, didn't quite collect that close. A little frustrating because he's throwing really well right now, but Brian has the advantage of going first. And Brian's also having trouble collecting the trip on the 19s, and this time does not get that transition third dart close.
Yeah, I expect this to be advantage Steven after this round here.
It just needs at least 2 17s and is able to pop the 19. Extra credit on the assignment. Oh, no!
Did not expect him to miss the single 19.
Yeah, certainly an error here, but it's only an error as much as Brian can punish it. Brian trying to snap out of it. Going for the 5 mark, so did kind of go for the close. I think that's the best case scenario for Steven, because Steven now, if he needs to hit a 4 mark on a 16 and then can pop the 19 again, so not a detrimental position. 5 mark is kind of the target line here. Oh, no. Oh, no. Ryan's definitely going to take advantage of this now. It's completely his favor.
He's hit a stoppage in the road. And Brian's looking to collect.
Yeah, that's a massive shot from Langley because you don't want to go down 2-0, and he was given opportunities by Phillips. He capitalized on those opportunities. Even with a 9 mark here, won't be enough to regain the control. That was fine 7, though.
That's more of an aggravating 7 than anything, though. Knowing you were right there from it the whole time and then able to convert when it's almost too late.
Yeah, and just in this particular leg, going 1 apiece here, you didn't expect him to go undefeated the entire day, although he would have liked to, in leg differential.
Exactly. So looking more like 10-1 scoreline.
Very, very similar scoreline to like me playing against a Sean Green, for example, for you guys back at home.
That's it.
Yeah, did you see Sean's post that he tagged us in about an hour ago?
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Good work from
You know
Sean.
what, Sean?
Green.
Deal with it, buddy. Deal with it, Sean.
Oh,
possible?
Not a outshot leave for Steven, but this is a little bit interesting. If he hits at least 4 bowls here, it becomes interesting. Really, he needs 5 or more, though.
Yeah, he needs that extra dart in his hand, and unfortunately, that's not in the rule book.
Not in the cards today, I'd have to agree. As I do like that they decided to keep the lights off. I think that the tournament staff must be listening to the stream and heard Will's notes.
That's it. Let's keep party vibes going.
1 apiece.
4-0-3. Yep, 4-0-3 gets it done to a 4.0.
And admittedly, both those guys pretty far off from the standard of which we would expect to see these guys. You expect the low games to be 4-5s, the high games to be 5s at this point in the bracket, or the high games to be to the ceiling, but around a 5 on average. Both those guys being at the low 4s, definitely not something that neither one wants to do again. Both players do get in immediately. I like the double 10 over to the 19s using the bottom of the board. I'm always a bit, oh, Brian, you keep turning the board around. You're going to break it. Brian, those are expensive, so I'm told. Expensive enough that they won't give me one to put in my house.
It's just the also subtle tap that'll do it too, won't it?
Yeah, the little touch to the flip. Yeah, it's because they don't have the lock in place on them. I do actually know, we can talk about this here real quick. They're running a side event for anybody here in person. It's a game of Robin Hood where it's $5 to play. And you get a big 180 there from Brian as soon as I start going into an ad read. The Robin Hood game there, which is a game where you alternate between the 13-inch and 15-inch on the bullseyes. If you pay $5 to get in, whoever gets the high score at the end of the day gets $100. You can enter as many times as you like. As back-to-back 180s, I'm going to stop talking.
So yeah, enter into the Robin Hood event. Okay, all right, back to the match.
Back to the match. Ryan trying to leave a finish here. Phillips teed up at 1-2-1. I expect this to go. Is that crazy to say? I kind of expect this to go.
No, it's not. And we'll see how he fancies it too. 25 first. Or, yep, 20s. 11 for Bull. Trip 11 is double 14.
Oh, doesn't quite go, but it's a valiant effort. Ryan, though, can make this one sting a little bit if the 140 goes in his direction. 20 tops for the fans. Do it. Do it now. No.
Once again, folks, thanks for joining us here. This is your pro Winterside top 4. This BullShooter South Carolina Regional.
Over in Myrtle Beach, right on the beach. Wow, well inside on that last start there from Phillips. Very much, I would argue to say a slack effort as Ryan here. You expect 3 clear at 40.
Yeah, I think 8 out of 10 times he's taken that out, and it goes over to Brian. He's got to take a step over. Oh my!
Yeah, a little finish line-itis.
Yeah, chances given, chances missed. Who wants it? 2-1.
Oh no! Goes into the 17 here. Opportunity handed back over once again. This is a little dicey.
Wow.
Went right at it and does take it there. And Brian Langley going to be happy with the fact that he's on match point after some missed outs from both of these gentlemen.
Brian, one leg away from our king seat match here. It's either Ian Hansen or Dan Naylor that will await.
Sean's saying Pepsi, but likes Cherry Coke the best. All right.
Yeah, of course.
All right. We know the truth, Sean. Keep it real.
He would say that, though. What a weirdo.
I'm excited. I know, I believe Sean Green's going to be back on our tour stop here next week over in New York for Niagara Falls. So you'll be back. You're having FOMO now, but you'll be back. Of course, always a pleasure to have all the varying cast and crew. And then I know we have DJ and Gordon still in the mix here to come up soon at one of our future stops. Is the last of our tours getting finalized right now. And I'm having fun at the prospects, all these different places we get to go to.
Yeah, making your way around the U.S. I was going to say, making your way downtown. Walk in fast.
All right. I didn't know the next line. I wish I could have helped out more there, but slack
Walk
effort
in
by Nick
fast.
DeShare. Oh, boy. Back to the match. God, Ryan's really done an imprint on us with that one, huh?
He really has.
Yeah, I do want
He
to
really has.
appreciate everybody right now that is on the BullShooter Facebook or YouTube. We are also live on USA Darts Facebook and YouTube. Make sure to go give them a follow. If you're on the USA Darts Facebook and YouTube, we're also live on the BullShooter Facebook and YouTube. Make sure to go over there and give them a like and a follow. Do love the multi-streaming action that they let us do here.
Got a few folks singing along. Melanie Cox says, I was singing along for sure. Yeah, it's good.
Listen, I'll be honest. I'm sorry. It's something that is totally on brand for me to know the lines of. So it's entirely my fault.
Now, nope, that's not right. Can't do that one.
Yeah, total travesty for me. I apologize, everybody. Back and forth battle right now on the 20s and 19s here. Who will get the first swing that gets the close? Ryan wanted to be him.
He stayed there, tried to capitalize, and with only a 7-point advantage, isn't able to do so. So back to Steven.
And at least even a 3 mark, and he's going to hit it as a 5.
Yeah, he'll take a shot all day when he hits a first start triple.
Yeah, I mean, it was high risk, middle tier reward from Brian on the stay in the previous visit for the last start at the 20. Obviously, if you get the close, that's great, but you're only up 7 points there, so it's not as much as you would really hope for. And now, even here, like I would pop the 20 on this last start, but Phillips now has control of this leg.
Yeah, he does have control in the way he's hitting on these 18s.
He doesn't know. He didn't
What
pay
is he
attention.
doing?
He didn't pay attention. I mean, good last.
Yeah, but still, I mean, I was saying the way he's hitting on these 18s, I figured he'd collect on the first start, but when you go at a closed number, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, and that's a massive let off. A 5 mark here gives it within 1 point, but you're down with no numbers. I think, honestly, I wonder if that threw off Brian with how much disbelief that last shot was. It wasn't really punished. This is a very squirrely affair between these guys, and kind of, let's be honest, they're B-, C+ games that we're seeing right now, knowing how well these players can shoot. Again, he went back up to 20. He went back up to 20 again. He doesn't know.
What is he doing?
I think Brian's about to say something. Look at this. He said the 20s are close after another dart thrown at them.
He had to tell him there. That's crazy that Brian just let him know, hey, your 20s are closed.
That's insane. And it's not even getting punished, but if you didn't know Steven was a steel tip player before, now you do.
No. I mean, he plays enough cricket, don't get me wrong. I'm surprised he did that.
I think he's surprised he did that too.
I'm sure Brian's like, is this guy messing with me right now? That's why he probably turned around and was like, those are closed, right? And Steve was like, oh, yeah, my bad.
Okay. Whoops. Well, Ryan here with a big opportunity towards the tail end of this leg on match points. Last start gets kicked out there, so since he didn't regain the point lead, if you're Steven, you're thinking 6 mark, 6 mark, 6 mark, 15 to the 16 every single time here. But can he collect it? That's the first one in. Oh, it's collecting.
This is crazy. Look at him move all the way over to capitalize on a 9.
Beautiful, beautiful 9 mark there.
He about messed around and found out, instead turned it around in his favor. This is going to be 2-2, folks. So we potentially go into a next leg. Yeah, we should be squared away now. I wanted to make sure. I didn't want to talk too fast.
Yeah, Phillips should be able to collect the hat trick here, but just in case, Brian did take out the insurance policy by closing the 15s and getting 2 bulls. Oh, well low. And now the double's blocked. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. 3 bulls
Door's
needed.
Still open. Door's still open.
Oh my goodness. What a find this would be.
This is absolute madness. Steven put himself out of this.
He absolutely did. He wasted 3 different darts thrown at the 20s that were closed, and then over there, just the attempt at the bullseyes after his 9 mark was a little wonky. He definitely is a little frustrated himself there, but Brian's going to be happy with the turnout there, and you can see a lot of good sportsmanship between those guys, giving each other some daps, some respect between the two here.
It's just crazy to me that actually went down like that. Steven's smarter than that. He knows better. But just that little lack of concentration, it'll cost you eventually, and it cost him there. So where are we headed off to next, Nick?
Well, I do believe we're going to get the other men's semi in just a moment here. So this is actually going to be a losers bracket matchup that we're going to be looking at. Let's see specifically. This is going to be Marcia Scholl and Kristen Palmer.
There we go. I was searching, and couldn't find the answer. And old Nikki's doing everything and found the answer for me. So appreciate it, buddy.
Not old.
Hey, you know what? Of all things, just be lucky I said old. Okay?
That's true. There's a lot of other choice words you could have said there. Is Ginger says the best in chat. Commentator's curse, referring to us calling the end of that last leg there. And, you know, that was a true commentator's curse. That was pretty bad. I'm not going to lie.
Well, that's what I said. I said, unless he messes around here. And what does he do? What does he do? Cut me some slack, Virginia.
No, she ain't. And you shouldn't. Because all you two do when you guys get together is make fun of my dancing. And I'm not okay with that.
Well, get better at dancing, Nick. Take a class or two, because there's a bass that you can get your rhythm off of, but when you don't know what a bass is, I guess you'll never figure it out, huh?
It's all about that bass, about that bass, about that bass. No treble. That's what they say.
All right.
Ginger even says, get better. I'm glad that you guys still agree. It's bad because I'm not gonna lie. When we were finished with setup, a little downtime, the team got together and we played a couple games of darts. You know, a little team building here at Arachnid. And I was playing Johnny Jenkins, and one of the songs came on. I busted a little groove, and I think that man almost cried of laughter. I felt terrible after that whole ordeal. I said, all right, I'm done.
Kristen Palmer is looking promising for this leg, and she's already up 1-0. This is game 2. Rhonda Farmer, who we've seen earlier, is awaiting the winner of this one.
I do believe Kristen is the better half with Joey John Rowe that we saw earlier on our stream. So, again, one of those things where we talk about these couples in darts or these brothers or families or whatever else may have you. When you have a good practice partner, it makes both of you throw better. Got a dog running around in there? We got Tito? Which one we got?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess
You're okay.
Hannah let them downstairs.
Oh, no, it's okay. I was just curious which puppers are hanging along with us here.
Both of them. Dang turds.
Oh, it's okay. I miss my cat. Got some animals back at home, but it's okay. The cat has to deal with the fact that I'm on the road. I don't think he understands, but I don't think he minds either.
Got to deal with it, Fred.
Fred,
how about this from Kristen, though? 3.13, needing just the bowl to advance.
Yeah, you kind of expect her to go ahead and get this one popped on the dartboard here and get a 2-0 win, and this is a loser's bracket match.
Get this one popped to the dartboard here.
What's wrong with that?
This is good. It's just good.
Oh, Will. So far, Nick, we've been having fun having you here, buddy.
Nick. Thanks for having me here. It's been great. Well, what do we got next? We got Ian Hansen that's going to take on Dan Naylor on board number 7. It's a top 4 on the winner's side in our pro bracket, folks. Winner will advance to play Brian Langley in our king seat match. That's what we got coming up for you next.
We'll be back in just a moment's time as soon as Dan gets over to the board. In the meantime, enjoy this sick tunage. None of this music I made myself, but boy, oh boy, is it fun. Fun songs.
My way downtown, walking fast. Faces passing them home. I don't know.
All right. So anyways, we'll be back in just a moment. Here we go. Our other top four on the winner's side here. Hi, guys. I'm Nick the Sheriff, bringing you coverage of this one with my good friend Will Stewart as well. And this should be a great matchup that we're seeing. This is going to be Dan Naylor going up against Ian Hansen in what should be a great affair in this not top 5 matchup.
Turn into a NASCAR commentator here with your top 5 lingo. Top 10s next. Here we go, folks. Ian Hansen, Dan Naylor. Should be an exciting top 4 matchup. Yeah, some surprises in our last one as Brian Langley got over the line in Stephen Phillips. Kind of having some mishaps at the board to get Brian over the line. But, hey, no matter what, we have only a few competitors left on our pro singles bracket. Joey Genro, Stephen Phillips, got Joey Gio, and John Leggett. John Leggett's a really good shot. I didn't even see him in the bracket until now. Ian Hansen, Dan Naylor, and then Brian Langley, your remaining field here in this one.
Yeah, so just a heads up for the tail of the tape, as the women's bracket and the non-pro bracket are significantly larger fields. So after this, we are going to go right into the seat match, and then from there into probably third place final, because the women's, I believe, are still on the top 8 winners side there, and they just are starting the top 8 right now on our other board, which we'll get a peek at as well. So yeah, great stuff going along here. Is this pro bracket's cruising, and honestly, and I've noticed a trend lately, Will, and I want to know your opinion on it. But I feel like lately players, especially on the ones that travel to many tournaments, on the pro side or just in general, they just begin to the boards faster and starting matches sooner. Do you feel like players are just getting a little bit better at doing that at the average event?
I would agree with you there. I think that everybody's wanting to just push themselves and get done as quick as possible because they know that, time in the dart hall necessarily isn't thrilling or – hold on.
Wow.
What an out.
Wow. Dan Naylor nails it for a 12 darter.
Yeah, time in the dart hall can be tough, especially if you're there all day long. So if you can take those rest periods and get done with your event, maybe have a little break there to grab some lunch or whatever it may be, that's probably the best attack plan. So, yeah, and I'm glad that you mentioned it because we don't dabble enough in the women's or non-pro brackets early in our streams, and that's the reason why. The non-pro is just or the pro side is just going to go so quick, and the other ones are significantly bigger brackets that you're talking double the field in the women's bracket than the pro side. So.
Yeah, and again, it's just going incredibly fast overall. And it's also just a lot of 3-0s and 3-1 wins on the pro side, which is kind of pushing it a little bit faster than normal too. Dan Naylor, very impressive in that last one. Ian felt like he left some out on the court. Wasn't too happy with his beginning performance, but nothing to really cause alarm bells. Did play him earlier, and we played a little best of 3. He did beat me 2-1. But that was also because I missed 9 darts for 3 bowls.
Let me tell you, he went NASCAR commentary. Now he's going basketball commentary with this court reference.
Yeah, well, the only other NASCAR I got is boogity, 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 let's go racing. That's the only other one I got for NASCAR.
That's the best. That's the best line.
Oh, it's phenomenal. And then I guess I got another NASCAR. Ka-chow.
That's Disney, buddy. That's just cars. We'll just consider it that.
It's NASCAR to my heart.
The Piston Cup here.
Oh,
I watch a lot of cars these days. Let me tell you, way more than I ever did when I was a kid.
I think the Cars movies are phenomenal. I love what was it, not Stephen Phillips. He's just playing on stream. Stephen A. For the sports commentator doing a whole breakdown of if Lightning McQueen is the GOAT or not by Piston Cup wins. Like watching an actual Sports Network breakdown animated car movie was big moments in the nerd community.
Top level stuff, right? Wanda is joining us. She says is watching. So Wanda, we saw her at the FA Darts throwdown, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, you weren't mistaken. We got to see her in that team event where she was a beast.
Look at this from Ian. Hey, who's watching the booth, Ian?
Paulette doing all the hard work, as per usual.
Of course. Per usual.
Do you want to say I did have a wardrobe malfunction when I got here? a little incident with the clothes packed. We'll leave it at that. And so they did give me a couple of jerseys to borrow for the weekend, so I do appreciate Ian and Paulette for that one.
So what really happened is as Nick walked into the hotel, 3 random guys came back and grabbed his shirt and ripped it.
That's it.
That seems to be a trend on TikTok these days.
They saw those BullShooter G3 polos and said, all right, watch this. So far, Ian's doing a good job of controlling this leg. Solid standing from both these guys at the high 4s right now. It's going to drop just a little bit there for Dan, but yeah, no real notes so far. Ian's just kind of defending his 20s and playing pretty traditional cricket so far.
Yeah, he's needs these 15s here. May go back up.
You can see Ian kind of, and he admittedly does not play nearly as much anymore. He still participates in a couple of the BullShooter events when he is here. But for the most part, Ian will tell you that like he's kind of stepped back from trying to grind out the playing side of the affair. And, you know, he still has a very solid throw, but you can tell he's definitely short stroking a little bit of these darts. You can see he's kind of almost releasing a little bit early and kind of pushing through it.
Go ahead and close back up to the 20s.
Oh, he floats the last one, leaving Dan an opportunity for potential 2-0 jump. It would be a heck of a shot, but wouldn't count anything out. He already took out a 106. I'll go now. Oh, and he lost the coin flip there. You take the coin flip. You either stay for the double bull and try to get the point lead, add a dart to Ian, or you go for the close to guarantee that he doesn't try to bury you. Tough situation, but does not get the close. And Ian is highlighting the bottom wire there and then floats the last dart. No outshot available, but pretty interesting. Sorry, there is an outshot available.
Definitely.
Bad math.
I would say there's definitely an outshot available. It's a difficult one, but it was available.
And this time,
to get out in front.
Yeah, Dan opts to stay on the bull there to add the dart rather than before where he took the last dart look at the close. Let's see if that pays off for him. Ian is going to try to just bury these 20s. You shouldn't even consider looking at the bull in this throw.
Yeah, you should just hammer down. Doesn't capitalize. Only 60 on the board. This could hurt.
This will hurt.
For 2-0.
No, it does not.
Wow.
Big find on the last 38-point difference now means that Ian, even if he gets a first start trip 20, probably should stay no matter what here. So Dan will more likely get a reapproach of the board. Ian's kind of floating these darts. He wasn't earlier in the leg. Another huge let off. Single bull now for 220s needed. Up to the 20s.
Yep, just 2 needed. Grabs it. 2-0 advantage for Dan Naylor. Trying to nail in this coffin.
Wow, Will with the puns? Will with the puns today.
Had to give you one.
I love it. No, I'm here for it. We here at Arachnid believe in having a fun time on our live stream. We want you to make all the puns. No booms, but all the puns.
Every pun imaginable. Good start from Ian.
Ian's going to be in close pursuit, though. Does find 100 on the end. Good find. Oh,
especially after missing that.
Dan, you what? No, what? Guys, you bumped it.
I don't think
there you go. He realized it there.
Yeah.
It took him an extra second.
He's out here trying to cheat. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you know what? Cancel Dan. That's what I've been saying. No.
This guy out of here.
He said those 3
Great
points
stash.
is what I need.
Great stash. Terrible play. No, I'm just kidding. Good on him to halt that real quick.
I'm curious here because we saw how much Ian was struggling with the 20s at the end of that last leg here. If that's going to be the case, or if he's going to be able to get a little bit more settled in here. So far, it looks like he's doing just fine on his open, but Dan, honestly, has been playing pretty impressive, other than towards the tail end of that last leg.
He really has. He's got a great chance at this king seat spot. I mean, yeah, you're in this position, you got a great chance anyways, but I'm just saying he's playing well up to king seat capabilities here.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more there. And great shot there from Mr. Super Darts himself, finding a 180 to leave the 1-2-3 finish. He says, guys, I can do cool stuff too. Oh, can we get one back-to-back? We do get back-to-back. Now the 1-2-3.
Superb.
1-2-3 has to go now, Will.
That's when you kind of look at the 19s there.
Oh!
But he still capitalizes. Wow.
Ooh, that's a good shot and a good way to save the match here, knowing that you're punching on 81. And I like the use of the bull in the 1-2-3. If you hit the single bull, it does leave you the 98, so trip 20, double 19, like Ian expertly showed us there. If not, you leave yourself at 73, which is not the cleanest of leaves if you hit the double, but I do like that it give him a shot on the second dart to still stay in. A lax start there from Dan.
Yeah, see if Ian can take advantage. Okay, so somewhat lackadaisical start from both of these guys.
Sorry, guys, I just found out that there's pizza available, and I'm really excited about that.
You keep your mouth shut. Don't you dare try to take any of that pizza.
You want some?
Oh yeah. Send it on over, bud.
Listen, if you live closer to the Kansas City airport, you won't have to send nothing. Won't have to send nothing. No, of course, we do appreciate you filling in remotely here, as we always try to get everybody out on the site in person if possible. But honestly, with the hectic travel schedule, especially for you and I in particular, I mean, I'm on the road 4 weekends in a row for this one. I know you'll be on the road again. You'll be remotely next week, and then after that, you have another event in November, the EDC finals.
Yeah. So, no, a little time at home is A-okay with me, so I'm fine with it. I'll catch you at the next one. I believe Nebraska is going to be my next event, so.
Yeah, the Nebraska BullShooter. Spoilers, guys. Will Stewart will be the commentator for that one, potentially.
Whoopsies.
Yeah, that one you will be there for. You could drive to Nebraska.
Yeah, about 5 hours for me, so not too far up the road. Looking forward to being there on site.
I do love how desensitized we get with our long drives and our flights and what we're willing to accept for them because of how often we have to do crappy drives and crappy flights. So.
Oh, 5 hours is A-okay with me. I'll take that drive. Usually
Next week,
it's a 10-hour.
Oh yeah, 10 hours is the hard line limit. 10 hours is the most I am willing to do, and by myself at the very least. As Mark Summers, he asks, what about next weekend? Next weekend will be myself and Sean Green on the call for that one.
I'm up to 14 now. I think do 14 hours one day is fine, but you're ready for bed right after that. Well, Dan has put himself in a great position here, needing 2 bulls for a 3-1 win and a match against Brian Langley for the king seat. I swear, Nick, if you're grabbing that pizza right now, I am gonna.
Not yet. I was looking at our bracket here to see what was going on. So no, I'll be honest. I'm eating pizza. Don't you worry about that. As it looks like, for some reason, there's a hold up on our ladies' side here. So we're going to begin that seat match here next on our main board. So give us just a quick moment, folks. We'll be back in just a moment. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Will Stewart, and we'll be back with the King seat match in our pro singles. I'm for another great matchup as Brian Langley tries to spin the dartboard there for the 15,000th time. My name's Nick Teixeira, joined by Will Stewart on the calls against Dan Naylor and Brian Langley. Seat match here in our pro bracket, South Carolina Regional. Will, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. Excited for this King seat matchup. We've only got a few players left in this bracket. Joey John Rowe, won 2-0 over Ian Hansen. John Liggett playing Stephen Phillips right now in the other 5th, 6th place matchup. And then we got these two guys who have fought through to get to this point here. So Dan throwing some impressive stuff to get into this position. Brian kind of just managed to fight his way to this point. What do you think?
Yeah, honestly, out of these two players, Brian's shown the most grit between the two of them, just from the matches we saw, a little bit more of a larger sample size. But Dan had some lethal finishing and some big checkouts. So really, I could go either way on this matchup of who's going to get the win here. I'm going to give a slight advantage to the savvy veteran of Brian Langley, though.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. He goes down to the 19s, capitalizes on 1-3-3 to do the leave the 2-6-5, and I guarantee he's going to be looking at that same wedge when he returns.
Yeah, sitting at the 265, 76 there on the going for 95 to leave the 170, excuse me, as I completely stumble over my words here. Hi, guys. Professional darts commentator Nick Teixeira here.
Semi-professional. I think the only one that can put himself in the professional category is Ryan Mooneyham.
That truly is professional, I'll tell you what.
Low time to leave 1-4-4.
Great setup, and Dan's going to need a big one here to try to close that distance.
Yeah, but somewhat surprising, though, from Brian that he opted to go up top there instead of downstairs. He just turned a 1-3-3, a 95, 1 trip 19 sets up the 170, but chose up top, still capitalized, and left himself at the 1-4-4. So advantage Brian. Yeah,
Dan Naylor needed to find the 180 if he was going to stay on the 20 segment. After the first two, he could have gone to the bull there to either leave the 170 or the 145, or 155 or 145. But wow, hi guys, I'm really struggling today. Dan has an opportunity now, though. Brian only sitting at 102 did not take advantage of the fact that he left the first checkout. $102, what's your route?
16s.
See if Brian agrees. And 6 wire, 10 for 32. Or double 10 for double 11. Count them up.
Double gets it done. Okay.
That was exactly as he drafted up that.
Clearly unintentional. 10 for 32 is what he wanted. No, I feel like I want to explain the 16 route. It's an older school style, but anything around that trip 16 wedge leaves yourself a checkout. So if you fall short, you're fine. If you go above, you're fine. If you hit a triple anywhere, you're okay. So, but hey, Brian showed us trip 20, double 10, double 11.
Yeah, and sometimes you got to rewrite the textbook, but no. What he did exceptionally well there is obviously he didn't account for the double 10, but how quickly he was able to process what happened and how quickly he's able to adjust off it. That's not easy to do. It's easy to break your own rhythm when a situation like that occurs.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, it's easy to step off or get frustrated at yourself there and be like, oh, now I got to go with this one. But no, if you just concentrate on the next, on the double and go for it, hey, things can go your way. And that's what he did on the double 11 to put himself 1-0 ahead. But he's got to fight in this leg. Dan Naylor out ahead 140-0.
Yeah, Naylor's doing a good job of just kind of bouncing back immediately after what was, I wouldn't even say it was really a strugglesome leg there. He was just going against the darts, and he's not going to have any alarm bells going off. I just watched first season Ted Lasso. He's thinking like a goldfish right now, man. Every 10-second memory.
Well, Naylor is a roofer by trade, so he's used to putting the hammer down
Oh, where were you after the last hurricane in Florida? I needed you.
By the way, fun fact, he's definitely not a roofer. I don't know what he does for a living.
They're just because of the last name.
So if you need any roofing help, do not reach out to Dan. I can promise you, he's probably not going to be the use.
Hey, if anybody knows what Dan Naylor does for a living in the chat, let us know how far off the margins we were. Marine, help us out.
Pretty substantial.
Like a software engineer.
He's an insurance salesman. He's
Or
a Danny
roofs.
Baggish of all things. 7 mark for Dan. 236 to 176. Puts him ahead here.
Yeah, Ryan had a little bit of a cold start to this leg and gave the 20s and 19s early on. Has done a great job of course correcting here. That being said, it's not been the results he's wanted. He's not doing enough to challenge the darts here. It's expected to go 1-1 from this position. Marine words his job title in the sketchiest way possible by saying he does some work with pharmaceuticals on the belt. All right. You heard it here first.
She said like packing it. She said packing it, like packing it and stuff. So
Yeah. You know, put it in little bags. No, I get it. Jokes aside.
Hello.
How's it going, everybody? Oh, not any collection there until the last start on the 16s. Need at least a 4 mark to regain the point lead and add a dart. Dan's going to go ahead and just pop that single 16 and then over to the 15s here. And he's been playing pretty steady here. There's a little bit of kick on that last dart, but it goes right into the trip.
Dan is from Wilmington, North Carolina. He has no work history. He's never had a job in his life.
Or he didn't put it in on Facebook, and that's why we got more in here.
That's what that means. Okay.
Right now, darts seems like his job. Currently throwing a 5.17 after 7 rounds here. 3 bulls needed to make this 1 apiece here.
Yeah, pretty impressive here for him. Gets it done. 5-1-0, 1-1.
So now the question really just becomes, will Brian control his throw here once again in 0-1? It's going to be one of those things where you kind of not overthink it by any means. You know, okay, I have the advantage going first. That's great. But when you start getting too excited about that prospect, it can lead to some very precarious situations.
It really can. It really can. Interesting end goes double 10.
Yeah, he's been going double 10 for the most part there. I think he's just going right at that 10-15 line and just been falling into the 10s. You know, at the end of the day, it's the 10-15 is the same as the 8-16 when it comes down to math. There's no clear advantage. Just about what double you feel most comfortable with. I want to see one of these guys go double bull in. That's what I want to see.
Oh, come on. Give it to us.
Do it.
That's just such an interesting end to go double 10. It's just, I know some people fancy the double 15, but.
Well, it's also just, I mean, think about it in the sense of typically when you're looking at the average dart player, or excuse me, the pro dart player, if you're playing the pro bracket, right? Dart players that are missing typically on the pro side will miss vertical, not horizontal. Horizontal misses are harder to adjust for. Vertical misses are only about timing. And so therefore that's why you have advantage. That's why Alex Feldman said with the throw he would probably go 16s. It's because you have the ability to miss with the vertical aspect, giving a little bit more leeway, rather than if horizontal misses, that's when you would benefit off the 20s or the 19s for your double in.
Yeah. So we've got a little update from the women's singles bracket. Allison Plumbo, the first lady into the top 4 on the winner's side. Valerie Bragg, Robin Rogers. They will play on board number 6 next. Got Jordan Hudson taking on Dawn Lewis. And then Catherine Yates taking on Brandy Miller. That's your winner's side bracket right now.
Good stuff there. Good stuff from Dan as well, finding the 180, putting Brian under pressure to find the 165. Took a second. He almost threw the 180 and was like, wait a second. And nails the 165 setup. Maximum pressure on the 81 now.
Yeah, what a shot there from Brian. Lots of pressure out of the 81. But how about doing 2 for 2-1?
Oh, still live.
Oh, that is tough. That is very difficult. Falls just shy, 1 hole outside of the intended double. And that pesky double 3 comes in to view.
The worst double on the board.
So much.
It's the worst one.
It's terrible. What a steal.
And you see a little bit of a fist bump there from Brian and giving a little bit of a subtle celebration. I love it when the players give the celebration without turning around fully. It's kind of like if the opponent wasn't really looking at it, they wouldn't see it type of deal. It's subtle, but you can definitely tell Brian's feeling this one.
Yeah, it's a hidden one.
I know the handful of times I have played in front of cameras, my favorite thing is to talk into the camera, tell them everything I'm thinking, but then turn around and just act like I haven't said a word. Turns out I love talking. Ryan has a big opportunity early on this leg. Only 2 mark open for Dan.
Yeah, he thought about it for a second. What a shot from Brian. Oh, my goodness. What a 9 mark. Broom goes the janitor.
Oh, whammy.
Brian is a janitor by trade, folks. He does. No, I'm just kidding.
You're going to get me with this again. I fell for the roofer already.
Can't believe you fell for the roofer.
Well, Dan can't believe he went back-to-back 2 marks. That's what you can see the disappointment, the body language. He's looking down at the floor. He's shaking his head. One of these things where Brian can win this right now, and I say that simply by the fact of just the momentum's in his favor. 3 numbers and 60-point head start in this leg. Dan's going to have to bed these 17s and hope for a little forgiveness here from Brian. And no 2 mark this time.
Yeah, you got to eventually collect there. Although not enough, I feel, as Brian has a pretty good advantage here in leg number 4.
Yeah, he's pretty well out in front, although not going to be able to get the 17s done in this turn. He does stay. I'm surprised he stayed. You don't want to give too much ground away because, honestly, Dan right here, if he hits 2 trips on the 17, he can pop one of these 2 numbers that he has an X on. Otherwise, he's going to be relegated to stay or grab another number. Just a 3 mark. Definitely feeling the pressure of the moment, it seems. Ian Hansen in the background probably wanting to go up to Dan and saying, hey, you didn't do that against me. What the heck?
Yeah, right. Where was this little stumble at when I was playing you?
Brian, so far, probably the most consistent player we've seen on our pro board so far.
Yeah, I mean, we said that about Dan earlier, but, that was, I guess, just early thoughts here is he's, kind of took a hit, and Brian's just ran away with this one. But, yeah, he'll potentially be that king seat holder and have to get double dipped in order to lose this one.
Yeah, it's pretty much, I wouldn't say quite set in stone, but it's about set in stone here as he gets the 4th number up. Great position and great performance so far as Joey Johnrow and Stephen Phillips will be playing their 4th place match to see who goes to play Dan Naylor, barring one of the most incredible late comebacks we'll see.
Yeah, 2-1 win there for Stephen Phillips over a good player in John Leggett.
Now Brian just needs to grab over to the 16s. Grabs them right onto the bulls. And here's your cautionary tale here. And not that this necessarily changed the outcome of this match, but this is so key. If you look at Dan's body language now versus his previous match, not that he was super animated before, but it's so important to keep your mentality in a positive place and try to be as positive about the situation as possible, even when you're in a bad one. Because the moment he started dropping his head down and lowering those shoulders just a little bit and everything, it was the moment where it kind of felt like it was going a little bit off the rails for himself there. And it's one of those things where he's just got to snap out of it and realize he has the game to be able to come back.
He's still got another shot up here at the board, but yeah, chances are Brian's going to take the win. He's going to come back no matter what. Just extending it out.
Yeah, I mean, you can't give up. You're not going to give it for free now.
You're right. Well, Scotty Burnett, how's it going, buddy? Happy Friday to you, and thanks for the super chat.
Yeah, $10 super chat. Do appreciate that. Scotty B, legend in his own right.
Never heard of. No, I'm just kidding.
Wait, you're talking about the
Had to,
Arizona
Scotty.
Premier
Had
League
to.
commentator, Scotty Burnett. Of course.
Did he comment? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was on the day where they had the where Tim Goodwin was out, and so like they had me, they had Scotty. I think Kirshner was also supposed to jump on there as well. I don't know if he did or not, but we all kind of like bounced around and hopped on. So yeah,
I heard
Scotty's a legend.
I heard some scary stuff that Scott Wollaston was going to be at EDC, and that's scary if he's going to be around us.
Oh,
there you go, Brian. Brian Langley gets the job done. 3-1 win for him as we're going to head right on over to this ladies matchup. Valerie Bragg taking on Robin Rogers, a current scoreline of 1-0 in favor of Robin.
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup. Robin was pretty impressive from what we saw from her, and of course Val was the one I picked as my front runner for the ladies bracket here, so I'm very curious to see how this one will play out. So far, it looks like Robin's doing a good job of taking control.
Well, that last leg was the first leg that Valerie has lost in this bracket. She's gone 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 so far. Robin has only lost a single leg, and that came in her first round matchup against Jessica Brown.
Yeah, she's been doing pretty solid stuff on the board, and Val's one of those feisty competitors, right? I mean, she's one of those girls that really kind of gets herself fired up every time she goes up to throw, and yet she's one of the sweetest, nicest people you ever get a chance to talk to in between the games. But when she's playing, she's scary. I mean, I'll just say it. She's terrifying.
She is not. She's a great person.
In between, I don't want to play against her. She scares me. I'm also just scared of empowered women.
I don't want to play Liz Tynan. She's a beast.
That's
I don't want to
valid.
play Chrissy Gramble. She's another beast. I don't want to play Paula Murphy either. I don't want to play any ladies, really. Just they're too talented these days. Again, and I just don't play enough darts. Let's be honest. You beat me, and you're trash.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, it was really fun advocating for you to become a part of our stream team here just to get ragged on for the weekend. Looking forward to it.
This will be my last event, I guarantee you.
Yeah, in Nebraska, it's going to be Nick and his sorrows commentating.
Robin doing what she needs to do here. She's up 1-0 and looking great for this leg. She is down point-wise, but has the house advantage with the 20s and 19s. Or 20s and 18s, sorry.
Yeah, and you can see Val on the attempt there. She went up to start the close. I would have absolutely preferred all three of those darts to start at the 15 there. Robin should be able to get the point lead in one dart here. This would be pretty crazy for it to go 2-0 here. And I only say that in the sense of just, again, both these lasers are so tough, you kind of expect it to go the full distance. But Robin goes right at the 15s, wasting no time.
Well, we saw her do this gameplay in her previous match on the stream. She had the same mindset. Go ahead and open up some more wedges and then kill a shot there towards the end.
I do want to say, speaking of all the top tier women we were listing off earlier, notable exclusion in the field here. No Shay Cole, which she does live in the South Carolina area. She's her and Ronnie went over to the UK, it seems. So
Yep.
that's another terrifying female on the dartboard that is I'm happy to see in the WCS.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going and enjoying Wolverhampton or what may be on their mind here for a trip overseas. I'm going to be doing that same trek next month. Wow, that's scary. I just realized that. Yeah, next month I leave for the UK. Uh-oh.
You had a lot of fun when you were out there last year.
Yeah, we went to the World Match Play. This time we're going to be going to the World Championships and doing some media stuff for them. So how about 2 bulls for the win? Elect for more points.
And then bails out on the plan to go back to the 2 bulls.
Oh.
I think the thought process there was start the bull. If it goes, it goes. If not, I'll hit at least a single so my numbers can't get all closed out. But in this case, Val's just going to fight along here. And does find 4 bulls. Great shot from Bragg. Locking in there. There's a little celebration with it, too. Expect Robin to get this one done and dusted. She does go ahead and close the bull here. Basically telling Val, if you do return, you have to hit a big 7 mark. Obviously go to the 15s for the points there. 20-point difference. Val needs it a 7 mark to save it.
It's going to be a big 7 mark.
I like that she started with the easy one. Just get that closed. 2 more good darts here. Doesn't happen.
Yeah, so Robin kind of nods her head, knowing, all right, just 20 points, and I am through.
Big old single. Needs to still collect it. And does get it there. Big win. And I won't quite go as far to say an upset because both of those ladies are top-tier talents. But Robin probably didn't expect to get that 2-0, and she did. Great shot from her. And so now your top 4 is set between Allison Palombo and Robin Rogers on the top end, and the one we're going to be getting next, which is going to be Jordan Hutchinson and Catherine Aites. Aites? Hi, guys. I can't pronounce the names.
Aites?
Aites? We'll go with Aites.
We'll figure it out. Yeah.
In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and see. We won't be able to get a super clean look at it, but looks like that 4th place match is just about to get underway in our pro side here. So we're going to try to see if we can use our super sleuth and spy cam. See what we can get.
Yeah, that's that far end. It's going to be a little bit difficult with those players in the way, but
yeah, get your amateur singles match. I'm just kidding.
Whoa! You heard it here first. Nick does not like amateur singles.
That's it. You know me, the guy that's never been on the pro list. I actually don't like it because of all the bad memories I had playing in it.
That's probably it.
So we'll go ahead and just leave it on over.
8s.
8s. There we go.
Yep.
So we're going to go ahead and just hang out, watch this one for a minute while the ladies get back up to board, but we'll be back shortly here with coverage of the women's top 4, Jordan Hutchinson, Catherine Aites, in just a moment. Here we go. It's women's semi match in the top 4 winner side. This should be a great one here as we are going to be looking at Jordan Hutchinson going up against Catherine Aites, and this should be a good one. I'm Nick Sherrod, joined by BullShooter on the call for this.
Yeah, always exciting when we get to this point in the bracket. So who's going to grab the advantage here with a 1-0 score line? Will it be Jordan or Catherine? Don't know admittedly much about these players, so we're just going to do the old Facebook insert of the name here.
Yep, time to do good old-fashioned Facebook stalking. For those that are curious, that were watching our coverage of the 4th place match in between there, this is still going on. Looks like Joey Genre is pretty much one bowl away from making this one apiece against Steven Phillips to see who goes on to play Dan Naylor in the 3rd place match. So that should be coming up next. After this match, we'll get the 3rd place match. We'll get the other women's semi, and then we'll go. We'll get the 3rd place match in finals, and the other women's semi as our next couple matches up here.
There we go. Appreciate it. It looks like Catherine is from Sumter, South Carolina. Hopefully we said that right.
Yep, as Wesley Ward just comments, they're from Sumter, and that they're best friends.
These two are both from Sumter, and they're both friends. Okay, so
super cool.
That's fun. That also sucks at the same time.
It sucks, but if they were meeting on the loser side, but on the winner side, that means that both these girls are playing well, right? I mean, you want to cheer for your friend to do well, you want to cheer for yourself to do well, and then you play each other. And honestly, while playing on the stream can be nerve-wracking, playing against a friend kind of makes it a little bit easier, makes it more familiar.
Well, 100-point advantage for Jordan.
And Allison, another one of our top 4 ladies, is also best friends with them. So there we go. It's all the whole girl gang doing well. And Robin Rogers going in here trying to ruin all their days.
That's awesome.
That's
all
really
3
cool.
of them are doing well here. Yeah.
Could have been like the running theme of conversation today, man. It's literally just playing with people that you're familiar with playing that help push your boundaries day in, day out. Can really help you become the best version of yourself.
I'm guessing Sumter is pretty big or fairly small. I don't know. So let me know.
Cat does get the first leg
out
here. Nice and efficient. Big single. 11-14 wire is a great way to shoot 31 there. It's actually 31. I at TOC 2019, I hit a checkout by using 31. I remember it was my first term after Train 21, so I may have been a little sauced up, chat. And I turned around to it was open out, and I turned around to my dad that was sitting there, and there was a couple people watching. And I looked to him, and I needed to hit the 31 for the match win. And I just went hat trick high ton the 2 turns prior. I turned to my dad, I was like, how do I take out 31? And he started saying all these numbers. I'm like, what's the easiest one? He said 11-20. And I said, okay, 11-20.
Of course.
That was with Carrie Hudson, or previously at the time, Carrie Champagne. Absolute doll of a dart partner.
So darts is really big in Sumter tournament or league every night of the week. A darter's dream. A darter's dream.
I couldn't even imagine it living and I think you can relate to this a little bit too. But even in Central Florida, even though we have a great populace of talented dart players, we get like maybe 1 or 2 weekly blind draws. That's it. In the immediate Central Florida area, to be able to play every night of the week is awesome.
Yeah, for sure. I think we get 3 blind draws, say a week here in Wichita. Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, if I'm not mistaken.
And we get like a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but really it's a hit or miss in the Central Florida area for if they're going to be big turnouts or not. One of those things where that's why I love seeing stuff like DRTs and EDC and all these different remote tournaments kind of populate. I know I talked with the BullShooter team a lot, and I think one thing you guys can come to expect in the 40 Tour is some remote regionals might be coming into play as well, especially because the infrastructure has been proven to work for a lot of different other tournament circuits.
Well, one thing is common with most of these big tournaments. It's an arachnid dartboard, so grab your arachnid dartboard today. Reach out.
Yeah, well, Will said.
Yeah. Those new ice boards as well as the fire boards. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, you got. I always love the different stuff that they're putting on. There's a lot of new software features that are going to be coming out here in the next couple of months, folks. So really, kind of keep your eyes peeled as there's some big things happening here with Arachnid and the dartboards.
Thanks for telling me. Way to go, Nick.
You know cool stuff.
Well,
I tell you things.
Joey Genro and Steven Phillips 1-1. Fighting out for a Dan Naylor position as Joey gets the win.
Yeah, he does nail it. He had 40 with 3 darts in hand, hits on the last dart with Phillips sitting on an out as they're having like a whole interaction over there. It looks like they're joking. Anyways, good job there, Joey Jonro, moving on to the third place match.
How dare you?
No, they're laughing. Okay.
You made a nail joke on Joey? You can't do that. Save those for Dan.
I'm sorry. I'm wasting them. This one's pretty much set to go one apiece here as Cat's been having some trouble with the neighbors here. Has been all over it and really not off the margins by much. So this is pretty much set to go to a last league decider. And I'm going to have to give advantage. Overall, I think Cat's 0-1 was really impressive. I expect her to be able to take it well there in the next leg.
What emotion from Jordan there.
Fiery for sure. So earlier, I did want to circle back to what I was talking about. The new Robin Hood side events, they're playing around with adding new side events to kind of, figure out ways to keep people in the dart hall that, you maybe got knocked out early. And now we have been running this tournament, not as much just because of so far today, just because of the large amateur turnout. But normally they've been running 3, 4, 5 miniature blind draws per day at our BullShooter stops this tour. But we also been wanting to do some side events. So they're doing Robin Hood, which is a game of Flip It, where you alternate between the 13-inch and 15-inch board, throwing at the bulls. Single bull's worth 100 points, double bull's worth 200 points. And you go against you and your friends there. High score on the leaderboard, you pay $5 to get in. If you get the high score, at the end of the day, I believe you get 100 or 200 bucks there. You can play as many times as you like, and every time you enter, they give you TouchTunes free credit cards. So you get 10 free credits on the jukebox just by paying the sign up. So there you go.
Not bad. No, that's great for the BullShooter tour to do because, we talk about how a tournament life can be hectic and it can be, long. Well, that's for those people that are making those deep runs, and not everybody makes those deep runs or is a streamer. So, if you get ousted early, it gives you an option to continue to play if you want to, or you can choose to, go do something else.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you that. But as much I plan on getting $5 and trying my shot at the Robin Hood count up challenge tomorrow. During the break in our sessions there, or after our morning session, I should say.
Well, you can try, but you're not allowed to win, okay?
No, I'm allowed to win. If I score more bullseyes than these pros, I'm allowed to win. I don't care. You can see the huge reaction there on the title. Well outside and does get punished. These girls are having some fun.
Oh, yeah, they definitely are. How can you not? We're having some fun as well, folks.
We are.
Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. William Stewart, Nick Teixeira. Well, I'm having fun. Maybe not Nick.
No, we're having a great time, everybody. Brian Joseph in the comments here saying, when are these tournaments coming to Philadelphia? We have the best dart scene in the country. Well, Philly does have some great darts. No question about it. But we do have the Pittsburgh BullShooter every year, which is close. Not quite, but it is close. So who knows? Maybe we could get a Philly one in the future.
It's a bold statement. No, I'm just kidding. It's not too bold. Yeah, Philadelphia's a pretty good darting scene there.
I did hear that, and this is the shocking news because we haven't been there in a couple of years. I believe we're actually going to be getting a Wisconsin regional for the 40th tour. That's almost all but confirmed.
What?
Yeah.
That's huge.
So was those back-to-back hat tricks there. How about that from Cat?
That was great. Fantastic stuff. That's exciting news to have one in Wisconsin again.
And we got pretty close to the Rockford.
Yeah. Catherine took a big, deep breath there before coming back to the Aki. She's sure got the advantage here.
She absolutely does. She wanted the 10 darter, but there's no benefit of a 10 darter versus a 12 darter, and she's on track for an 11. And Jordan nowhere near on the finish. So Kat here, 3 darts for 91. Really 6 darts if she needs it. She doesn't want to use all 6 though.
Yeah, that's okay. No harm, no foul.
It's okay, man. It's okay.
Oh, wow. Okay. All righty. That was just like big Boss Hog. Hey, I'm Boss Hog.
Hey, it's me, Boss Hog. How's it
That's
going?
not how that goes.
You Dukes of Hazzard boys getting in trouble.
Does look like that will do it. As Catherine gets the job done, 2-1 over her good friend in Jordan Hutchinson. As you can see over on the other board, we've got Joey John Rowe and Dan Naylor awaiting to play on board number 7.
I do believe they're just about to get into it here. I think Joey's stepping up to the line now. They get into the diddle? They are. Joey, 2 holes outside from the double bull. Will this get bested by Dan? It will not. So Joey John Rowe will get the start. Does revert to a best of 3 format here in our one loss side of the bracket. Let's see who gets it here. Joey John Rowe, Dan Naylor. For our 3rd place match, you get back to the finals to play Brian Langley. Joey John Rowe kind of going on quite the run here in the one loss side of the bracket after besting out Ian Hansen, Stephen Phillips, Austin Braswell, Rich Sturbins, Bobby Freeman. I mean, this is actually, that's a pretty tough losers bracket to be facing. You have to be on a heater if you're going to be playing those guys and winning consistently.
Yeah. 5 or 6, 6 matches on the loser side to get to this point. Pretty impressive for John, who's guaranteed at least a 3rd place finish here.
So now Joey is going to try to run away with this as Dan only gets 40 on the end here. Only be able to really kind of keep up his momentum he's had. He seems to be just kind of finding a stride right now. Jose and Cuervo must be working well with him.
Either one is quite all right.
They did just call up our other women's semi-match here because after this, we will obviously be going to the finals. In between this match and the finals, though, we will cover as much of that women's semi as we can to see who plays Catherine Aites in that seat match there for the ladies, also playing for their position in the invitational shootout there. So, these brackets are blink and you miss it seems.
Yeah, as our non-pro side continues to chug along. Looks like we do have some people that have already advanced to a possible, well, they are in the top 4 on the winners. Nope, sorry, top 8 on the winner's side.
Yeah, they're starting to cruise over there.
Patrick McLeavy, Kyle Jenkins, Gabriel Cruz.
Yeah, Patrick McLeavy, let me tell you, another Florida guy there. He is absolutely hungry for a win. He has gotten, and I believe his last 3 attempted BullShooters, he's gotten 4th place every single time. This pro list has avoided him, and he has been trying to break the 4th place curse. 3 different 4th place finishes in the last 3 BullShooter stops for him. Top 3 gets you in the pro list, for the record.
What a shot here from Joey. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, just showing that he's an absolute threat in this bracket. And Dan Naylor, I'll be honest, when we first saw him in the day, he was electric. Right now, he's been having these moments of I don't know if it would be doubt or if it's just one of those the moment kind of catching up to him. But he just needs to settle in place. He absolutely has the game to make this go the full distance.
So trip 20, double 16.
Over to the 8.
Oh,
Joey, that is too many.
Drops it well short.
Yeah, I don't know if he short-armed or just held that dart a little bit too long. But now this is a huge moment. Starting at the 19s here for 126. Needs the trip to find the bull. Will not go. So Joey now has a harder task, though. He's not leaving himself on a double since he has to kind of restart the process here. And Dan does tee up perfectly here.
Another look. Can't pin the triple. Double. No, holds true. Look for that triple 20, double 6.
Yeah, and does tee up on 40 as well. But now Naylor with an opportunity for a leg where, he's going to be happy with this position. He's able to get back in there after a slow start. Picked up well and executes with tenacity there, getting a 1-0 lead. It's saying, didn't he hit 216s? This is the pro brackets, so the pro brackets are double in, double out. So you have to finish on a double. So I guess when I said too many, it's a little bit of a lie. Of course, did it need to finish on a double? It did not do so. So Joey Genre will get the start here, but he's going to be a little frustrated knowing that he should have, in his head, is going to say, I should have had that first one.
Exactly. Yeah, it's the difference in formats there, the women and the open, or not the open, the non-pro. Have that open aspect added, so that would have been an out on the non-pro side.
I've had this theory, Will, and I'm curious your opinion here. But one of the interesting things to see is the fact that now that the pro bracket runs on the 15-inch board rather than the 13-inch, I really am curious to see some of these non-pro individuals. You have the option to play in the pro event. You don't have to be a pro to play in the pro event. If we're going to start seeing a trend of maybe some of these guys that are right on the cusp of the pro list making the jump over to try to get that invitational shootout spot.
I don't know why not. I think that people should look to play in the pro bracket more. Even if they don't have like a pro card, why not?
I played in it plenty of times, and it's definitely not because I forgot to sign up in the AM bracket filled. Never would be me.
Never, yeah, sure.
Never.
Big 9 mark from Joey there. I'm sure most of those were because of that. Maybe 1 or 2 was the opposite.
Nope, they were all because of that.
Oh, okay, there we go. No, it's definitely tough, and you feel like you're maybe possibly donating your money, but you never know what kind of run you can make, and yeah, things can go your way.
And of course, if you want to be smarter than Nick DeShera, make sure to pay attention to the BullShooter Facebook as Joey's continuing to go on a tear here, finding a 7 mark there. If you go over to the BullShooter Facebook or go over to BullShooter.com, you'll be able to sign up and pre-register for events. It is cheaper to pre-register, folks. It costs more to sign up on site. Might as well just get it pre-registered, be out of the way, out of worries. I know the signups will be closing here soon for New York. Go ahead and sign up now.
There's another big 9. We're seeing a couple of them here now.
Yeah, they're starting to really heat up here. Joey taking out his frustrations from the previous leg on the triples in this one, it seems, though. 2 16s, and then he can go on to the bulls, or he can add a little bit of the point lead here. And need to get this close, though. Let's do so. Single adds a bull, so you should go ahead and just hit a single on one of your points here. You don't want to leave a 4-3 on the bulls. He does go and hit the single bull, though. So now Dan has the option of white horse or 4 bulls. That's going to be your mentality there.
Steve saying that 9 mark made me miss Sean Green. It's not all about the booms here.
I do appreciate that you ignored the comment asking what would happen if we played a leg of cricket.
Well, we learned that. If it's 501, I win. If it's cricket, you win.
True. And I'm throwing the gym mounts barrels now, so I should definitely win. Joey does get the point lead back, taking this game just out of reach, but that bull was well off the margins here. Dan Naylor, if you hit 3 bulls and 2 darts, you take a swing at one of these numbers. If not, you're staying on the bulls. But this is an opportunity here. Yeah, he did take the swing up after getting the point lead. Now back to the bull. The only reason I say stay on for 3 bulls there is that just because it's either you want to try to get enough of a point lead where you're going to approach with the point lead on the next visit, or you start to slowly chip away. It's risky here.
Yeah, we're currently throwing a 5-4. Come on now. Now he's kind of got a blocker there. Go back up. Yeah.
Now that
had to go back up.
Never landed saying, love this location. Looks way nicer than last place. This hotel has been great amenities here, man. I've been having a great time. Absolutely enjoying our stay here in Myrtle Beach.
Yeah, this dude has a balcony overlooking the ocean. Got good facilities. He's got a toilet the size of Texas.
All right, and to the bullseye we go for Joey Johnrow. 1-1 here.
Request you made.
Yeah, that was a request. That's what I asked for. I said, give me the big one, please.
Dice is up 1-1.
There we go.
I see Michelle. Yeah, he says this tournament is all right, I guess, aka being bashful and saying it's amazing. Seeing him in the non-pro bracket.
Outside on the bowl, this could be a big moment for John Rowe. The board is shaking with anxiety here. Oh, John Rowe goes low. Rut row. Come on. You liked it.
I hate it.
You liked it.
I absolutely hate it. That was terrible.
As Douglas D. McKelly says, this tournament is all right, I guess. Hey, he's been having a pretty decent run. I know he was playing in the singles. I actually have no idea if you've had a decent run, Douglas, but I'm going to assume you'd had a decent run because you're a pretty good shot. You know how I met Douglas?
How?
Playing in the amateur doubles at the Florida BullShooter right before they brought me on the team. So last time I got to play in like the normal events, we were playing against each other. We started talking. And he was like, "Oh, I watch your live streams," and I was like, oh, "It's always nice to meet a fan such as you, Douglas. Always such a nice." And then I proceeded to whoop him.
Wow, you're such a
Humble
child beater because he's only 17.
I thought he was 19.
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, he's 19.
I was like,
I wanted to catch you up there.
He said, "Man, your dad carried you." My dad can't even reach the top shelf at the grocery store. Calm it down.
That's funny.
We
Steve, Nick will be headed to the BullShooter event in Niagara. Looking forward to seeing him in the coverage there. And then Jeff McMahon will be covering the Seacoast event. I'll be commentating a little bit from home, but my anniversary and a wedding that I have to go to on Saturday. So that's a commitment.
It's always good to put family first. We try to commit a lot of time and dedication to our jobs, and you in particular, Will. I mean, you've been doing it even longer than I have at this full speed. And it's nice to be able to take time to just be with the family, do those obligations, go have a nice dinner with the wife, go enjoy a wedding, have a good time.
What's going on, Birdman Darts? How's it going, buddy? All righty. Joey, needed that dart there to fall into a triple.
Yeah, these guys are neck and
some
neck.
Extra. Yeah, they really are. They're pretty tight here in this leg, fighting it out to see who's going to go to the finals.
And Dan doesn't leave a finish here, so Joey with an opportunity to try to leave a finish for himself. But, this is definitely the nerviest leg I think we've seen from them. They were nailing it in 0-1 earlier, averaging in the 30 pluses. This is definitely slowed down a little bit here, and it's about who gets that first big breakaway, and that's a awkward dart to try to get around. Joey does not like it. Well, could be a big save here.
Wow! Oh, what a save indeed! Leaves the 158 opportunity, so steals the first look at a check. Up to Dan to make this interesting and put some pressure on. Not a bad move.
No, not a bad move at all. 97, 2-dart finish. Great setup there. 158 has to go now.
Yeah, he moved to that 25 bit just to put him under a ton. Fantastic math there. But this could go for Joey.
It cannot. He wanted it to, though, and now he knows that he has to survive match starts, potentially, from his opponent here. This is definitely a precarious situation to be a part of. For the viewers at home, just know I can't spell precarious. Don't ask.
Trip 19. Okay, trip 18.
Oh, no, it doesn't go. And now Joey's going to have an opportunity, 20 for tops, to get to the finals here.
And to continue his run on this loser's side to a finals. This be 7 matches on the loser's side.
Yeah, truly would be quite the Cinderella run he's going on. Oh, that was a little low, but plenty of room for the double.
That was real close.
Wow, and he gets it there. Good stuff from Joey Johnroe, and Dan Naylor going to be disappointed with how his run concluded there, but he shouldn't be too sad about it. He got third place in a very, very tough field. Here we go.
Right into that camera and voiced your opinion or sang along.
You know what? I think she was voicing an opinion. She did bust the 39 there, was not happy with it. We did see Allison earlier in the stream, I believe. We got a little bit of a peek of the match there. And, of course, Robin Rogers, no stranger to the field. This is to get into the seat match.
She sure is having fun with her Wesco jersey on. Of course, in regards to Nick West.
She is very animated.
I love it.
I'll say it. I mean, I really like. I think showmanship, having a little bit of fun with it is part of the game, and I think it's just so cool to see. Anybody that gets frustrated by like the antics, just have fun with it. It's a game we're playing. Let's all ride the highs, ride the lows, have a good time.
Got to. You have to. Uh-oh. What did you say? Scooby?
Remember, Reggie? That's a bust. $129 is not.
Like Zoink Scoob.
Oh, guys, we apologize very profusely for our behavior and antics. Robin at the 129 only brings it to 103. We expect Allison to. I like that she split. I like that she's like, I'm done with single 9 and split for the record. Yeah. That's awesome. Shaggy in the chat saying, dancing. I did not.
She's dancing, singing along still, but gets the leg. That's what counts.
And of course,
1-0 in her favor.
do want to give you guys an update as we will be keeping a close eye. Once they get started with that final, we will be prioritizing the final just because this is a top 4. This isn't a seat match. So just a heads up there with that one, as I do think Joey and Brian just got up to the board and are throwing their warm-up darts now.
Yeah, we kind of have to prioritize that one.
Steve saying sleep deprived already. No, I'm just kind of like this. I just always like to blame it on the sleep. If you guys are curious, and Will, maybe, I don't know. I'm not there.
Nah, we can sucker both of us into it if we really get going. And I think that's what we've done here.
That's it. Robin does collect on that last 19 there. Finds the trip. We'll see what Allison's able to do. She is just walking on sunshine over there.
She really is. I guarantee you she's not really walking on sunshine with a song reference. I guarantee you there's something else playing in that headset.
Yeah, no, there's definitely some high BPM in there.
I am for sure about that one. And possibly some rap, I'm thinking.
Yeah. Maybe
the way
Lamar.
She's jamming right there.
We got some K-Dot going. Her moves are incredible.
It's all chaperone, is that it?
Good job. But no, I believe from the smacking motion that she pantomimed with her arms, this is more than likely not chaperone.
I'm guessing too.
She's of course welcome at the Pink Pony Club, but she's probably going to take it hot to go.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not the HT or HOTTO.
Geo,
whatever it is.
You can take me hot to go.
Hey, there you go.
Well, looks like they are just about ready on the other board there, as Tyler Harrell in the chat says, similar to how showmanship is part of the game, so is cracking jokes and commentating. Entertainment will continue to grow the game. Great job tonight, fellas. Well, thank you, Tyler. I appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words.
Yeah, it's a good happy medium. You got to be somewhat serious, mix in a few jokes here and there, and make fun of ourselves, because why wouldn't we? We're terrible.
Yeah, someone has to make fun of us. Chat, that's not an invitation. Here we go. Time for our finals here of our pro singles bracket. Brian Langley taking on Joey John Rowe in this one. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Will Stewart on the call. Joey making a fantastic run here on this loser side. We mentioned it, 7 legs on the spin here. 7 legs, 7 matches on the spin for Joey to get to this final. Going through quite the names to get here. Ian Hansen, Austin Braswell, to name a few. He had to go through the Florida gauntlet with him and Rich Sturbins as well.
Yep, Stephen Phillips. So pretty good trek.
And of course, Brian Langley, like we said earlier, probably our most consistent player of the day on the pro board.
Douglas said, I heard there was an invite to make fun of you guys. Actually, there's a party in Nick's room 247 tonight, folks. Head on down.
I can't wait. I can't wait to give you guys. I'm going to leak our room number at EDC, and we're all going to suffer together.
Don't do it.
I'll do it. You, me, and Sean are sharing one room.
Oh yeah,
that's gonna be some adventure. I'm not gonna lie, that's gonna be pretty crazy.
You gotta insert that one in there.
Oh, Brian does a good job of finding two. Whoa! Ooh. They somehow kicked it, but
Watch
it
out.
Perfectly went back into place. That's actually kind of impressive.
That is very impressive that it didn't nudge completely out of the way. Still some pretty good thuds there, so we do apologize for that, but we'll get it confined for future streaming.
Back-to-back big rounds from both these gentlemen here. Joey does set himself up at the 1-2-1, challenging the throw of Brian early on in this one. Brian's going to need to leave a finish here. Going to be looking for at least a ton, but really you need ton plus. You want to get this to 2 dart range. A 157, so bare minimum on the assignment there to leave a finish. So Joey, opportunity here for the 1-2-1.
Traditional trip 20 route.
Yeah, he's frustrated after that first start there, but 157's a big ask, so there's not immediate pressure. He needs to try to tee up a good finish here and kind of recompose here. Does do so.
It'd be a big ask. Can he take it out?
Not going to go. So Joey Johnrow will have a big moment here to get the jump early on, but of course it reverts back to the race to 3 format here. So there's plenty more time. Joey looking for double top here to get the first leg on the board.
Yeah, what a shot. What a leg to do it. 38.54 for 1-0 in his favor.
And currently just
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, just to give you guys a quick peek here, what we're looking at. Looks like Allison is pretty much just about set to take this here 2 straight, but we'll keep our eyes on that one.
Just a reminder, Brian is your king seat holder, so we'll have to be double dipped here in this final. We got an earthquake going on in South Carolina. So we're going to have Nick just make a quick run out there and make sure we're good to go here with this camera. Make just a slight adjustment if we need to. So once again, we do apologize for that, but that's part of streaming. All been there, all done that. Thankfully, I think with the advances that we've made in the streaming community, people pretty much know where the cameras are located nowadays. They try to avoid them. Players have been very good about that, which is just tremendous help. But Joey right now needs to capitalize here, needs to find it. And he's got this 1-0 advantage, but wants to find as many legs as possible, get this done for the first dip as quick as possible. Kind of give Brian a little uneasy tension, a little uneasy thought.
Uneasy Tension, one of my favorite bands.
I thought that was your nickname.
No, that is not.
Nickname, get it? Ha 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 ha.
Back to the match.
Great time to hit me with that.
It was. So I went out there to investigate for those that are curious. I was like, man, the camera's getting kicked a lot out of nowhere. And there was a lady watching the match. She had her foot up against it. She was like leaning against it with her foot on there. I was like, hey, maybe just not have your foot there. She's like, I didn't even realize that's what that was. So all good there. Do appreciate you guys' patience. And hopefully Will was really nice while I was gone.
I did say it's mostly, the players kind of know now, or have come to, most of these tournaments are getting streamed. They know cameras are going to be around and they know kind of where they're located at. So thankfully we're going that one. But some of the spectators are still new and maybe you're not looking up, but looking down at the ground and not focused on that. So it's okay as long as we got it working now. That's quite all right.
Absolutely. Is Mike Patterson in the chat here saying, is this the Open? Yeah, so this is the pro bracket here, but it is this would be the true Open event because you can play this as a pro or a non-pro. Is Joey Whitehorse nails it. Wow, great call.
What? Yeah.
Does get it in there. Great Whitehorse from Joey Johnrow. Guys, I promise you, I'm trying my hardest in commentary today. But yeah, Joey going up potentially up to 2-0 in this is going to be a little bit of shell shock for Langley. We're going to see if he's able to get this 15 closed and then move on to the Bulls with a massive lead. And Langley, I mean, when he's doing good, he's in the 6s. When he's struggling, he drops to the 4s here. And right now, he's just struggling at the wrong time. Does nail 2 Bulls in there, but not enough to change the needle on this one. Joey's going to go ahead and clean this one up, and then we get to move back on to 0-1 because, again, it does revert to that race to 3 format since we're back in the winner's bracket here. One more Bull needed. Joey Johnrow does not get it here, but no immediate cause for concern. So now Langley, all he can do is hit 5 Bulls and pray. 5 Bulls is the minimum on this turn that he can get and have a chance in the leg because it would get him the point lead, but does not go. If you guys are curious, Will unplugged his mic and we haven't been able to hear him ever since. Joey Johnrow at match point in this one.
You got me back?
Hi, Will. How you doing?
Well, I was sitting here chatting with you for a minute because I reconnected and everything was good, and then I guess it just didn't sync.
If it's going to be honest, I wasn't looking at your camera, so I just was like, oh, he probably went on a salted peanut break. That's what I thought happened.
No, I must have nudged my mic and it powered off, and then I plugged back in. Was thinking, all right, I'll be good to go, and full minute and a half, 2 minutes of commentary for nothing.
I'm sure it was some of your best work yet.
Yeah, you are BSing there, sir.
So let me ask you this. Right now, Joey, do you think he gets this first set in his favor here?
It's looking true for him. I mean, Brian, it's kind of in a difficult spot because you sit for a little bit, but especially when you get to right off the spin like that for Joey, it just puts a little uneasy tension in your mind. And I mentioned that's what Joey wants to do. He wants to win this just 3-0 and get it done, because then your opponent's kind of on the back burner. You've got the advantage your way.
Yeah, right now, I mean, Joey just kind of riding a wave of momentum, and sometimes it's there's a blessing and a curse to get sent to losers bracket early in your run, because on one hand, the odds of coming back just are lower. There's so many more matches that you have to survive, so many more tough situations they have to get through. But on the other end, it makes you lock in and just makes you kind of focus up and execute every leg well, and that seems to be what's happening here with Joey, just kind of taking a heater.
Well, right now, Brian has a little hold of this leg. Joey needs to capitalize and have 3 triples. 3 big ones, I mean.
And kind of going off the margins in the last turn and carrying into this one as well. So it looks like if it does happen, it might not be in this leg, as you expect Brian to leave a finish here.
So it will be Allison Palumbo, Catherine Aites in the queen seat matchup for our women's singles bracket. Valerie Bragg, Amanda McConnell, and Kristen Palmer, Dawn Lewis playing for a chance into the top or the 5th, 6th place matchup. Jordan Hudson and Robin Rogers await there.
And we will be getting that queen seat match after this final concludes here.
So lots of darts still to come here on USC Darts, as well as BullShooter. Stay right here. Keep it on the tube, folks.
Let's go trip 18 to try to hit the double 18 on the last with 2 darts and 90. Instead, it's just going to focus on teeing up. Gets down to 60 here, and Joey can only hope to hit a big turn here. Needs a ton plus, and then hope that Brian misses if he wants to try to get this 3-0 win. More likely, Brian getting this leg here, and we'll have to challenge the throw of Joey in the next leg of cricket.
Yeah, I can't set up a check, so this one should go in favor of Brian. Yeah, 2-1.
Plenty of room on that double. Not quite yet.
That's a tricky one, though. You put it so dang close to that triple, kind of makes you go, ooh, a little bit.
You know, I got to say, one of my least favorite sounds in darts, and it's not because it's a bad sound, but because the sound is so good at making me feel bad, is the outside on the double noise. Every time I hear that, it makes me feel so incredibly frustrated. I'm like, yeah, I know I missed, okay? Yeah, it lives in my nightmare. I will say the old Cougar Valleys back in the day, whenever you would hit like a trip 18, it'd go dun 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 dun. And that noise is my favorite noise in darts.
Double 10 it is. He's gone in on it numerous times. Might as well capitalize and collect the leg with it. Brian Langley on the board here in this final.
Here's the thing, though. Joey was pretty dominant in that game of cricket, and it's usually the game where I feel like we've seen his best starts so far. I'm curious to see if that translates here, because he has a throw. Let's see how much he's able to take advantage of it. Just the 3.
Yeah, just 3 is not what you want to hit there. You got to capitalize at least 4 or 5. You would feel.
And it's not even about anything other than, really, you just don't want Brian to get the momentum back. Joey still has all the momentum in his favor. It's starting to slow down and kind of equal out. What you don't want is Brian to catch the heater, because he has clearly shown that his top gear is something to be reckoned with. Joey's kind of pulling those darts to the right here, though. Not as tight as they were earlier. You need more aiming fluid.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit more aiming fluid would do.
That's it.
Same thing kind of happening for Brian, though.
And they're both catching a cold streak. It's one of those hand-in-hand things where as soon as one person starts to light it up, the other person will follow right back in suit with it, too. You just want to be the person that starts hitting first.
There you go. Get him back on track here.
And I like to stay on the 19s there. Normally that's a move where as Joey just goes ahead and hits a 9 mark there. It's normally a situation where after that first start trip, he would probably want to do the 18-17 and go for the white horse like he did earlier. But because he knew the last couple turns were a little bit of strugglesome, he decided to stay and collect on the 19 twice. I think that was a smart move, and it paid off well.
Yeah, clutch 9 and a clutch time here for Joey as he hopes to gather this leg and force a double dip.
Oh, catches the wire on the 17 there. He stays and catches the other side of the wire there. Definitely still feeling the frustrations. Brian here needs a 6 mark to regain the point lead. Really looking to try to fill it up, though. As Heather says, say it whenever the 9 mark is hit. Every time it reminds me of that scene in Shrek where it's the kids just going, do the roar. I'll do one for you next time, Heather. I got you.
Just no.
No.
Well, not Sean here, so that's why.
I love it when she tunes in. Heather, you're one of the best.
Don't worry, I got the next one.
You got it? You got the next one?
Give him the old sweep in here. The old broom goes the.
Do you remember
Here
one of
we
the?
go. Broom goes the janitor.
It's an 8 mark. That's a perfect broom.
Exactly. Sweeping on in.
Oh, I remember. Well, the first time you and I commentated Soft Tip together was early on in the CSC season 1. Sean had to miss out on a match, and you and I were there. And I remember I was a lot more nervous to be on the comms back then. Do you do you remember how I called like the second or third ever 9 mark I got a chance to call?
Nope.
Wham bam, peanut butter and jam is what I said. And then I believe I said take 2 slices of bread and make that a sandwich. Is then what I followed it with.
What a terrible line from Nick Teixeira. Well, one bull away here is Joey. That is absolutely an atrocious call.
I got to pull up that clip at some point. You it makes me crack up in the CSC records.
Oh my.
Joey here, one bull, like you said, will get this cleaned up, and then it resets to a second set. I'll be honest, Joey just has the momentum, and if he carries it into the next set, this could be his to take. It's pretty rare to see a true double dip in the pro side.
Wow, that's crazy. It just automatically kicks it on over.
And so they're just going to go ahead and reset. Should already be logged in and good to go. So they're going to just hit start here. They do diddle again at the start, so we'll see who gets the start in the second set here. And it still will stay with that race of 3 format, by the way. It does not revert to the loser's side format.
Yeah, it should stay there.
That looks like
that's center bit.
Yeah, so you can pull it to try to go for a tie.
Grandpa says, "Get that stuff out of here."
And Joey said, "You hit the middle hole. Give me a chance to tie it." Does he having a laugh over there? Yep, right there, Joey, but not quite. So here we go. Jokes aside, Brian Langley here will get the start, and now it's a question of will he return to the form of which we had seen out of him, or will it dip down and stay in where it's been? I'm going to be honest. I think Brian kind of gets a little bit of a reprieve here, but we'll have to wait and see.
Well, slather on the peanut butter, slather on the jelly. Here we go. We got a PBJ coming your way. You're welcome, Nick.
Oh, incredible stuff, Will Stewart. Incredible. What? This is why you're the best in the business. I don't care what they say about you. I don't care what they say.
A little play on your garbage. You just
Wham bam peanut butter and jam.
Wham bam peanut butter and jam. In first start.
Oh, Joey John Rowe starts off with a Shanghai to get things going here. 120 on the end. Now Brian going to be in close pursuit here after having 3 on the outside.
Yeah, good conversion there for him.
96
in.
It's effectively given the throw to Joey, though, since Brian did have the throw. So, if anything, you're feeling pretty good if you're Joey right now.
Well, we do have a king seat set in the non-pro men's singles. It's going to be Patrick Gibson taking on the General.
The General?
Don't know who that is. Yeah, don't
That's
know
quite
who
the
that
name.
is. Certainly is. We'll have to find out the actual name of that individual so we can present it to you folks.
I will give a shout out as it looks like the amateur brackets really started to speed along now. It was dragging a little bit early on, but looks like it's doing pretty good.
Oh yeah, it's really kicking now. This is going to progress fairly quick from this point on, I believe. They really kicked it into high gear.
Love to see it. Absolutely.
And
love
I
to
think that's just with, here's the thing is you have the pro bracket, you have the non-pro, and then you have the women's as well. So you place a certain amount of boards into those brackets and then allow it to play out. So your pro and your women's will get done pretty quick, and then once those boards open up, then you can shuffle them on over to the non-pro side, and then that's when things quicken up for you folks that kind of don't understand that process.
Yeah, it's definitely a fun process to see, and also it's cool to see how the room starts to empty up and people start to take advantage of the fact that there's more space. In fact, the staff took advantage of it. They decided to run a blind draw out there. It seems with 26 teams in it, by the way.
Oh, that's great.
A little bonus.
Awesome.
I always tell people, I know you never actually attended a BullShooter in person, but for the longest time, what it was that there was a Friday. I know. We're working on it. There was always Friday night blind draw. That was like the main event on Friday. And instead, they decided to go ahead and axe the Friday night blind draw. And in turn, we've been getting more tournaments run because of it, more blind draws. I mean, right now, I've gotten a chance to play in a couple of them, and I know a lot of the people that say they missed the blind draw. I'm telling you right now, come to a tournament, you're going to get more blind draw action than you ever got before at a BullShooter stop.
Love it. Joey looking to grab a stranglehold of this leg. About does so, but falls into the trip 5. Leaves that 1-2-5 number. Now I'm going to suggest bull there from the start.
Yeah, and Joey's pretty good on his routes here, so you kind of expect him to take advantage of that. We'll see it. We'll see how he does the approach here. Both of these shots are bull first shots, by the way. Joey Johnrow for leg number 1 and a break a throw. 1-2-5. The 20s.
And that's why you start on the bull. Oh, I thought he was going to collect. Same thing here for Brian though. He's got to start on the bull.
Exactly. If you collect the 25, it gives you a chance to go up to the 20 to go back for the 50. We'll see how he approaches this though. He agrees. Trip 20 for bullseye.
Oh man.
Oh, both of these guys, great attempts at these bull first combination 10+ finishes. Incredible.
Yeah, 2 fantastic looks. Both missing by just a little bit. Question, if you want to play in this tournament, do I need like a league average or stats? No, you don't.
Nope. You can literally play in this tournament right now. And the pro list is only designated if you have a BullShooter pro card, and if you're on the A or AA list, that is decided by if you get top 3 in an event at a regional or top 3 in an event at Chicago. So that being said, anybody can play in these regional events, and I highly implore you to do so, as it's some tough competition out there.
Yeah, you definitely need to attend and make a run here. I'm looking forward to Omaha. The Nebraska stop in March.
Omaha. The land of Brandon Neal and Peyton Manning.
Pulling out my best Peyton Manning there.
That was a great job, Sheriff.
Thank you. Bang, bang.
Well, Brian only starts off with a 3 mark to get things going here, and this is Joey's first true lead in this final, as he had to win that first set. So he's getting that 1-0 advantage to jump off here, and it's going to be quite the battle. So that's an impressive dart to get underneath those 2. Gugu bringing up a great point in the chat here. The pro at regionals only applies to the men's side, not the ladies. That is true. So if you're on the pro list and ladies, you still get to play in the ladies event. You don't have to automatically go to said pro event. You could. No one's stopping you.
Yeah, why not?
Why not? You could. Carolyn will beat up on a few of those men.
Oh, she definitely would. She did it at a few events that I've seen her play at. She's done it at a few events I've seen her play at, I should say. There you go, Brian. Big trip 19 over to the 17s.
Yeah, so far, Brian doing a good job of controlling his throw in this leg. Joey not really challenging it so far. So he's going to need to find a number to drill for his own right. Does get the 18s here.
Yeah, I'm thinking Brian wants to try to make a statement here in this leg and kind of build some confidence for the rest of this match. Make this 1-1 and make this best of 3 worth it.
Exactly. And if anything, right now, all you're thinking, if you're Brian in this leg, is, okay, I have the lead. Just get nice, good, steady rounds. Yeah, of course you want the explosive, big momentum swings. But right now, just getting that good 4 mark there on the 17s, collecting 3 marks at the 18 on the next visit, stuff like that is what makes a difference in a final like this.
Agreed. Good 6 there. Only a 3-5 here in this leg, but keeps him kind of right there with it. Oh, what a big shot. Shuts that door on Joey and forces him to the 16s.
Yeah, he's going to need to drill deep in this corner pocket here. And he's just catching the wires to left, right, and center. Not quite there.
I've said it numerous times before, and I'll say it again. You can save your whole match on the 16s and 15s, even if your opponent's on the 20s. You just got to find those 7s and 9s, and eventually maybe they fall off. But this is going to be a tough one for Joey.
Yeah, you don't expect him to come back and it's like, but he needs to bed the 9s and then hope for a bad round from Brian. That's your only real out here. Well, hold on a second. All right, step 1 completes. Wham, bam, peanut butter and jam for Joey.
Oh my gosh. Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time.
Way yeah.
All right, we just got to roll with it from now on, Nick. That's your new call sign.
That's my new one. That's a huge last start for Brian. If he did not find a trip on the last start, Joey had an opportunity to go for the big 8-mark close there, or 7-mark close there, excuse me. Wow, this is a little interesting though. So Joey here, what he needs to do, two trip 15s and then try to grab a close, right? You're staying on for 2 big shots and then slowly chipping away at your opponent here. In this case, did not find the trip, so he had to stay for 5. 66-point difference is all that separates them.
Yeah, but advantage still in Brian's hands with the 20s, 17s open, but there you go. There's your door opener.
Joey's going to try to grab. Honestly, since Brian's kind of abandoned the 20s the last 6 starts here, I would start 17s here. Grab the 17, grab the easy dart on the 16, go for a last dart on the 20. Go for the big power swing right now.
Guy says, no, that shouldn't stick. Pretty please.
You can see first dart does not go into the trip. Immediately bails out to the 15s there. Now, the counter argument, the only other approach there would be also starting a single 16, get the guaranteed close. Is more effective than hitting a single 17. But the problem is you just don't want to commit to the shot unless you close all 3. So that's why you start at the 17 there. Or technically you normally start at the 20. It just, the preference from Brian is what made Joey choose that number. Back to the same situation for Joey now. He's going to just try to continue to chuck away, get a point lead at the 15s here. Maybe chip it a number if he gets a 6. And that's a 7 mark there. Joey Johnrow, good shot.
Yeah, that's difficult right there because you want to take a shot at least at one of those numbers, possibly even the 16, just to 1 mark close it, but you're kind of tempted just to stay there, and that staying there is going to pay off for him. Here we go, Joey.
Another big swing. Coming in hot.
Try to make this 2-0, and that is so tough to come back from if you're Brian Langley.
Let's see what Joey has in store for us here. This is going to be a big moment in this match. This time goes up to the 20s, the challenge. It stays and doesn't collect. I don't agree with it.
16s are back to the 15s here. Yeah, 15s it is. Hammers in a triple.
A big fine on the trip 15 there. I don't know if I'd like the shot going up at the 20. If you either go at the 17 because at least a single gets you closer to an X, or you start the 16s there. Mike Patterson bringing up a great point. If you hit that 16, it would have given him an opportunity to close and go for points in the next round. So, this is a tough situation. And now Brian's snapping back into it, finding a 7 mark. Joey's done a good job of fighting back, but also at the same vein, he hasn't hit the darts that he's absolutely need to hit on the closes.
This is just a great leg here. Pressure back and forth. Some massive darts.
That was the first time Joey's gone to the 15 where he didn't find at least one trip.
And that could be the one round that cost him here, because now Langley can just take the straightaway look at the 15s if he so chooses. And he went 17s first and then over. I kind of think you should have just went at it.
I agree.
It's difficult. It's difficult because it's not as difficult as a shot coming up here. Talking 4-5 mark.
Right, and here's the thing: let's say Langley went 15s for the close. If worst case scenario is he takes all 3 to close, if that happens, it left Joey an opportunity to go for the 3 closes needed to make it 4-3 on the Bulls. So that's probably what he was trying to avoid with that shot selection there. And now Brian gets to approach up, single 15, and then just pound the points here to go ahead and get a leg on the board in the second set. Good shot there. Slightly interesting, trip 17 versus the trip 20, just because it's right at 50 points, so trip 20 would have added a bull there, but no harm, no foul either way, as you expect Brian to go ahead and take this and get a leg on the board, making it 1 apiece here.
Yeah, this should go 1-1 after this, but not too fast.
As he says, bless you.
Yeah, it's that last dart savior. Good stuff from Langley.
And now Joey does get the start in 0-1.
That Palumbo 8s match hasn't started yet, or it has started, it just hasn't got a score line to it yet.
Yeah, we were trying to wait to get the queen seat match until this was completed, but just with how long this, it's only running long because we're into the double dip, 1-1 apiece. We didn't want to accidentally cause a little bit of a hold up in the bracket, so they're just now getting that first leg started here as the 5th, 6th matches are just about done. So just a heads up on that one. We will tune in partway through, or if not, we'll get the 3rd place match there for the queen seat.
Yeah, because it looks like Amanda McConnell just got the job done over Jordan Hutchinson 2-1. And then on the bottom half, you got Dawn Lewis up 1-0 on Robin Rogers, someone who we've seen on the stream a few times already. So there you go from the women's side. Yeah, go ahead and let them play, and we'll be squared away for a 3rd and a final in that one. The king seat on that non-pro side is on hold, but there's a reason why. It's because on the back half, you're still waiting a match that's in that 9th through 12th position, I'm pretty sure.
Exactly. And of course, we try to catch all the seat matches if possible. Just sometimes the timing doesn't work out. And right now, kind of looking like one of those days where the timing has not been too favorable for catching the seat matches. But on the bright side, we get to catch a lot more finals and 3rd places this way.
Yep.
Well, Brian only got 20 on the end. Is going to need to correct here. And I got to be honest, and I'm really happy to see that he's firing away at the 20s here as he finds a 180 on the dartboard. But going into looking at the last leg there, he started switching off his 20s into the 17s instead. It's one of those things where I'm wondering if there was a mentality thing of like if the 20s are feeling harder to hit than normal. That being said, clearly I must have been wrong because he finds a 180.
Brian needs to keep the pressure on here, though.
And won't be able to get to a finish in this visit. Just a 60 on the turn. Interesting there, just because you just, after the 180, kind of just almost expected him to just pop in at least another 100 there. Joey's going to more likely leave a finish from this position, but needs to be careful. You don't want to accidentally blow the advantage here. Like saying 17 to 15 transition easier for some people. I agree. That being said, I don't think that's why he was doing that there. I don't think he was doing it for a third dart switch to the 15 because Brian was kind of more so playing the strategy of get a big point lead and then go for the close.
So about that, Joey does not leave a checkout look. Brian will. That's a 1-4-2. So I'm wondering how Brian will attack that route when he returns. I don't know if he's a 17 shooter or not, so we'll find that out here in just a moment. But Joey, attack this and bring it down as low as you can go, brother.
Yeah, he needs to put pressure on it just because Brian can absolutely nail that big checkout if he needs to. The 1-4-2 will be the look. Either 6-17s to move up to the double top or trip 20, trip 14, double top. Couple different ways you can go about it. Trip 20, double bull to double 16.
Yeah, 20s is the route he elected to go for. Trip 10 here.
Should be. Beautiful setup there. Joey needs the 104 to hold his throw here and get himself to match point advantage. If not, Brian will have match point advantage for the first time in this final.
Almost 500 folks still joining us here for our BullShooter Regional in South Carolina. We appreciate it. Will Stewart, Nick Teixeira on the call here. This is your finals of the Pro Singles Combo event. Brian needing 32 for 2-1 here in this double dip set.
Over to the 8s he goes and nails it there. 2-1 up, gives a little bit of a fist bump of celebration, knowing he's one leg away here.
That's big, especially after, that first dip is thrown your way. Just got to kind of build your confidence and hope for a good finish here in the second set. And yeah, to find yourself at a 2-1 advantage, that's going to feel nice.
I think they're having a little confusion. If you're curious what the interaction was, they were just seeing if it reverted to best of 3 and like, wait a second, we didn't diddle. And then Joey's like, no, listen, man, it's okay. He does not sound like Kermit the Frog. I don't know why I did that voice.
That was what I was to say. Okay, Kermit.
So, yeah, no, it is now to cricket here. Joey needs to get this leg to send it to a last leg decider. If not, it is all over here in the pro bracket, and Brian Langley will be your champion. Let's see how this one shapes up here. The momentum has shifted, and after that 2 mark open, it's completely in the favor of Brian if he hits a big in.
That really is difficult for Joey. Brian trying to take advantage. Palumbo up over 8s, 1-0. That women's queen seat match.
Did not hurt too much. Brian only finding a 4 on the end. 5 mark is the target line here for this turn. 4 19s and a single 20. That's a good marker. Right under the wire. Should be able to stack into the trip on the start. Pulls it down. Not even going to be able to look at the 20s now. And another 2 mark shot. If I'm Brian, I'm attacking this 19 right here, making those 2 marks basically null and void.
Yeah, somewhat of a surprising finish there after the first start from Joey. I expected what you said, a little bit of a stacker dart coming in, incoming there, but the grouping just wasn't on his side, and back to Brian we go.
And big collect on the last. It was a little risky the way he shot that there. If he didn't hit the trip on the last, it would have left Joey a potential big swing there with the X on the 20 and the 19. But it does not matter now. Joey is going to need a drill. There's an argument here if he hit a first start trip to go close and try to reset this match a little bit. But this is the. I think Joey's feeling nerves or something here. His form is not nearly as tight as it was earlier.
Yeah, it goes right back to the 20s. Can't blame him there. I think when you're at this point in the match, points is your best friend for Brian.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. Yeah, I'd like the shot from Joey right here. Just go for the 5 mark. And it does collect there. Absolutely punishes Brian. And now Brian is left with the opportunity. He needs to find a 6 mark, right? Close the 17s, close the 18s is going to be your target line for this shot here. And Joey put himself in a significantly more favorable position than where he was at, where, that was a good play there.
Yeah, I like the start here on the 17s. Has to stay. Ooh, barely converts on the 5.
61-point difference here means that 4 18s is needed before the point lead's regained. You expect Joey to stay up for all 3.
No, he's looking.
He wanted to go for the 7 mark. That was because again he only needed 4 to get up. I think if anything, Joey's just feeling uncomfortable, maybe trying to just get this leg done and over with one way or another. But I don't agree with the shot selection there. It just leaves Brian an easy opportunity for a 4 mark if he wants it. Mike Patterson saying this is a pro finals. It's kind of a gift from both of these guys. 3s and mid 20s don't usually cut it. These guys were playing significantly better than that before this final, it's one of those cases where one player is struggling, so the other one is as well. And don't get me wrong, you're not wrong. When we saw Kenny Doyle, Alex Spellman as the final in Florida, it's of a different standard, right? Or the Mike Maloney, I want to say Eric Bobzine final, or maybe it was Bob McCoy, one of the Bobs. Final in Rockford, you get different qualities of finals. I will say it. This pro field is one of the lesser stacked ones. I think it was way more wide open and even here, and these guys are just taking advantage of the fact that they had a little bit of bracket luck, but also the skill to be able to earn their spot in this final. It's no easy feat, as we see a big Wham Bam Peanut Butter and Jam.
Of course, you end it with that. No, I agree. I mean, they're both kind of getting away with it here. Throwing these averages, but yeah, I think that it is unfortunate. You want everybody to pull out their best effort here, but you never know. Still more to come, hopefully. But Brian right now has the advantage, 303 to 198. Needing just this one leg. Big 18.
Not quite over yet. Joey's going to have to dig real deep, though. He's going to have to pull out something special here and find a big 9 mark on the 15s here. Put the pressure back on Brian. We did see him fight quite well in the 15s previously. As pulse check on the chat, they heard Wham Bam Peanut Butter Jam, and all of a sudden they're coming back. We know my fans are out there. We got Mike Redman. We got Thomas Williams Clement. We got Stevie B.
I think they are just more confused than anything about your electrifying Wham Bam Peanut Butter and Jam.
We agree it's
call.
electrifying.
Yeah, no thanks.
Don't be a hater.
So it does look like they. Yeah, no, we'll be all right. Joey's got, yeah, he's electing here the 16 route. He does have the 15 still open, but wants to work on another wedge there. Just try to get him back as close as he can.
Yeah, Joey's done a good job of putting a little bit of pressure on this. If anything, if I'm Brian here, I'm thinking trip 15 single trip 17 single 15, and then go for the big swing at the 16. And he did basically do that mentality there since he didn't trip the 17. He decided to go back. Joey has an opportunity here. This would be a big one. Oh, not going to be able to regain the point lead. Let's go ahead and close. 44-point difference here means that Brian closes the 3/16s to leave Joey the shot at 5 bowls for the win to save it. Brian favored in this one.
Hey, you've got to go 16s here. Triple the start. How about a double single for the win?
Well, Joey went for that shot to leave this one opportunity with the single 17, right? 5 bowls, one time on the one time. If not, Brian Langley going to be your champion here. Be tougher now. Not going to happen today. Brian Langley, 2 bowls on the collect here, Will.
Yeah, that first start made it really difficult.
Brian Langley, everybody, does get it there and gets it done in style. You can see Joey immediately out there, arm extended and a handshake and some respect between these gentlemen here. Beautiful stuff from Brian to kind of show some resilience against Joey, who was really in full force there. Yeah, pretty tough, scrappy end to that one, but congrats to Brian there. As we're in game 3 over here in our women's queen seat match. So we did miss the first 2 legs there, but you know what? Better late than never. That's what I say.
Yeah, we've got a 1-1 score line here, and Dawn Lewis awaits in the 3rd place position. So we're queued in for the rest of this one, the 3rd place and finals of our women's singles combo event. Catherine Aites, 39 to leave, 354. And we go back to our dancing queen.
Only 17. I don't remember the words too well. I do see a couple. A couple of comments that we saw rolling through towards the end of that final there. Mr. Breadsticks, great name on YouTube, saying, been watching a lot of Ram lately, and that guy's a robot. Convinced me otherwise. Nope, he is. You're right. Black Phoenix saying, any Ohio darters? I'm from Ohio. That counts. Meredith McGee saying, hi with a kissy face. Well, to you too. And Thomas Clement saying, Wayne Martle or Nick Teixeira. Call me Hawaii 501. I want to be Wayne Martle when I grow up.
Definitely Wayne all day. How can you even compare the two?
Well, we're both funny and zany and very controversial if we should be allowed around microphones. He was my favorite darts commentator. Still is. Oh, we got more dance moves. Oh,
Uh-oh.
Oh my
Both
goodness.
of them.
What?
I think they're sharing earpods.
Well, we did know that they were friends going into this, but that is quite the camaraderie between these 2 different opponents here.
I want to hang out with Allison. I'm not going to lie to you.
I would hang out with these girls anytime.
Allison seems like a character. She's got a shot to take the advantage here. It's only down by 30 points. 1 single bull would be big.
Yeah, this is definitely a frustrating moment. You can see the spins and twirls of despair. Oh, and does not find the bull there, so no finish. Allison can come back and leave a checkout here. 2 bulls and a decent fallout will do. Is open out, so you get a lot more options on the setup here too.
Yeah, takes a deep breath there.
Yeah, I like that she recomposed herself before going into this turn. I mean, how many games are won and lost talking about like these moments where you're looking for these let me rephrase how I'm wording this here. Where you're in those mid 200s, you're looking for a checkout and you just find this struggles, right? You can't quite collect, can't quite set up when otherwise if they were at, let's say 441, they would be able to hit the ton every time. It's make or break for a lot of this stuff.
Coming down to the wire here for Allison. She's got to convert. She just got to. Oh, you can't do that.
Yeah, now Kat doesn't even need to go off the bulls if she doesn't want to. You could bet the 17s here is my preferred way. Check this. She went up for the 20s direction there. Yeah, you could just stay on the bulls if you wanted to and try to focus on bringing it down with your punting on the finish. Jumps around the board, only hits 29 though, so not a huge punish either though. Not quite sure where she went.
She vanished.
Oh, there she is. I was like, where'd she go? She went somewhere. Will she leave a checkout? She will not. Who's going to win this queen seat matchup here, Will?
Yeah, too many missed opportunities there for Allison to present herself with a look to win this one.
But even then, left, right, and center, but no big collect. They'll get across the finish line. Kat is on a 2-dart checkout. Allison here, just 1 low ton, puts all the pressure back on, though. Good marker. Those darts didn't want to go out of the board there. I think they were doing better when they were dancing.
You just got to relax a little bit, start dancing.
That's it. Bullseye. Oh, 1 hole outside there for Kat. 149. 1 time on the 1 time to get the seats. Mr. Breadsticks, they are playing Fat Bull here for the women's and the amateur brackets that we're going to be looking at. The pro bracket was Split Bull, though, which we just saw the conclusion of.
So kind of a predicament here. You can't really go 50.
You can. I mean, you can go Bull
you can go
Trip
57.
19 for 42.
Yeah. Could go 57.
That's
forget
fine.
it. Like I said, the master out, throws you for a loop there.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Don't get me wrong, not ideal, but this is fine. She was going Trip 16. I think she was going for the Trip 19 initially there. Fell into the Trip 16, left her a finish, but does not go. 38 needed. 2 big singles on this 19 is what you're thinking. You don't want to go outside and get a little squirrely with this. First start just gave us the elusive question mark.
Yeah, just 2 single 19s to get her done.
Oh, not quite though. Allison with now an opportunity at 76. Ten out of 10. Oh, that's more awkward. Can't go bull now. She stopped herself. She was about to.
Go 33 tops. Go 57, 16.
Yeah, this is tricky. Oh, 33 tops. You called it, Will. Will she nail it? Big deep press. She's putting a lot of pressure on this last start.
Allison, so just go hit it. Come on.
Oh, pulls that dart down and right there. Single 5 for Cat now. And gets it there. And you can see these girls immediately giving some love to each other there. As good friends were playing against each other. Forecast for tonight: alcohol, low standards, bad decisions. Alcohol, by the way, is the back of her shirt. That is incredible.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah, I love it.
Well, coming up next on our stream board, Allison will be right back over as she's playing Don Lewis. And then we also have going on our other side of the stream board will be Patrick Gibson and the General taking on each other there for the seat match of the non-pro. Of course, we will prioritize third place and finals for the ladies there. But we'll go ahead and just give it a quick moment, give them some time to get over to the board, and we'll be back in just a moment. Don't go far, folks. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Will Stewart on the call. Third place match. Here we go for the ladies here. Sorry for that. It's a little bit of a delay. Just had trouble tracking them down and getting them all set up and ready to go. But we got Don, Lewis, and Allison Palumbo going up against each other in the third place to see who makes it back to the final to play Cat. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by BullShooter on the call for this one.
Yeah, during that slight little break for us, the general, a.k.a. Jimmy Jones, wins the king seat there in that non-pro singles. So congrats to him. But here we are for our ladies, as you would say.
Ladies. Yeah, this should be a good one here. So just to give you guys a run of show order here, we're going to be getting this third place match, the women's final, and then we should be in position to get fourth place, third place final for the non-pro. So we are going to be grinding it out with you guys tonight to the end of the road, it seems. And I'll be honest, that men's bracket, the men's amateur bracket looked like it was going to run a lot later, and it's done a good job of recovering. So shout out to the tournament staff on that one.
Yeah, we'll find out here. We're still a little bit staggered on one side, to be fair, but hopefully with some quick play, they'll be able to kind of reverse that. And yeah, hopefully fourth, third finals on the non-pro before we call it a night here from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. But in the meantime, we got that girl taking on Sasquatch. I love the nicknames that they got brought to us here.
Yeah, the cool thing about going to the tournament stops, and if you guys are going to any tournament stops, know this, that you need that BullShooter app on your phone. But once you're there, just set up your player profile. You can set whatever name you want into the dartboard. I could play under the name Will Stewart if I wanted to.
As I guarantee you, the first and only time I will ever say that in regards to a lady that's in front of me, because she chose it on her game screen. I can officially say that.
Well, it looks like Kat from our seat match there decided to come hang out. She's front row and center right there to watch this one.
Well, of course, she wants to support good friend Allison. I'm assuming as she tries to make it back to the final, or maybe she just wants to keep an eye on who she's going to be playing. Either way.
Oh, a little gamesmanship potentially. Nah, she just wants to support her friend.
Psych him out.
That's
Psych
it.
him out.
So far, Dawn's doing a good job of being out in front, and she should be able to go ahead and be the first one on a finish here. Let's see how good of a finish it will be. Oh, good find in the second. Sets herself up at 118 there, so Miss Sasquatch will have to kind of chop it down just a little bit here as she went for a little stretch of legs. I will be honest, I can relate to Allison. I love to walk around in between my shots, kind of stretch of legs, look away from the board, keep myself distracted, and keep the body moving. Down to the 133. But 118 for Dawn is more than doable for herself here.
Oh, is it? Went for the 20s there?
Yeah, a little bit questionable, but does tee up the bull here. Now needs to survive a 133 from Allison. Dawn won her first 3 rounds before losing in round number 4 to Jordan Hutchinson, and then from there was able to kind of continue to fight back along on the losers' side of the bracket. They're beating out Jamie, Kristen, and Robin, and Amanda to get back to this point. So she won quite the run, and Alyssa was on the winner's side up until that queen seat match, of course.
Yeah. Don looking at Bull for the finish here for a 1-0 scoreline. Just below. So now has to find another route. 15 for 32, possibly.
It was beautiful. It was a beautiful look, but it just doesn't quite go. All right.
Can't afford to do that too many times, especially with their opponent on 100. Just 2 big bulls to put it away. Now it's got to scramble a little bit. 57-24.
It's a little awkward. Yeah, I was gonna say she was going to 17 there for 30. Well, the 19 is absolutely the correct shot on 81 with 2 darts in hand. Unfortunately, just where that first dart was, I wonder if she just didn't feel super comfortable, was worried about deflection, or sometimes you see a 1 at the end and like, oh, well, trip 17 gets rid of the 1s at the end. That's what I do. Don Lewis, 1 leg on the board and 1 leg away from making it the finals here. Allison back against the wall. We need to start off strong in this game of cricket here. We get a
stretching out. I'm telling you, I would love to hang out with her. She just seems like quite the character. Just one to be around.
Yeah, you gotta do a little bit of calisthenics.
We've seen her dance. We've seen her just full blown karaoke. Singing her be a chiropractor for herself.
I can go for some good old karaoke.
In real life, Allison's actually a school teacher.
Is that one real?
No, I don't know. I can't tell you. I can't tell you if she's a school teacher, if she works for the police, or if she works for just herself. You never know.
Well, there you go. Will Stewart just coming up with information about people. I love it.
We'll continue the trend from earlier.
Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. That's what they say, Will. You chose Gaslight. I chose Girl Boss.
She's a nurse. I love it.
There we go. Thank you, chat, for keeping us organized, because God knows we are not. But, oh, look at this from Dawn. 2-number advantage to get things going here. Mark on the 17. She's definitely looking pretty strong so far in this one.
I love that we can count on the chat, though, always to keep it real. Let us know the information that we don't, because let's be honest, there's how many darters in the U.S. right now? How many of them do we actually see? How many have we seen before? How many do we, maybe we've seen once but haven't seen other than that? So it's hard to keep track of everybody. So we do rely on you guys on that aspect to just kind of let us know maybe where somebody is from or who they are, and a little background information. So a little pat your own back there from us.
Yeah. Hats off to you, chat. And also, to anybody here in person, I know I've already had a couple of people come by and introduce themselves or take a quick selfie. I know I got to meet Mike Self for the first time, a few others as well. So it's always nice to meet you guys out there. And just know, it's always a pleasure, unless the first thing you say to me is, "Where's Will?" Then it's not.
That's how you should greet Nick at all times, folks.
Where's Will?
Where's Will? I've never met Mike, so that's when he got on me.
Yeah, Mike's like, with my time with A to Z, I haven't met Jen, Will, but I meet you first. I'm like, I'm the best one there.
Kudos. All right, Allison. Yeah, she's got some work to do, and right now, not looking promising in game number 2, as Don Lewis hopes for a finals berth. And right now, she looks like a very tough competitor against Alice, or not Allison, but oh shoot,
Cat.
Yeah, exactly, Cat 8s.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you there. I so far what we've seen, at least in Dawn's cricket game, is definitely the best between the Queen Seat ladies that we saw in herself. So, yeah, it's going to be tough. Allison's not out of this yet, though, and she has to remember that. How many times have we seen a leg or even called a leg done when it's not even close to being over?
Oh, we do it all the time now. We just look at a trend and jump on it, not realizing like, oh, well, hold on now. 9 mark, different ball game.
In this case, those single 16s needed already done over to the 15s, grabs the 15 onto the Bulls and falls into a 17 because she wanted those extra points.
Just nasty stuff from Dawn here. Trying to go 2-0. Allison looking to heaven saying anything, please, anything.
Yeah, but 4 numbers and points down is a detrimental spot to find yourself in. And, 3-6-7, solid standard from Dawn Lewis. And Dawn, super methodical in her play and approach. She's really just pretty unexpressive in the sense that she's kind of just locked in. When she walks off on the line, she stands at the same spot behind the Aki every single time. She's been pretty consistent with her behavior and mannerisms and kind of just keeping herself calm. It's kind of polar opposites as I mean, you can kind of see it back here. She kind of like does a little walk off and she stands in that same spot and just watches the darts. You look at Allison in between the turns and she's over there doing jumping jacks and calisthenics.
Jim, Nick West is the one you want to reach out to on that one.
And you can
There
see,
you go. As he just puts it in the chat.
Nick West is in there. Yeah, remember, it's Nick West, not Nick East, and definitely not Nick East. Nick West.
What a win there for Dawn. 2-0 to book herself into the final. What a performance there, Nick.
Yeah, very impressive from her there. And I'll be honest, Kat will need to kind of pick it up a little bit from what we saw earlier in the sense that Dawn's just really going to kind of bring her A game, and she's made it very clear that that's going to be her intention here. Looking over just the update on the singles combo bracket, it looks like they're just now almost into the 5th, 6th territory, 7th, 8th territory. So we'll be staying here with this final. Looks like it's going to take just a moment for Kat to get on over to the board, Dawn to get a fresh refreshment maybe, but we won't be going far at all, folks. So I'm Nick Chair, joined by Will Stewart on the call. We'll miss you. It's finals time, everybody. I'm looking forward to this one, as this is Catherine Aites going up against Don Lewis here. My name's Nick Teixeira, joined by Will Stewart on the call, and this should be a phenomenal finish to our ladies' matchup, where we saw Dawn put on quite the performance in the third place match, and she's looking to replicate it here. She needs to double dip Cat in the seat.
Yeah, Dawn was pretty aggressive in that third place match. It wound up pretty good for her as she found herself into this final. But yeah, going to be a tough competitor here. I think Kat's going to have to bring everything she's got. Of course, you always have to do that, but thankfully she hasn't had a lot of time from her queen seat match to here. She's only had just a 30-minute break maybe at that. So hopefully she's still in tune with her throw.
Yeah, if anything for Kat, I think her playing Allison in the seat match kind of showed them both a little too relaxed, and they were having trouble kind of getting fired up. If anything, I expect Kat to kind of lock in a little bit more here and show us why she got to that queen seat match in the first place and why she's the seat holder in this bracket. Dawn, she did a lot of proving her worth in that last match, and I'm excited to see where this continues to develop.
It's a great point you brought up there, because playing somebody from your hometown or maybe that you know really well, maybe you're pretty friendly with, can be very difficult, because there's a little, you want them to win, but you want to win, of course, because you're moving on to the best possible place you can be in. But we'll see what kind of effort is produced here so far. Dawn, maybe the small advantage here. Yep, she's going to have a big advantage now. Oh, just out. But hey, that's fine. In this open out bracket, she can take that out.
I was going to say, does end up leaving a finish here. Won't have to go for it unless Kat leaves herself a finish here. And I would argue it would have to be a pretty good finish at that. So yeah, no finish there for Kat. I don't think you go for the 177, but that being said, Don, go for the 177. It'd be so cool.
Do it. Do it now. Oh my.
Come on. Oh, I got away from her just a little bit. We were locked in for that one, and Laura Palumbo in the chat says, or the fact that it's her partner in the morning. So there you go. Yeah, Kat and Allison are partners as well for the doubles.
Did not know that fact. So yeah, thank you for that one, Laura. We didn't know that. So yeah, that's very difficult.
I love playing my partners in tournaments. Like if in the Friday night singles going into the next day knowing we're playing each other. If I play against you in that bracket, I'm going to beat you so I can justify going first. That's how I think about it.
Well, she had to look there at 32 for the leg. Instead, Catherine has the shot. So 115.
Still can go. Needs to slow down.
Yeah, just doing the math.
You saw that there. That was pretty funny. Does not go now, though. So that girl, Dawn Lewis, 32.
Double.
Oh.
Can't do that. Can't do a double triple on that one.
Yeah, and now this could be a potential big collect and response here. 78. This would get her to match point in the finals here. Bull 20. 20 for Bull. Oh, nails it there.
Yeah, right in the heart of that double bit. So a true out of 78 for Catherine as she takes this first leg 1-0. Your queen seat holder has the advantage and maintains.
Yeah, big advantage. But, of course, this is where Dawn was the most impressive. Her 0-1 was solid, but I will say that her cricket impressed us a lot, where she averaged a 3.67 just south of there after the Bulls. It's going to put a lot of heat on Kat here, and she's just going to have to stay collected and throw her darts, as she has clearly shown that I would think it's fair to say she's raised up her game quite a bit from the queen seat match so far.
Oh, yes, definitely. I think you brought up the perfect point of, playing your friend or whatnot. It kind of plays a role.
Now, if I'm Kat here, I'm popping a single 20.
I agree at some point. I think do it now. And she tried to.
Here's the thing, right? If we're looking at average of expectation here, the average that is going to win this cricket game is going to be somewhere between a 3-5 and a 4-5. That being said, let's assume that it's on the high end of 4-5. If I hit a single 20, they have to hit a 4 or 5 mark on the next number to really kind of make that hurt. A 3 mark doesn't hurt as much. That's why I gamble and throw get that 20 close first. I like to play a little bit of statistics with my darts there.
Terrible, terrible. How dare you use your brain?
It's the only time I use it is darts. Any other time, not so much.
You ain't lying there, bud. I close the 17s.
Murphy Darts saying, I'm at a blind draw, about to take first. That's called a commenter's curse if you don't get first now.
Congrats. Hopefully you can pull off the W.
Well, you're at a blind draw. You win the seat. Do you take the split if it's offered?
Ooh,
like a normal bar blind draw.
Depends on what time it is. You look at your partner. You think to yourself, okay, how many have I had? How many has he had? There's a lot of stuff there that goes into play. No, I think that you, of course, want to play out everything, but sometimes that does kind of happen. The old split.
See, it's funny. I'm one of those ones where, like, I will never be the one that asks for the split. I will never ask for it, but I will say yes 100% of the time if I'm asked. That's usually my rule of thumb. I usually think it's the seat holder that gets to decide is also my other rule of thumb there. But if I'm ever asked, do you want to split? I usually will never say no unless there's some reason, unless there's some extracurricular reason outside of a normal blind draw match.
I did it. I've done it a couple times, and one that I will definitely say, and Ryan Mooneyham will get a little kick of this once I actually say it because I don't think he knows about it. Right before I played Danny Jansen in the finals of the Air Cap tournament, I said, Danny, you want to split? And he goes, what? I said, I'll let you keep the money. I just want the trophy. And he goes, no. I said, okay. And then I beat him.
That's funny. That's good.
Whoops.
That's funny. No, and see, that's the thing, though, is like, even when I am friends with somebody that I'm playing against, blind draws are the only times I will ever consider splits. Otherwise, no. If there's hardware on the line, I'm playing for the hardware every time.
I love it. Well, right now, Dawn's playing for hardware. She's trying to get this to 1-1, but Catherine making this a little bit difficult.
Nate saying, where are you guys hiding at, Nick DeShare? I was going to come say hi. So we actually have a breathalyzer at our door here, so you have to blow triple zeros before you can come in the room. Sorry, guys. I'm just kidding. I've been hiding over today. I haven't been able to go out there and hang out and say hi with everybody yet, but tomorrow there will be plenty of time where I'll be walking around, and I'll make sure to say hi to you, Nate.
There you go. Some of us will be walking around.
Yeah, well, you will be walking around just at home.
Exactly. Walking to that fridge and back. On trying to grab hold of these 16s. That's going to be a tough one to work around. Yeah, transfers of the 19s just packs in some more points.
Great cover shot. 94-point difference between these two players right now. And for the most part, Don has done pretty much a pretty solid job of maintaining control throughout the entirety of this leg of cricket. Oh, good shot so far. And does find a 5 mark there. On Lewis. Here's how this plays out. The 0-1 games are a coin toss. The cricket games are in Don's favor. That means that Cat will need to get this done in the next leg here for the 0-1. The fact that it's 2 0-1s and 1 cricket is a huge advantage for herself there. Because I'll be honest, if it goes to another set, I expect it to go the full distance as well by default. Might be a bold take, but I mean it. Danny saying, great job of commentary, guys. Very entertaining. Well, I appreciate that, Danny McKeehan.
Boy, you butchered that one.
I did. That was a very doable last name, too. My apologies, Danny. It was terrible job of commentaries is what you meant to say.
Thank you, Danny. Appreciate it. That's all you needed to do.
I wanted to be a little extra. I wanted to do the extra step there.
Looking for the double. Gets a single. Just one bull away from 1-1 here.
Yeah, and Kat does find 2 of her own there, but too little too late in this leg, it seems.
Yeah, could have really only made it interesting with about 6 bulls there. So there you go.
So now we're on to our diddle here.
You can see they're just getting a little extra insurance from the ladies right next.
I think they were just confirming that it was the diddle and asking about the options there. A lot of flips and goes sometimes. Yeah, they're just having a laugh. Kat to show first.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if that's going to be quite enough for Kat. Yeah, Dawn's able to take the advantage, so she grabs the bull, and that could be a big, big advantage here in this leg.
Yeah, I would have to imagine. I mean, like I said, the 0-1's kind of a coin toss between the two of them. So we'll see what happens. Kat's going to want to get this one done here. Dawn, if she gets to this, she will be favored in that final set, if you ask me.
Oh, yeah, you usually take that person who takes the first dip and usually chalk them down for the advantage going into that second. I mean, scoreline does play a factor there at some point, but yeah, you usually try to give them the slight edge just off confidence.
Finds a low ton there for Kat, though, as we get a terrible comment in the chat.
I love that. I love that comment. Clip it, put it out there for everybody. Nick Teixeira, stop talking so much and let the professional handle it. You're welcome.
Patrick, I literally was wishing you good luck, hoping that you finally break your 4th place curse streak and make the pro list. I take it all back.
Oh, that's dirty. Why would you do that? Potentially up next on the stream. We'll find out.
Oh, is that true? But I didn't know you saw the bracket when I said that. Oh, that's so messed up. I am so sorry, Patrick. I thought you were not in the bracket anymore. I take back what I said. I feel terrible.
That's what I said. That is absolutely terrible.
I didn't know you saw the bracket when I said that.
So I hit you with the truth and said he may be our next stream.
Well, thank you for pointing that one out. Sorry, buddy.
Catherine needs to fill this up. Yeah, at least needed to. As Don Lewis has 214, 1 bull, 2 bull, 3 bull. Oh, a still 97 solid leave.
Oh, yeah. Going to be happy with her position here. Kat's been doing pretty solid as well on the bulls so far. Oh, no, but doesn't leave a finish there. So now, big moment here. Dawn to get the first set. 97 is the look here. 19's for tops.
Yeah, bull for 28. Well outside, but it's okay.
She will return.
If she would have went inside, that's fine too. Leave herself 14 in this open out format.
Oh, and 159's not an ideal leave either because it's not even a bull for shot. So 28 is the look for Dawn to get the first set here in this final. Bulls it. Gotta be careful here. 159 on the one time.
Don't start on the bull. Yep.
And we got quite the crowd starting to build up to watch this one here. I'd love to see it. As you can see Patrick right over there at the corner. That's who's throwing over there, by the way.
Maybe some more local players. I mean, we've heard the representation from the Sumner area in South Carolina is pretty big. So Maybe they all came out for this event. As Dawn takes the leg here for the single dip on the cone.
Yeah, so here we go. We're going to get another best of 3 here. It's going to be flip and go for the first leg here. So they're doing the coin flip right now. And Don's dancing around the coin. Cat's like, I'm going to get you to dance one of these days by throwing a coin at you.
That's what it was. I was wondering if she was just like breaking out a dance there or what. And then, oh, thank goodness.
Harry Rentala is saying, just a question from a Canadian dart player. Are there any open soft tip tourneys, or are they all based on leagues? This is an open soft tip tourney. You don't need any average. The entirety of the BullShooter Tour is open for anybody to play. There's not flighted brackets. It is simply just go in and play.
Yeah, there's actually a significant amount of open soft tip tournaments that you can play in. Yeah, just if you see a tournament flyer, maybe just reach out to that number that is usually written on there and just give them a call or reach out to the organization and just give them an ask, because it's about, I would say, 70% open, 30% closed.
Yeah, I would say that. Now, the ones that you see with the super big prize pools are typically going to be, I would say it's probably 60-40.
Yeah, I would say you got state tournaments and stuff like that too.
Yeah, and a lot of those, of course, you see some of these like tournaments with super big payouts. A lot of them have leagues that play into them and stuff like that. The cool thing about the BullShooter circuit is you can go to Chicago without even playing in a regional if you want to.
I love it. I love it. Playing the big event, and you don't even have to qualify.
Yeah, and here's your pro tip. Anybody here that's watching, if you play at a BullShooter regional, you get top 3 in the women's or the men's, and you go on the pro list. That pro list is effective after Chicago takes place. So if you play in a regional and you make the pro list, you're supposed to go to Chicago after, because it's your last chance to play in AM until you're on the pro list for 2 years. That's your fun fact insider for the day. I always wrote that down in case I ever made the pro list. Never got there.
Fun fact: never got there.
A lot of 5th 6s. I've gotten close. Never quite there. So far, Cat and Don off to the races, both in the 30s. The Cat taking advantage of the throw so far. There's your opening, though, as Don is unable to find a bull. Cat can try to go on the runaway here. Oh, what a find on the trip 19 during the last start to leave 90. Beautiful tee up by Cat.
Yeah, what a shot. Forcing Don to collect here. That's big, but you know you can't start on the bull there. You mentioned it earlier.
Yeah, and that's a huge negative in a format like this, where a lot of the power scoring comes from utilizing the bull. It's a little bit hard to do the switch on some of these outs, but totally possible. She start 19s here. 19s for trip 17. Trip 17 is my look at this. Or trip 20 for trip 13. $17 for bull. 19 for trip 16. As she rolls her own eyes there.
That's one way to do it.
I think. Oh,
is she confused?
Ooh.
Yeah, she was confused. You had to check out.
Oh no!
Does that cost her?
I think your friend's filling her in on there, letting her know what's going on. But it will not cost her. 103 is no checkout with 2 darts in hand. Oh wow! Back to back, unfortunate things.
Absolute madness here.
Outside, needs to settle down. It's a little bit, I wonder if this is nerves getting to her. Single 16 needs to go.
What a way that would have been to do it. Yeah, just got to settle down a little bit. Take a deep breath and kind of cue it in.
Yeah, Dawn just needs 2 17s, and she's going outside, and doesn't get a single dart in there. You need to just go single, top side of the wire. This
You
is so
have
nervy.
to.
What is going on?
Pressure is absolutely insane here.
Oh, well, what is happening? This is insane between these two.
This is nuts.
And now to the trip, as she says, fudge. Yeah, it was another chance here.
Back and forth. Back and forth we go. This is who wants it more? Single 17, Don.
They both just want it so much. I think the entire spectators table is having a collective anxiety attack behind there.
The chat is having an anxiety attack as well.
Oh!
Nobody seems to want to put it away. Other than these two ladies in the back taking shots that are downing them.
And it does go the way of Don Lewis there. Oh my goodness, that was a very intense affair as the friends are being goofy back there, maybe getting mildly scolded.
Wow.
Oh, they got in trouble.
They definitely got in trouble. She said, go away. Get out of here. They all vacated.
What the heck is going on?
I'm going to need you guys to get out of here.
Now they're just all standing back there watching. You know what? I kind of appreciate that the friends didn't even really question it. They all just said, okay, and they got up and left.
Yep.
I have to respect the spectators on that one, as they were having a lot of fun watching that.
That was top tier. That needs to be a reel. That needs to be a reel.
Oh, for sure. Hey, listen, when I go back to edit this and put this out, that's for sure a reel. Incredible.
Match, you kick your friends out, come back. Can she come back? That would be the ultimate.
Now, we did talk about the path to success here, right? And the one thing that we mentioned is that the 0-1 games were 50-50, but Dawn is heavily favored in cricket with how she's been playing. This is going to be interesting to see if Kat's going to be up to the task here of handling the very ferocious Don Lewis.
I think she possibly could. I mean, she's got to settle in here and do what she's done to put herself in the queen seat position. She knows she can play well. She knows she has been playing well. So maybe, just needed to take it a little bit more serious. And
I do like this insight here from Rogerson, referring to Kat here, saying she always tells us, shh, don't tell me what to throw, just let me do this. And I think that's exactly what just happened there. Again, obviously all good friends from Sumter, so it's nothing but love and respect between the audience and the players as well.
And that's what we figured when we heard there was a pretty good darting community and they were all starting to huddle around for the final. We figured, all right, these are definitely some Sumter people that are joining in, trying to support, but they're still supporting. They still got all eyes on the match. You can see them back there. They're just giving her space.
And on top of that, you can see Kat was actually just interacting with them back there as well. So I think she just wanted it was a little intense having them sit so close to the area there. Kat collects a big shot over there.
Yeah, forces Dawn to the 17s.
And that one she felt like should have been into the trip. Does not go, though, and it's going to be a little bit of some question marks here as, again, Dawn has been so reliable in cricket, but Kat's picked up her game. That's been the biggest difference here. She's been throwing a lot of those cricket games right around 2-2, 2-5. 3.2 is definitely above the margins she was at earlier.
We're still open for Catherine to run on through. Trying to make this 1-1 and force a last leg decider. Can we go the distance?
We can go for speed.
We're going on and on and on in a time of need. And we need it here at 12 o'clock Central, 1 a.m. local time.
I feel great. You know why I feel great? Because Cookout's open until 3:30.
You know, that is a fantastic feeling. I just looked on DoorDash myself. So, unfortunately, no cookout here, but we do have some different items. So, have a quite the meal on me, buddy. Quesadilla, maybe a corn dog, a burger,
I think I might
cheese
have all those
curds.
things. I'm going to just have all those things, actually.
I know you're going to, because you have like 12 items and it still costs $12.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, going left and right there. Tries to switch up to the close on the last start there out of some frustrations. If I'm Cat right here, like, don't be wrong. If you close 16-15, you're feeling golden. But at the same time, if you just throw an extra trip 20 or two, and that's what she's trying to do, it does a lot of damage as well.
Certainly does. Catherine in a good position as Dawn elects to go to the 15s here.
Yeah, now Cat. If I'm thinking, I'm not even thinking trip anymore. I'm thinking two big single 16s. Give me that second number. She's going to hit the trip anyways because she's better than me, but does not get the 15s. Oh, gives us some choice hand motions to the dartboard as well.
And she goes back to the friends for a little encouragement. Kicks him out, but comes back.
Yeah, like you said, it was all in good fun. I just thought it was funny how collectively they just all got up at the same time.
Every single one. And then she does a pose before she comes up to the line.
They're having a good time, guys. We're having a good time over here in Myrtle Beach as well. One 15 away from getting the close there. Big shot from Don Lewis incoming. If she wants to stay alive in this leg, this will be the first time we've seen her lose a cricket leg. The friends are going crazy back there. I'm living and dying by watching them in the background. I'm not gonna lie.
They are really, yeah, they may be a little distance, but they're living on every dart here. Other than this one guy who's decided, no, I'm staying right here. I'm holding true. You see him right there in the corner. He's like, I'm sitting myself right here. You're not moving me no matter what you say.
Yeah, that's Frank. That's just what Frank's gonna do. His name's not Frank.
Good one, Nick. Ha 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 ha.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, Catherine knows what she needs to do. Bowls for the win.
Yeah, Cat doesn't get any bowls done there yet. So honestly, here's the thing: this is still more than doable by Dawn, as we've seen the bullseyes go a couple different ways. It's not over yet. If anything, I'm going to be, if I'm Dawn, pressuring the close on the 16s here on the next visit, depending on the situation.
Tell you what, not a ton of people from Sumner, South Carolina. I'm seeing 45,000 is what I'm seeing. So this is a pretty big win to take back to Sumner.
We got like 10,000. We got like 10% of the population here just at this own tournament.
That was Wikipedia, by the way, so don't hate me if it's totally wrong, but
just grabs a single 16 in the last. Don't know what Cat's. She emoted about something there. That was pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. Having trouble collecting these last couple bowls, but does get one bowl away now. So Dawn has to stay on these bowls this time. Needs to find 4 bowls, 2 for the close, 2 to get up in points. She closes the 16 on the last just in case to leave herself the 4 bowls. But you expect this one to go Cat and make it 1 apiece here and go the full distance.
there you go.
Oh, they are cheering loud. I can hear them cheer from here.
Yeah, they're definitely giving it a go in the background for Catherine. As Wesley says, it's a military town. And then I'm just doing a little directions here. It's about an hour and 50 minutes, about 2 hours from Myrtle Beach. They're all telling them, hey, don't go over there. Don't go over
Yeah,
there.
you're not allowed to go over there. They got brought right on over, and then she nails the bull. Oh, I love it. Oh man, that seems like a fun bunch of people right there that I am terrified if they try to buy me a drink.
Oh
Terrified.
my.
1-1. Cat gets the throw here. They've been 50-50 in 0-1. Let's see who gets it here. After this leg, a woman will get the crown and will also get their spot into the invitational shootout, which is something that we haven't really brought up yet in this final. But the women do get the same shot as the men do in singles.
That's great. You love to see that. And why not? Because some of these women, are definitely capable of surprising a few of the men and even possibly getting on ESPN itself. So, I guess I should say the BullShooter Invitational.
Yeah, BullShooter Invitational. Good time going into year number 4 of it. Hat trick there from Kat. She is putting maximum pressure on. Oh, this group of friends is about to go wild if Kat gets the win here.
Yeah, they're going to go nuts.
I wouldn't count out Danya. Considering how much scrappiness we saw at the first leg of the second set here, anything is possible. And right now, I just wouldn't count. I just wouldn't count anything out yet. Just strap in, folks. So right now, Don Lewis, at least 2 bulls here on the collect to get yourself in range to set up.
I like what she did there.
I missed it.
One of her friends talked to her the previous round, and I could tell that she was like, nah, and then walked completely out of camera view. I was like, I see what you did there. Smart move. That's okay, though. Leaves the 148. Bull. Trip 16 is fine.
Oh, look at this, though. Oh, doesn't go in the last. Dawn is right on her coattails here. This is a very intense race down to the finish line here.
And that last dart went to leave 146. That would have been massive for Dawn. Instead, still the advantage is in favor of Catherine, who's trying to leave a good checkout. She does do that with 74.
It is no gimme though, so 186. If you get 2 bulls here,
If she goes 50, if she goes 150, that would have been, oh my, that would have been top notch there to leave 36. But instead, it's a 119 lead for Dawn. 74 remaining for Catherine for the title.
Taking her time here. That's fine. Double 16. Doesn't go, so Dawn will get an opportunity at a checkout here. 119. The silenced audience. 19.
They were all trying to take photos. This would hurt.
Oh, it looked like it was going to go. It was like 1 hole high, folks. Oh my goodness.
That would have been heartbreaking for her and everybody in the back. Instead, it goes to 16. Look at her look back.
The flash on the phone.
I would not have done that.
Oh, no. And it goes. She gets it. And her friends swarm. Wow. Absolutely incredible there. And you can see Dawn in the background high-fiving her corner, the quieter of the corners, I would presume. But yeah, what a heck of a match. And great win there for Cat 8. That does get it done here, Will. Incredible.
Fantastic job. Good stuff. She is balling right now. Look at her. She is, this is such a moment for her. Such a moment for all her friends.
Yeah, this is massive, and you have to just give some love and respect to the fact that Her friends are just being there for her, absolutely, and giving her a total memory moment here. I mean, that's what darts is about. We could argue about the standard of it all. We could argue one way or another. As you can see, actually, Kat wanted, as soon as she stopped getting surrounded, it went right up to Dawn. You can see in the corner over the screen. Love the sportsmanship there. She was like, hold on, I'm sorry, I got swarmed. You were great. But this is a big moment for her, and this is what darts is about.
Yeah, I knew that was going to happen, where she would run over eventually and talk to Dawn afterwards. Congrats to Dawn on a great run. She really made that a fun match, folks. So that went the distance the whole way through, as she was able to get the job done and take one back to Sumter, South Carolina.
Yeah, that she did. And let's go ahead and take a look over here, because this is actually going to be the 5th, 6th place match right now for our amateur bracket. So winner of this will get to the 4th place match. This is the only remaining matches will be played on our stream board after this one concludes.
Hey, is that Patrick McLeavy?
I know.
Is he down 1-0 right now because somebody cursed him?
I don't know. That looked like a pretty good shot. He seems to be fine. He seems to be all right.
We'll find out if he can make this 4th place match after Nick just straight called him out.
Hey, if it makes a difference, he's from Florida, and that's my friend. So there we go. Yeah, it looks like they're having a heck of a battle over here at the moment. So yeah, we're just going to go ahead and let this one grind out here, and then afterwards we'll be back for the 4th place, 3rd place, and finals of that men's singles combo. So just a couple matches left here. We'll see how the run continues on. Yes, Will?
No, I'm good. I was waiting for you to be done.
Oh, I thought you had something cool to say. Do you want to say anything to the people now that they're listening to you?
Guys, I love you. Thanks for joining us. We'll have more from this non-pro bracket here soon.
Back to the action here for our fourth place match of the men's singles combo, and this should be a great matchup here on our stream board. This is going to be a good matchup between Chris Chisholm and going up against Zachary Kennedy here, as we just saw the end of that 5th-6th match there with Patrick McLeavy, which I unfortunately cursed. But I'm Nick Sure, joined by BullShooter on the call for this one.
Wow, Nick. Can't believe you. Yeah, Chris has been waiting just for a little bit, so see how he comes out here in this one. Hopefully he's been hitting the practice board for a little bit. I think back there in the background, that's a little bit of our blind draw action still going down in the room, so our focus is going to be right here on this as he continues to throw perfect.
Yeah, throwing some good stuff in there, and definitely going to be a tough standard between all these different players here. Looking at our blind draw, just a quick look at the bracket there. First place, 320 bones. Not too bad.
320 is not bad at all.
For a bonus side event, why not? I will let you guys know if any of Sumter's still here. Let me tell you, half of Sumter was watching online. The other half was in the tournament hall, and they all started chanting Sumter, by the way. I went out there, talked with Dawn for a little bit, and congratulated her on the tough run. Told her she was one hole out of winning that final, where she almost took the big check out there, going high on the bullseye at the last. And then I tried to say hi to Kat, but she had all of her friends still celebrating, and then they kept making her take 15 different photo ops. So I just want to let you know, if you're from Sumter, you can actually take a photo and then send it to your friend, just to let you guys know, as they were having her do a whole photo shoot up there. Danny in chat saying, let's go Chisholm, owner of Plague Darts. So there you go. Little bit of an error there on the route, or he was just focusing on the tee up. Went for the bull, left himself at 55 and hit a single 20 last. So I think he was just trying to go all the way down there to 5, with Chris not on a finish there. No, I don't like the setup's not as clean as it could be, and crazier things have happened.
Yeah, it gets a 79 set up, but chances are this 35 will go, especially in open out format. Yeah,
Single
15.
And there was that 5 from earlier. He kind of throws his hands up and gives a little bit of a wave. But at the same time, it's kind of funny, right? Because he went for the hat trick to leave 5 earlier. So maybe he just really wanted to hit that 5.
That's it. He just wanted to hit it.
Oh, it's that combo format, so now it's back to cricket here. Just the best of 3 that we're going to be looking at. So race to 2 on the format. Let's see who gets the win here, as Chris looks hungry for this one.
Yeah.
How about a white horse to get things going there from Chris?
It's so bad.
It's
so good at the same time.
It's addicting. Let me tell you, it's hard being this charming. As Heather says, jelly something. So, guys, I hope you've been having fun with us, because we've absolutely been having fun with you guys. And that's a massive misstep there from Chris. Only 2 single 17s. No close here. Leaves an opportunity for the white horse to get hit back, and it does not go.
Chris is okay with being down here for just a moment, as he's going to just continue on trekking. 15's closed, tries his hand at the 16s, doesn't go. Down by 51, but puts him in a bind.
Yeah, I was going to say, Zach's hands are a little bit tied here with the 4-number differential. And that after the trip 16, I would have tried to grab one of the open numbers there, because right now Chris is playing thermonuclear here and wants to kind of keep you pinned in a corner. And a little froggy with it, though. Good collect on the last. If I first start trip, I'm going for 2 single 20s. Otherwise, I'm saying 16 all day. Starts at the 20. Over to 19. And to the 16. A beautiful 8 mark. How about a broom goes the janitor on that one?
That was a great shot. Kind of adds a little pressure to Chris here. It says pressure. What are you talking about, pressure?
Yeah, as he drills the 6 mark there. Chris playing a hyper-aggressive strategy for the most part. Only a 1 bull difference here. I wouldn't mind to look at the 18-15. This is for the 4th place in this bracket here. Oh, but it doesn't go. And I probably would have bailed out after the first start. You have to kind of hit it in the first 2 darts there.
Great find. Great find. Just keeps him out in front. Forces Zachary to the bulls.
Yeah, 77-point difference is the separation here, so a good margin to be up by. You expect Chris to go ahead and just rock the bulls on the next go here. Make this 1-1. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. 1-1 here in this one, Will.
That will work.
Yes, you do.
1-1 will do.
You ever like text and then read the word like Will and then like think it's your name?
No, Nick. Honestly, if I said it, can say I've never done that.
That's crazy. 1 hole into the double there.
That's another fun fact brought to you by Nick Teixeira.
I'm full of them.
That's the Doritos line of the night.
Platypuses are the only mammal to lay eggs.
That's the new Doritos line of the night.
Doritos, I hate you. Here we go. Last leg decider to see who moves on to the 3rd place match here in this one. To join our plaque holders list. This is such an important match. It's hard to understate. If you're a non-pro, again, your whole goal is to get to that 3rd place. You want to make the pro list, right? Especially if you're this deep into the bracket. Right now, both these guys are just 501 points away from joining the pro list. Which one will get there first? Winner of this will play Patrick Gibson, and then after that, they'll play the General.
Couple tough competitors still remain in this field.
We've been bringing this action to you guys for just about 6 hours now and having a lot of fun with it. We appreciate each and every one of you. Hat trick follows hat trick, though. These guys are racing to the finish right now.
Are we having fun? You're the only one that's having fun here. And I'm just kidding. We're, of course, having fun.
I'm always having fun. I get to sit in a fancy... They brought me a fancy little office chair that, like, reclines and, like, has cushions.
Hey.
I'm kicking back, watching darts, calling games with my good friend, Will Thomas Stewart.
Well, don't be giving away middle names like that.
It's fine for you to give up my phone number, though.
I'm in witness protection. I didn't give up your full number. I gave out certain digits, like maybe 5 or 6. Yes, there's only 7, but that's okay.
I love it.
So if you want to give Nick a call, it's 407.
Stop doing that. Zach does get down to 80 here. And Chris at 166 is on a bogey, so there's not much he will be able to do here except bring it down. I think he's evaluating every possible math just to make sure before going up to the board here. He's like, are you sure I can't take out 166? And he's thinking about it. No, you cannot, sir. Bring it on down.
He's like, he definitely asked. You sure I can't take that out?
Are you sure there's no out here? Let's see a question here from Dennis Caldwell. When is the Pittsburgh BullShooter? That'll be January 31st through February 2nd, 2025.
Beware, there's still some dates they're trying to book, so may see some new ones arrive.
Oh, and look at that. Zach gets the win there. And you can see a little celebration as Chris is still thinking, man, so is there really no way to take out a 166?
Well, next up, it'll be Zachary Kennedy versus Patrick Gibson right here on the stream board. That is your third place match in this non-pro singles combo event.
Yeah, it's getting down to the nitty-gritty, widowy hitting the gwitty. It's been a great time here covering all these amazing different games and matches over here. This will be right back on the stream board, so they should be here in just a moment's time. Yeah, I'm looking at, and I'm actually going to take a peek right now since you guys are here. So right now, the current BullShooters that are still up in the pipeline next week in New York. And then after that, we also have an announcement for the Houston, Texas, January 10th through the 12th, and the 31st through the 2nd of February for Pennsylvania. I can confirm it's like 90+% chance that there's also going to be a San Antonio BullShooter added in. A Washington BullShooter should be about 75-80% chance added in. And an Ohio BullShooter still at about 80% chance getting added in. So it looks like there's between the 3 stops remaining that are currently announced, there should be about 3 more that I'm expecting to see. And a couple more. We talked about trying to fill out the schedule a little bit fuller here. So trying our best, guys. I do apologize. This is our first time planning the tour since the acquisition as well, which is an important factor. And why there's a little bit of different changes and delays that you guys might not be used to. But you know, better late than never. We'll get those stops out there.
Yeah, sounds great.
Thanks, Will. I appreciate it.
Sounds great.
That's funny. Yeah, you know,
long-winded answer there, Nick. But I mean, it works.
it's called vamping and filling the air.
Oh, okay. Is that what we're doing? Oh, okay. Well, you know, speaking of vamping. Folks, did you know that you too can join the BullShooter Regional Tour?
Hey. Oh, boy.
Yeah, look up BullShooter.com. And, hey, we got you covered with all the things you may need to get involved with the Regional Tour. Just show up, come play, sign up, do what you need to do, win the bracket, and next thing you know, you're the next superstar in the world of darts. Well, at least everybody hopes to. Reality is
you become a superstar.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say the reality is you win once and then you're hooked for life, even though things may not go your way the rest of the time, but I guarantee you're going to continue to try like all of us do.
It's part of the grind. You got to just show up to tournaments and play. It's called paying your dues, taking your lumps, right? I mean, how many times have I played in a BullShooter with zero hopes or aspirations of going pro? And, you know, every time I got a little bit closer. And in fact, I would wager to say if I didn't get hired by them, I would be grinding and getting on the pro list right now.
Oh, I don't doubt it, buddy. You're still hitting the board as much as you can to try to maintain your level and best these guys eventually. So I look forward to seeing that sometime.
Well, if you guys want to see that, that's called I get fired and have time to be a player again. So let's hope we don't see that anytime soon. But maybe in the future, as Carolyn says, I wish they do the same format for the Washington State BullShooter like they do for everywhere else. Yeah, so Washington and Arizona are the only ones that actually do level to play. And we've actually talked a lot with the staff about, you know, should all the stops introduce some form of leveling to make the amateur bracket a little bit more approachable for some of our stops. We've talked about potentially adding in a average cap. So if you have a known average over a certain amount, maybe that automatically makes you play in a pro event but not have pro status. So we've actually played with a couple of different concepts and ideas. And just know that a lot of big changes will be coming in the future here for BullShooter, especially as they continue to work on the software and back end side of everything.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how when those changes take place and what changes they may be. So These two gentlemen are going to get squared away here, as it's Zachary Kennedy versus Patrick Gibson for the third place battle.
And it looks like they're just about ready to get underway here. They were doing a coin flip on the phone, which is why they weren't taking a selfie before the match, for the record. They were doing a coin flip. It's flip and go for game number 1 here in our AMAT bracket. So here we go, and I'm gonna set it up like this. I'm gonna frame it a certain way. You saw Zach's big celebration because he knew he just made the pro list. If you're Patrick, you already know you made the pro list by making it to the seat match. So therefore, Patrick's going to not, as long as he's been spending his time sitting, throwing, and keeping loose, I think he's going to have a massive advantage compared to Zach, who just had a huge adrenaline dump.
Yeah, we'll see if that factors in here. We saw him, start off real heavy on the Bulls, and yeah, you already seen it take place here. We're only capitalizing on one.
Patrick's been stone cold in his demeanor here. He's definitely looking serious. He wants to get this done. He's had a pretty good run today for the most part, from what it looks like. Really, he lost a leg over to Patrick McLeavy earlier on. He did obviously lose to the General, but otherwise has had a day where it just seems like his numbers have been going for him, and pretty consistent 2-0 match wins for the most part.
Yeah, it has been going his way. But
And
right now, Gibby, 2 Bulls to make it 200 left.
Let's clean it up nice. The General, sitting in the seat, has only dropped 1 leg the entire day, and that was in the top 4 match where he dropped 1 leg. So no matter what happens here, if you're either one of these guys, you're thinking, I got a tough task in the final no matter what happens here.
I played Jimmy in a steel tip tournament, and he waxed me with a 91 average.
That'll do.
And a 4-0 win.
Yeah, I mean, if he shot 91, I would assume he's winning 4-0 against. I mean, you're like when you're actually playing, you're a mid 70.
Yeah, 70 to 75 shooter. When I'm consistently playing, or was a 70 to 75 shooter, probably not anymore. But yeah, that was a wake-up call. And if he's capable of that, what is he capable of doing in this open in, open out bracket? And it's shown in the fact that he has a king seat.
Yeah, I will say when I was still playing steel is hold on a second. Not quite a checkout there. My average when I was playing all the time was my seasonal average for like long format was around a 68.5. Nowadays I play an hour of steel every day, and I'm sticking pretty consistently around a 62. So a little bit below where I would like to be, but I'm happy with it too. I can't get too mad about it. Gibby, just a single 20 needed here to go 1 leg up. Does do so.
Yeah, he's sitting there. Here's what just happened there. There's a little guilt about the single 20. You can see from these guys, because they're at the level where they're like, all right, should we be playing double out once you reach this spot? And I think that's exactly what happened there. You got to take advantage when the format says what it is. You got to take advantage and win those games. And Gibby did it there. Okay, so not really the start that Zachary would have wanted. But look at the bounce back from him. Good 4 mark on the 20s. As he's just able to distance himself from Gibby. He was only able to grab the 3 there on the 19s. We said 4 or 5 mark minimum. That's still the fact.
And now Zach's going to be able to kind of go up and kind of continue to dictate the throw here. Able to attack the 19s and will close with ease. Over to the 17s, walking the dog. And he let it off the leash there for a hiya.
Great white horse. I'm not getting suckered into it. Nope.
You thought about it.
I thought for a split second and said, no, sir.
Oh,
How about Gibby answering back?
It's a 6 that felt like a 9. That was a beautiful last start. Just got kicked on down.
Yeah, it was a good one.
Well, no, it's just pretty much Zach settling down into place here. Seems to be a lot more comfortable. It's about just trying to finish out strong here, knowing that he has the number advantage. He needs to just make sure he closes out this lake. He doesn't want to mess around with this because Gibby's not going to mess around at all.
No, Gibby wants to put this to rest. He wants to win this 2-0, go to the finals here. Although this is going to be a difficult match, even with the weight for Jimmy. I think that he's got the standalone advantage. Easy.
Yep. Massive advantage just for how well he's been playing. Again, dropping only one leg on his run to the seat position there. You're obviously going to have to favor Jimmy in that regards. Danny in the chat saying, I got one leg off Jimmy in Greensboro. Had to take out a 156. Ask him about a 70 millimeter steel tip points. That's some long points right there.
Wow. That's insane.
Look at this. Gibby doing a good job of fighting back. I like that he grabbed the 15 for the other corner pocket there because he had the X on the 16s, knowing that they might go. He's going to need at least 4 15s to get the point lead. Really, your strategy is, again, you're going to try to bed the number here or get 2 trips and a close. That's your 2 different philosophies. Now he's going to have to stay there, find at least 4. Good placement. But it kicks low. Back on cleanup duty. Should go right at these 15s here. I would bail out now. He goes ahead and hits the stay there and does course correct. It's a little bit risky, and I'm only saying that because if he only gets the close and doesn't get any points there, Gibby's going to shoot that 8 mark.
Yeah, but still, a way to collect and one step closer.
Yeah, make it 1-1 here. 3 bulls needed from Zach. Good
With
shot.
a double.
Yeah, that class 4.75 there. And here we go. On to the diddle to see who makes it back to the final here. And that's 1 hole in, but hanging over a little bit. So not a bad position here.
Not terrible.
The tie.
Same spot. Yeah, same spot. We'll go back and do it again. And where those darts are placed, this is going to be a little bit more difficult because you've got 2 pretty good blockers there.
Yeah.
For a second, he's going to his knee.
That would have been so cool. You have to kind of force it in through the middle there, and that's exactly what he does. I think he's 1 hole in on the bottom side now. Because they were on left and right, you just try to drill through the middle and hope it kicks down.
Yeah, he kicked it right off the flight there, and you saw it kick on down. Same spot, 1 hole outside. Did he sneak it in the middle? He did. The P hole right in the middle.
Beautiful dart. Incredible focus there. That's a very consequential diddle.
How did he manage that one? Unbelievable shot.
Well,
the guys back there can't believe it. He can't believe it.
Yeah, impressive diddle from everybody involved there.
Gibby can't believe it either. He said, I thought I threw a dang good dart there, and you just sucker punched me right in the face with that one.
Yeah, and that's laser focus, right? I mean, that's what it takes to get through something like that. So, good low ton on the open. It's going to challenge Gibby here to try to find a hat trick. Oh, look at this. He's going to find a hat trick and a 3 in the black there for extra credit.
What a beautiful 3 in the bed.
3 in the black.
Sorry, 3 in the black.
3 in the beds for triples.
We gotta whisper it.
Yeah, I just trying to help you out. Back to back, 3 in the black.
Look at everybody cheering on.
That's impressive from everybody involved. Oh, man, they're all loving it back there.
We're loving it. Y'all are loving it. Come on now.
And the low ton right after there from Gibby, but Zach in position to set up the out first here. At least 2 bowls and a good fallout to have a good finish. Uh-oh. Needs to leave a finish. Needs to drill this bowl. Don't want to get kicked on the flight, and it does. Yeah, the first one deflected in, the second one deflected out. Gibby's going to continue the onslaught. Big hat trick there. Sitting on 86. We'll have 6 darts for it, and Zach, all because of 1 deflected dart, might be out of this after what was a pretty good diddle. Great hold so far.
Does grab the hat trick just in case, but yeah, chances are this is over with Patrick needing 86. We'll see. 50 leaves double 18.
Trip 12 for the fans. Never trip 12 for the fans. Gets it there. Gibby does a great job. And you know what? Zach, mission accomplished. As you can see, he's all smiles, and all the friends are all smiles over there. Good stuff indeed. Nothing to be sad about. Welcome to the pro list, as he's going to be a welcomed addition there. I'm excited to see it, but I'm also excited to see this final here. As you can see, the general wasting no time assembling the army. His 2 armies on him.
Okay, and he's about to say, you or me, let's go. What do you want?
Do you know where the general keeps his armies?
Let's hear it.
Up his sleeveys.
That was so funny, Nick. I haven't heard anything like that before in my life.
No, that's why you keep me around, buddy. I keep hitting you with these dynamite drop-ins.
Oh, boy, folks. Leave it to Nick DeShera here to just drop bombs on us all here.
That's it. Hey, I'm just here to lift up team spirits. And you got to be honest, your spirits feel lifted right now, don't they?
Totally lifted. They haven't felt this lifted since I was born.
That was like 40 years ago.
Oh my, come on, Nick. That's over the line.
Is that the line? Did I find it?
That's pretty harsh there, my guy.
I would like to formally retract my comment. I would like to keep working with USA Darts as well as Arachnid.
And with this, we're quietly going within the night. No more on USA. Good night, everybody. Have a good night.
Oh, no.
Just
come
kidding.
back.
Just kidding.
Come back.
Just kidding. We'll get squared away here for this final in just a moment.
Who will join Catherine Aites and Brian Langley in the winner's circle today? We're about to find out.
Is this guy passing out?
Where?
What I think he's passing out? This guy passing out Jello shots to everybody? Looks
yeah,
like it.
That's what friends are for. Hi, guys. Welcome to BullShooter. I do
Definitely
believe
Jello shots.
I do believe they stocked up on a couple because they had called last call for the bar here, as it's almost 2 a.m. And so we're pretty much right on track. I mean, credit where credit's due. Bracket started at 7 o'clock with 117, 118 people in it. Just now finishing up, 6-7 hour runtime. Not too bad.
No, not too bad at all. Not too bad at all. I mean, right.
He just has a
That's where it
tray of
should be.
Jellos. He's just
He
fucking
does.
around.
As I said, there's some
I didn't
Jello
see the
shots
tray.
sneaking in the mix here.
That's incredible. Incredible.
Oh, it's great. It's great stuff, isn't it?
Oh man, those. You know what? You got to respect some good camaraderie between opponents there and some sportsmanship of the best variety. Or it's a trick, right? Because maybe like the Jello shot hander outer was one of the guy's friends, and maybe they're hoping like Jello would make one of the fingers sticky. Been there.
Dime drop-ins from Nick Teixeira.
It's not always golden. Sometimes it's anything but when it comes to my commentary. They're almost done discussing everything. Don't worry, guys. It's only the entirety of the internet waiting on you. Do appreciate how many of you guys still got tuning in. Over 200 plus people, almost 300 plus people hanging around watching some darts with us. I appreciate you, Will, staying up late. I know it's past your bedtime for sure.
Oh yeah, 1 a.m. This old cranky guy's got to go to bed. I'm already looking up DoorDash and what have you, but nah, I can't do that.
You can have some DoorDash. I'll allow it.
Yeah, I don't want
Put it on the expense report.
But then again, I don't want to spend the time cooking food, but that's what snacks are for. We'll make it happen.
Well, it looks like they are getting a couple warm-up darts here just for funsies. I thought the warm-up darts were the Jello.
We're good.
They psyched me out there. I thought we were going.
Jack's who's supposed to be in bed right now. How are you still? I'm just kidding. That is Jimmy John's.
Jimmy Jones.
I like
Jimmy John's is a restaurant.
I like doing that for that reason, but that's the reason.
Jimmy John's. Jimmy John's, everybody.
And that's why we need sleep, Will.
Do you have bad news for everybody who's curious? Well, Cookout is up until 3:30 in the morning. They do not do delivery.
Wah, wah, wah. So you just realized, in fact, you are going to have to go get that if you want anything.
Yeah, compared to my other options available, it sounds like that's what I'm doing.
Well, here we go, folks. Patrick Gibson, Jimmy Jones.
So, obviously, this is my first time getting a close look, because earlier when we had the seat matchup, I had to step away there briefly. But from everything, it sounds like from what you said and everything, Jimmy Jones is going to be quite the handful here.
Yeah, well, he could be. I mean, he's had that little break. That could be a factor, but chances are he's been putting in the time on the practice board before this one. But we'll find out. Look at the stash on him.
You would rather you look at the stash than the darts. It seems like he's coming a little cold. Might have wanted a few more warm-up darts before getting this one going, but there's nothing to be too worried about quite yet as he rolls his eyes there.
Man, not enough pressure given.
John Sites asking if there was an invitational shootout spot given away tonight to who? Brian Langley won it in the pro singles, and Kat Eights won it in the women's singles. The next spot will be given out will be the pro doubles on Sunday.
Looking forward to that coverage.
You're going to be there. You're going to be here with us. You're part of the coverage.
You should all join in on the fun as well.
Do it. We're going to have fun, and you guys are going to like it.
238 to lead for Patrick.
Needs to clean up and make sure he leaves a finish here. You don't want to leave Jimmy an opportunity early on here to put himself at match point. It's blink and you miss it when you play a format like this.
Oh, it really is. I mean, it goes quick.
Do you know what I like when I'm playing in a tournament?
Let's hear it.
When I knock out somebody and then they go and they sit down and watch my match after, it's like my favorite thing is when you start collecting opponents like infinity stones across your run, watching in the audience there. I love every bit of it. It's a very gratifying feeling.
Well, how about that lead from Jimmy? Leave himself 1-2-2 just in case this doesn't go, but it Will not.
Well, 1-2-2 is a look here. 4 18s for the bull, or 2 bulls for double 11.
Yeah, he's going to go 2 bulls for the double 11 here.
Whoa, almost in my camera. It was a jump scare.
That whole thing moved on him there.
Yeah, it moved all the way over to almost board 5. It had some distance with it. But Gibby here, just a single 12 needed to get the first leg on the board here. Nails it.
It's a second leg loss, if I'm not mistaken.
That is true. It is the second leg loss. His only other leg loss was actually in the semis, not the seat match, where he lost a leg to Chris Chisholm, which we saw in the 4th place match. Danny's saying, "Let's go, General." That's my company logo on his left shoulder. Well, how are we supposed to shout it out if you don't tell us what I can't read. I can't read. Oh,
hey, you think you can read?
Plague
Absolutely not.
The Plague Darts, is that the company? Acid saying, collecting souls of enemies. Way to be humble. It's not actually. I don't think I'm like, yeah, I'm collecting Infinity Stones, but it does make you feel good. Like, because on the same vein, when someone knocks me out, I always cheer for the guy that beat me. I don't want to lose to the person that also lost. I want to lose to the person that won. And he said, Mac Daddy Dart Supplies. Well, there you go. Go check out Mac Daddy Dart Supplies. They sponsor Jimmy Jones, and he seems pretty cool.
He seems all right. Just kidding.
Oh, massive 158-point lead here. Forcing Gibby to try to find a 9.
You knew eventually Jimmy's going to start finding it, and he found his rhythm so far in this leg. So good answer, good fight back from Patrick. But yeah, here you go.
I also have to admit, too, though, I mean, Gibson's done a good job of being very competitive in this match so far, and is showing that he's not going to roll over by any means.
Oh, no, this is not going to be an easy win.
No such thing as an easy win. Ooh, how about that? Beautiful 9 mark there, and put some jam and peanut butter, making a sandwich, whatever I was saying earlier.
Oh my, Nick.
You like it.
Peanut butter and jelly sandwich does sound pretty mean right about now.
It does sound pretty good, not gonna lie. No more food talk as Gibby's on a tear right now. Oh my goodness. Can we get another one? We can. Back-to-back 9 marks from Patrick Gibson here, saying, how about I'm just going to go on a heater and show you that I can do it too.
That guy deserves a case of Uncrustables right now.
Yeah, at least. Maybe a jar of Goobers as well. This is a good back-and-forth affair. 725 plays a 6.0. This is our amateur finals, and it's our highest octane match that we've seen the entire day.
Opportunity, though, for Jim right here. He's going to take his shot.
Doesn't collect. He does still find a 7, though. Great correction. This is incredible standard from both these guys. Got a hand saying nobody does Goobers now that we have Uncrustables. That's probably a fair take.
Facts.
That's a fair
Facts.
take.
Just easier to just get the Uncrustables, throw them in the freezer, pull them out if you need them. Or just eat them frozen. Those are good, too.
I eat them frozen. I love them. 2 18s needed here to get the close. Stay for a single. Has the option for which corner pocket. He went for the aggro shot, but only hit a single 15, leaving a risk. Of course, trip 15 And then over to the 16s is the shot here for Gibby, but it's a must-hit shot.
Yeah, big shot indeed. He's got to hit it.
Still needs to stay true. Can still stay in the leg. Does find a 7. Thomas saying, what is under amateur? Asking for a friend.
These days, we have no idea.
And only a 4 mark there from Jimmy. This is actually a pretty big moment now, because now Gibby gets an opportunity once again here. Swing it. Yeah, he's going to get a shot here. 2 single 16s.
Now you got to take this shot and go ahead and capitalize.
5.88,
Wow,
5.5.
That is huge. Because it sets him up for 2-0 here, and then you go right into another set.
And nothing from the general here. Wasn't able to get it finished up. Needed double-double for trip 15. Gibby here just needs to stay true. Finds the first bowl. Finds the second. Needs to drill this last one. And he goes high. He floats the dart and leaves now 2 bowls and a double 15 for the shot here for the general.
Ooh. That is unfortunate because you know he's going to take it.
One hole out.
He doesn't take it.
So now it's a trip 15 for single bowl needed. Back and forth affair here. Will Gibby get this done 2 straight and go to another set immediately? Or is Jimmy Jones going to make us go to a last leg decider and keep us on the edge of our seats?
You see, Patrick had to take a second. He thought that was over. And they were going to a last leg decider. Instead, he's getting a look.
Great correction. He had to move well over to find the trip here. Needs to drill this bowl. Can't float it. And he floats in the same spot. The same spot.
Difficult darts, and you could feel that for a couple legs here. As we're going to go to a last leg decider in the first set. That hurts.
Yeah.
I think Jimmy will go ahead and take this leg potentially and do it here. That's a momentum dart right there, and it was crushed by missing it.
Yeah, this is I don't know. I mean, on one thing, on one hand, I do want to agree with you about momentum, but on the other, I think it really does just come down to this diddle here. Oh no, never mind.
That's what I'm saying right there.
Will's right. Will's so right, guys.
That is such a momentum push because it just puts that little thought in your brain like this should have been. We should have had another set.
Oh, accidentally marked a single 15 in there. Maybe shouldn't tell him about it because I would rather that than him hit a bull. So he does go ahead and fixes up there. Here we go. Last leg decider. First set here. Will Jimmy Jones get it done and be your non-pro champion? Or will Patrick Gibson push us to another set here?
Yeah, we got Gibby has looked like the better player all along. I agree, but now Jimmy thinks this is an easier task than it just was.
Now here's
that one leg. This being only a second leg, he's lost all day too.
Oh, look at this. This is so smart. Oh, it doesn't go. Now, normally what you would do here, if you're trying to go for a 9-darter and open out, you go hat trick for 180 to leave the 171. He decided, you know what, I'm just going to go ahead and start it right off the bat and almost nailed it. No ground loss. He shot a 140 instead of a 150.
But still, I'm not a huge fan of doing that the first leg. Go ahead and hit your 150 and then cue that in now.
Agreed.
Because now Jimmy has a better chance of potentially putting this away.
No, I definitely agree with that. Now, this is where it's going to be costly right here, is the fact that he only collected 1 bull. That's what's hurting more. And now, I mean, the general is just going to continue to command his darts to give him a 10-darter.
Yeah, this is his to lose now. Just hold true. 151 or 150. Nope.
Yeah, on track for the 11 now. Maybe you're going to need to leave a finish in case it doesn't go. Does leave a finish, and he does go down to 19 to just guarantee that he has an outside chance here. But Jimmy Jones, everybody. There's your outside chance. You left the 170, Gibby. Now you got to hit it to keep the run alive here.
This would be great. This would be fantastic, Nick, to take us to another set.
Oh, goes high and just goes to bowl to tee it up here. You can see Jimmy over there said, "Why not? Come on." He was cheering for it. He wanted to keep playing darts.
Well, here you go.
Yeah, and you can see immediately turn around, giving a hug, giving some love over there, but gets it done. And, of course, with a double 8. No single 16 in this household.
Nah, he said, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it on a double. Well, there you go. Your winner, Jimmy Jones, here to take the non-pro singles title at the South Carolina Regional.
Yeah, and we've had a great time covering these amazing matches here for day number 1 of our action. Of course, tomorrow is going to be our Pro-Am double, our amateur doubles, and our women's doubles brackets that we're going to be taking a look at there. Should be great matches ahead as we will go live 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, 9:30 a.m. Central Time there. So congratulations on both these gentlemen for making it to the pro list. And Will, what'd you think of day 1 of covering your first ever BullShooter event?
Hey, it was great. I'm looking forward to more action tomorrow as well as Sunday. So what are we doing? 10:30 Eastern tomorrow, so 9:30 my time, if I'm not mistaken, in the morning.
You were not mistaken, because that's why I said the sentence before. I asked you how you had a good time today. Do appreciate it. It's been a long night. We've been having some fun.
Yeah, so 10:30 tomorrow?
Yeah, 10:30 tomorrow.
Okay, just making sure. Great stuff. All right, folks. Thanks for joining us. This has been great. No, fantastic darts all around. And yeah, like I said, just looking forward to more. Appreciate you having me, Nick.
Yeah, absolute pleasure. We'll be looking forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody. Get some rest, get some cookout, and we'll see you in the morning.
Cookout.